Chapter 1 of Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Seth Dresser, Charlotte, North Carolina. Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 1, Jeeves and the Chump Cyril. You know, the longer I live in New York, the more clearly that I see that half the trouble in this bally world is caused by the light-hearted and thoughtless way in which chappies dash off letters of introduction and hand them to other chappies to deliver to chappies of the third part. It's one of those things that make you wish you were living in the Stone Age. What I mean to say is, if a fellow in those days wanted to give anyone a letter of introduction, he had to spend a month or so carving it on a large-sized boulder, and the chances were that the other chappie got so sick of lugging the thing round in the hot sun that he dropped it after the first mile. But nowadays it's so easy to write letters of introduction that everybody does it without a second thought, with the result that some perfectly harmless cove like myself gets in the soup. The last time that happened to me was when the chump Cyril Bassington came over from England with a letter from my Aunt Agatha. This chump Bassington would seem from contemporary accounts to have blown in one morning at 7:45. He was given the respectful raspberry by my man Jeeves, and told to try again about 3 hours later, when there would be a sporting chance of my having sprung from my bed with a glad cry to welcome another day and all that sort of thing, which was rather decent of Jeeves, by the way, for it so happened that there was a slight estrangement, a touch of coldness, a bit of a row, in other words, between us at the moment, because of some rather priceless purple socks, which I was wearing against his wishes, and a lesser man might easily have snatched at the chance of getting back at me by loosing Cyril into my bedchamber at a moment when I couldn't have stood a 2 minutes' conversation with my dearest pal. You know how it is. The fierce rush of modern life, the cheery supper party, the wine when it is red, and so forth. Well, what I mean to say is, as far as I'm concerned, what with one thing and another, the old bean is a trifle slow at getting into its stride in the morning, and until I've had my early cup of tea and brooded on life for a bit absolutely undisturbed, I'm not much of a lad for the merry chit-chat. So Jeeves very sportingly shot Cyril out into the crisp morning air, and didn't let me know of his existence till he brought his card in with my tea. "And what might all this be, Jeeves?" I said, giving the thing the glassy gaze. "The gentleman called to see you earlier in the day, sir." "Good Lord, Jeeves, you don't mean to say the day starts earlier than this?" "He desired me to say he would return later, sir." "I've never heard of him. Have you ever heard of him, Jeeves?" "I am familiar with the name Bassington, sir. There are 3 branches of the Bassington family, the Shropshire Bassingtons, the Hampshire Bassingtons, and the Kent Bassingtons. England seems pretty well stocked up with Bassingtons. "Tolerably so, sir." "No chance of a sudden shortage, I mean, what?" "Presumably not, sir." "And what sort of a specimen is this one?" "I could not say, sir, on such short acquaintance." "Will you give me a sporting 2-to-1, Jeeves, judging from what you have seen of him, that this chappie is not a blighter or an excrescence?" "No, sir, I should not care to venture such odds." "I knew it. Well, the only thing that remains to be discovered is what kind of a blighter he is." "Time will tell, sir. The gentleman brought this letter for you, sir." What ho! I say, Jeeves, this is from my Aunt Agatha." "Indeed, sir?" I gave the thing the rapid eye. The wassail bowl, which had flowed overnight with a fairly steady gush into the small hours, had left me rather pessimistic that morning, and the moment I saw Aunt Agatha's handwriting, something seemed to tell me that fate was about to let me have it in the lower ribs once again. It's a rummy thing. Aunt Agatha is the one person in the world I daren't offend, and it always happens that everyone she sends to me, with letters of introduction, gets into trouble of some sort, and she always seems to think that I ought to have watched over them while they were in New York like a blend of nursemaid and guardian angel, which of course is a bit thick and pretty scaly. There was only one gleam of comfort. "He isn't going to stay in New York long, Jeeves. He's headed for Washington, going to give the chappies there the up and down before taking a whirl at the diplomatic service, so he ought to be leaving us eftsoons, or speedily, thank goodness. I should say a lunch and a couple of dinners would about meet the case, what?" "I fancy that should be entirely adequate, sir." He started to put out my things, and there was an awkward sort of silence. "Not those socks, Jeeves," I said, gulping a bit, but having a dash at the careless, off-hand sort of tone. "Give me the purple ones." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Jeeves coldly. "Those jolly purple ones." "Very good, sir." He lugged them out of the drawer as if he were a vegetarian fishing a caterpillar out of his salad. You could see he was feeling deeply. Deuced painful and all that, this sort of thing, but a chappie has got to assert himself every now and then, if he doesn't want his valet to treat him as an absolute serf. Absolutely. I was looking for Cyril to show up any time after breakfast, but he didn't appear, so towards 1 o'clock I trickled out to the club, where I had a date to feed the Worcester face with a pal of mine of the name of Caffin, George Caffin, a fellow who writes plays and what not. He was a bit late, but bobbed up finally, saying that he had been kept at a rehearsal of his new piece, Ask Dad, and we started in. We had just reached the coffee when the waiter came up and said that Jeeves wanted to see me. Jeeves was in the waiting room. He gave the socks one pained look as I came in, then averted his eyes. "Mr. Bassington has just telephoned, sir." "Why interrupt my lunch to tell me that, Jeeves? It means little or nothing in my young life." "He was somewhat insistent that I should inform you at the earliest possible moment, sir, as he had been arrested and would be glad if you could step round and bail him out." "Arrested?" "Yes, sir." "What for?" "He did not favour me with his confidence in that respect, sir." "This is a bit thick, Jeeves." "Precisely, sir." "I suppose I had better totter round, what?" "That might be the judicious course, sir." So I collected old George, who very decently volunteered to stagger along with me, and we hopped into a taxi. We sat around at the police station for a bit on a wooden bench in a sort of ante-room, and presently a policeman appeared, leading in Cyril. "Halloa, halloa, halloa," I said. "What?" My experience is that a fellow never really looks his best just after he's come out of a cell. When I was up at Oxford, I used to have a regular job bailing out a pal of mine who never failed to get pinched every boat race night, and he always looked like something that had been dug up by the roots. Cyril was in pretty much the same sort of shape. He had a black eye and a torn collar, and altogether was nothing to write home about, especially if one was writing to Aunt Agatha. He was a thin, tall chappie with a lot of light hair and pale blue goggly eyes, which made him look like one of the rarer kind of fish. He had just that expression of peeved surprise that one of those sheep's-head fish in Florida has when you haul it over the side of the boat. "I got your message," I said. "Oh, are you Bertie Wooster?" "Absolutely. And this is my pal George Caffin. Writes plays and what not, don't you know?" We all shook hands, and the policeman, having retrieved a piece of chewing gum from the underside of a chair, where he had parked it against a rainy day, went off into a corner and began to contemplate the infinite. "This is a rotten country," said Cyril. "Oh, I don't know, you know. Don't you know?" I said. "We do our best," said George. "Old George is an American," I explained. "Writes plays, don't you know, and what not." "Of course I didn't invent the country," said George. "That was Columbus. But I shall be delighted to consider any improvements you may suggest and lay them before the proper authorities." "Well, why don't the policemen in New York dress properly?" George took a look at the chewing officer across the room. "I don't see anything missing," he said. "I mean to say, why don't they wear helmets like they do in London? Why do they look like postmen? It isn't fair on a fellow. Makes it darsh confusing. I was simply standing on the pavement, looking at things, when a fellow who looked like a postman prodded me in the ribs with a club. I don't see why I should have postmen prodding me. Why the dickens should a fellow come 3,000 miles to be prodded by postmen?" "The point is well taken," said George. "What did you do?" "I gave him a shove, you know. I've got a frightfully hasty temper, you know. All the Bassingtons have got frightfully hasty tempers, don't you know. One of these days the clan will go hurting somebody. And then he biffed me in the eye and lugged me off to this beastly place." "I'll fix it, old son," I said, and I hauled out the bankroll and went off to open negotiations, leaving Cyril to talk to George. I don't mind admitting that I was a bit perturbed. There were furrows in the old brow, and I had a kind of foreboding feeling. As long as this chump stayed in New York, I was sort of responsible for him, and he didn't give me the impression of being the species of cove a reasonable chappie would care to be responsible for more than about 3 minutes. I mused with a considerable amount of tensity over Cyril that night, when I had got home and Jeeves had brought me the final whisky. I couldn't help feeling that this visit of his to America was going to be one of those times that try men's souls and what not. I hauled out Aunt Agatha's letter of introduction and reread it, and there was no getting away from the fact that she undoubtedly appeared to be somewhat wrapped up in this blighter, and to consider it my mission in life to shield him from harm while on the premises. I was deuced thankful that he had taken such a liking for George Cavan, old George being a steady sort of cove. After I had got him out of his dungeon cell, and he and old George had gone off together, as chummy as brothers, to watch the afternoon rehearsal of Ask Dad, there was some talk, I gathered, of their dining together. I felt pretty easy in my mind, while George had his eye on him. I had got about as far as this in my meditations, when Jeeves came in with a telegram. At least, it wasn't a telegram, it was a cable, from Aunt Agatha, and this is what it said.
Has Cyril Bassington called yet? On no account introduce him into theatrical circles. Vitally important. Letter follows.
I read it a couple of times.
This is rummy, Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
Very rummy and dashed disturbing.
Will there be anything further tonight, sir? Of course, if he was going to be as bally unsympathetic as that, there was nothing to be done. My idea had been to show him the cable and ask his advice, but if he was letting those purple socks rankle to that extent, the good old noblesse oblige of the Worcesters couldn't lower itself to the extent of pleading with a man. Absolutely not. So I gave it a miss.
Nothing more, thanks.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
He floated away, and I sat down to think the thing over. I had been directing the best efforts of the old bean to the problem for a matter of half an hour, when there was a ring at the bell. I went to the door, and there was Cyril, looking pretty festive.
"I'll come in for a bit, if I may," he said. "Got something rather priceless to tell you."
He curveted past me into the sitting-room, and when I got there after shutting the front door, I found him reading Aunt Agatha's cable and giggling in a rummy sort of manner.
"Oughtn't to have looked at this, I suppose. Caught sight of my name, and I read it without thinking. I say, Worcester, old friend of my youth, this is rather funny. Do you mind if I have a drink? Thanks awfully and all that sort of rot. Yes, it's rather funny, considering what I came to tell you. Jolly old Cavan has given me a part in that musical comedy of his. Ask Dad. Only a bit, you know, but quite tolerably ripe. I'm feeling frightfully braced, don't you know." He drank his drink and went on. He didn't seem to notice that I wasn't jumping about the room, yapping with joy. "You know, I've always wanted to go on the stage, you know," he said. "But my jolly old governor wouldn't stick it at any price. Put the old Wakisi down with a bang and turned bright purple whenever the subject was mentioned. That's the real reason why I came over here, if you want to know. I know there wasn't a chance of my being able to work this stage wheeze in London without somebody getting onto it and tipping off the governor, so I rather brainly sprang the scheme of popping over to Washington to broaden my mind. There's nobody to interfere on this side, you see, so I can go right ahead." I tried to reason with the poor chump. "But your governor will have to know some time." "That'll be all right. I shall be the jolly old star by then, and he won't have a leg to stand on. Seems to me he'll have one leg to stand on while he kicks me with the other." "Why, where do you come in? What have you got to do with it?" "I introduced you to George Cavan." "So you did, old top, so you did. I'd quite forgotten. I ought to have thanked you before. Well, so long. There's an early rehearsal of Ask Dad tomorrow morning, and I must be toddling. Rummy the thing should be called Ask Dad, when that's just what I'm not going to do. See what I mean, what? Well, pip-pip." "Toodaloo," I said, sadly, and the blighter scudded off. I dived for the phone and called up George Cavan. "I say, George, what's all this about Cyril Bassington?" "What about him?" "He tells me you've given him a part in your show." "Oh, yes, just a few lines. But I've just had 57 cables from home telling me on no account to let him go on the stage. I'm sorry, but Cyril is just the type I need for that part. He's simply got to be himself." "It's pretty tough on me, George, old man. My Aunt Agatha sent this blighter over with a letter of introduction to me, and she will hold me responsible." "She'll cut you out of her will?" "It isn't a question of money. But, of course, you've never met my Aunt Agatha, so it's rather hard to explain. But she's a sort of human vampire bat, and she'll make things most fearfully unpleasant for me when I go back to England.
She's the kind of woman who comes and rags you before breakfast, don't you know? Well, don't go back to England then. Stick here and become president. But George, old top. Good night. But I say, George, old man. You didn't get my last remark. It was good night. You idle rich may not need any sleep, but I've got to be bright and fresh in the morning. God bless you. I felt as if I hadn't a friend in the world. I was so jolly well worked up that I went and banged on Jeeves' door. It wasn't a thing I'd have cared to do as a rule, but it seemed to me that now was the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party, so to speak, and that it was up to Jeeves to rally round the young master, even if it broke up his beauty sleep. Jeeves emerged in a brown dressing-gown. Sir? Deuced sorry to wake you up, Jeeves, and what not, but all sorts of dashed disturbing things have been happening. I was not asleep. It is my practice, on retiring, to read a few pages of some instructive book. That's good. What I mean to say is, if you've just finished exercising the old bean, it's probably in mid-season form for tackling problems. Jeeves, Mr. Bassington is going on the stage. Indeed, sir. Ah, the thing doesn't hit you. You don't get it properly. Here's the point. All his family are most fearfully dead against his going on the stage. There's going to be no end of trouble if he isn't headed off. And, what's worse, my Aunt Agatha will blame me, you see. And you know what she is. Very much so, sir. Well, can't you think of some way of stopping him? Not, I confess, at the moment, sir. Well, have a stab at it. I will give the matter my best consideration, sir. Will there be anything further tonight? I hope not. I've had all I can stand already. Very good, sir. He popped off. The part which old George had written for the chump Cyril took up about 2 pages of typescript, but it might have been Hamlet, the way that poor misguided pinhead worked himself to the bone over it. I suppose if I heard him his lines once, I did it a dozen times in the first couple of days. He seemed to think that my only feeling about the whole affair was one of enthusiastic admiration, and that he could rely on my support and sympathy. What with trying to imagine how Aunt Agatha was going to take this thing, and being woken up out of the dreamless in the small hours every other night to give my opinion of some new bit of business which Cyril had invented, I became more or less the good old shadow. And all the time Jeeves remained still pretty cold and distant about the purple socks. It's this sort of thing that ages a chappie, don't you know, and makes his youthful joie de vivre go a bit groggy at the knees. In the middle of it, Aunt Agatha's letter arrived. It took her about 6 pages to do justice to Cyril's father's feelings in regard to his going on the stage, and about 6 more to give me the kind of sketch of what she would say, think, and do if I didn't keep him clear of injurious influences while he was in America. The letter came by the afternoon mail, and left me with a pretty firm conviction that it wasn't a thing I ought to keep to myself. I didn't even wait to ring the bell. I whizzed for the kitchen, bleating for Jeeves, and butted into the middle of a regular tea party of sorts. Seated at the table were a depressed-looking cove who might have been a valet or something, and a boy in a Norfolk suit. The valet chappie was drinking a whisky and soda, and the boy was being tolerably rough with some jam and cake. "Oh, I say, Jeeves," I said. "Sorry to interrupt the feast of reason and flow of soul and so forth, but—" At this juncture the small boy's eye hit me like a bullet and stopped me in my tracks. It was one of those cold, clammy, accusing sort of eyes, the kind that make you reach up to see if your tie is straight, and he looked at me as if I was some sort of unnecessary product which Cuthbert the cat had brought in after a ramble among the local ash-cans. He was a stoutish infant with a lot of freckles and a good deal of jam on his face. "Helloa, helloa, helloa," I said. "What?" There didn't seem much else to say. The stripling stared at me in a nasty sort of way through the jam. He may have loved me at first sight, but the impression he gave me was that he didn't think a lot of me, and he wasn't betting much that I would improve a great deal on acquaintance. I had a kind of feeling that I was about as popular with him as a cold Welsh rabbit. "What's your name?" he asked. "My name? Oh, Worcester, don't you know, and what not." "My pop's richer than you are." That seemed to be all about me. The child, having said his say, started in on the jam again. I turned to Jeeves. "I say, Jeeves, can you spare a moment? I want to show you something." "Very good, sir." We toddled into the sitting-room. "Who is your little friend, Sidney the Sunbeam, Jeeves?" "The young gentleman, sir?" "It's a loose way of describing him, but I know what you mean." I trust I was not taking a liberty in entertaining him, sir. Not a bit. If that's your idea of a large afternoon, go ahead. I happened to meet the young gentleman taking a walk with his father's valet, sir, whom I used to know somewhat intimately in London, and I ventured to invite them both to join me here. Well, never mind about him, Jeeves. Read this letter. He gave it the up and down. Very disturbing, sir, was all he could find to say. What are we going to do about it? Time may provide a solution, sir. On the other hand, it mayn't, what? Extremely true, sir. We'd got as far as this, when there was a ring at the door. Jeeves shimmered off, and Cyril blew in, full of good cheer and blitheringness. I say, Worcester, old thing, he said, I want your advice. You know this jolly old part of mine. How ought I to dress it? What I mean is, the first act scene is laid in an hotel of sorts, at about 3 in the afternoon. What ought I to wear, do you think? I wasn't feeling fit for a discussion of gents' suitings. You'd better consult Jeeves, I said. A hot and by no means unripe idea. Where is he? Gone back to the kitchen, I suppose. I'll smite the good old bell, shall I? Yes. No? Righto. Jeeves poured silently in. Oh, I say, Jeeves, began Cyril. I just wanted to have a syllable or two with you. It's this way. Halloa, who's this? I then perceived that the stout stripling had trickled into the room after Jeeves. He was standing near the door, looking at Cyril as if his worst fears had been realized. There was a bit of a silence. The child remained there, drinking Cyril in for about half a minute, then gave his verdict. Fish face! Eh, what? Said Cyril. The child, who had evidently been taught at his mother's knee to speak the truth, made his meaning a trifle clearer. You've a face like a fish. He spoke as if Cyril was more to be pitied than censured, which I am bound to say I thought rather decent and broad-minded of him. I don't mind admitting that, whenever I looked at Cyril's face, I always had a feeling that he couldn't have got that way without its being mostly his own fault. I found myself warming up to this child. Absolutely, don't you know. I liked his conversation. It seemed to take Cyril a moment or two to really grasp the thing, and then you could hear the blood of the Bassingtons begin to sizzle. Well, I'm dashed, he said. I'm dashed if I'm not. I wouldn't have a face like that, proceeded the child with a good deal of earnestness. Not if you gave me $1 million. He thought for a moment, then corrected himself. $2 million, he added. Just what occurred then I couldn't exactly say, but the next few minutes were a bit exciting. I take it that Cyril must have made a dive for the infant. Anyway, the air seemed pretty well congested with arms and legs and things. Something bumped into the Worcester waistcoat just around the 3rd button, and I collapsed onto the settee and rather lost interest in things for the moment. When I had unscrambled myself, I found that Jeeves and the child had retired, and Cyril was standing in the middle of the room, snorting a bit. Who's that frightful little brute, Worcester? I don't know. I never saw him before today. I gave him a couple of tolerably juicy buffets before he legged it. I say, Worcester, that kid said a dashed odd thing. He yelled out something about Jeeves promising him $1 if he called me, what he said. It sounded pretty unlikely to me. What would Jeeves do that for? It struck me as rummy too. Where would be the sense of it? That's what I can't see. I mean to say, it's nothing to Jeeves what sort of a face you have. No, said Cyril. He spoke a little coldly, I fancied. I don't know why. Well, I'll be popping. Toodaloo. Pip, pip. It must have been about a week after this rummy little episode that George Caffin called me up and asked me if I would care to go and see a run-through of his show. Ask Dad, it seemed, was open out of town in Schenectady on the following Monday, and this was to be a sort of preliminary dress rehearsal. A preliminary dress rehearsal, old George explained, was the same as a regular dress rehearsal, inasmuch as it was apt to look like nothing on earth and last into the small hours, but more exciting because they wouldn't be timing the piece, and consequently all the blighters who on these occasions let their angry passions rise would have plenty of scope for interruptions, with the result that a pleasant time would be had by all. The thing was billed to start at 8 o'clock, so I rolled up at 10:15 so as not to have too long to wait before they began. The dress parade was still going on. George was on the stage, talking to a cove in shirt sleeves, and an absolutely round chappie with big spectacles and a practically hairless dome. I had seen George with the latter merchant once or twice at the club, and I knew that he was Blumenfield, the manager. I waved to George and slid into a seat at the back of the house, so as to be out of the way when the fighting started. Presently George hopped down off the stage and came and joined me, and fairly soon after that the curtain went down. The chappie at the piano whacked out a well-meant bar or two, and the curtain went up again. I can't quite recall what the plot of Ask Dad was about, but I do know that it seemed able to jog along all right without much help from Cyril. I was rather puzzled at first. What I mean is, through brooding on Cyril and hearing him in his part and listening to his views on what ought and what ought not to be done, I suppose I had gotten a sort of impression, rooted in the old bean, that he was pretty well the backbone of the show, and that the rest of the company didn't do much except go on and fill in when he happened to be off the stage. I sat there for nearly half an hour, waiting for him to make his entrance, until I suddenly discovered he had been on from the start. He was, in fact, the rummy-looking plug-ugly who was now leaning against a potted palm a couple of feet from the OP side, trying to appear intelligent while the heroine sang a song about love, being like something which for the moment has slipped my memory. After the second refrain, he began to dance in company with a dozen other equally weird birds, the whole platoon giving rather the impression of a bevy of car conductors from Akron, Ohio, dressed up in their Sunday clothes for a swift visit to the city. A painful spectacle for one who could see a vision of Aunt Agatha reaching for the hatchet and old Bassington Senior putting on his strongest pair of hob-nailed boots. Absolutely. The dance had just finished, and Cyril and his pals had shuffled off into the wings when a voice spoke from the darkness on my right. "Pop!" Old Blumenfield clapped his hands, and the hero, who had just been about to get the next line off his diaphragm, cheesed it. I peered into the shadows. Who could it be but Jeeves' little playmate with the freckles? He was now strolling down the aisle with his hands in his pockets as if the place belonged to him. An air of respectful attention seemed to pervade the building. "Pop," said the stripling, "that number's no good." Old Blumenfield beamed over his shoulder. "Don't you like it, darling?" "It gives me pain." "You're dead right." "You want something zippy there, something with a bit of jazz to it." "Quite right, my boy. I'll make a note of it. All right, go on." I turned to George, who was muttering to himself in rather an overwrought way. "I say, George, old man, who the dickens is that kid?" Old George groaned a bit hollowly, as if things were a trifle thick. "I didn't know he'd crawled in. It's Blumenfield's son. Now we're going to have a Hades of a time." "Does he always run things like this?" "Always." "But why does old Blumenfield listen to him?" "Nobody seems to know. It may be pure fatherly love, or he may regard him as a mascot. My own idea is that he thinks the kid has exactly the amount of intelligence of the average member of an audience, and what makes a hit with him will please the general public. While conversely, what he doesn't like will be too rotten for anyone. The kid is a pest, a wart, and a pot of poison, and should be strangled." The rehearsal went on. The hero got off his line. There was a slight outburst of frightfulness between the stage manager and a voice named Bill that came from somewhere near the roof, the subject under discussion being where the devil Bill's ambers were at that particular juncture. Then things went on again until the moment arrived for Cyril's big scene. I was still a trifle hazy about the plot, but I had got on to the fact that Cyril was some sort of an English peer who had come over to America, doubtless for the best reasons. So far he had only 2 lines to say. One was, "Oh, I say," and the other was, "Yes, by Jove." But I seemed to recollect from hearing him his part that pretty soon he was due rather to spread himself. I sat back in my seat and waited for him to bob up. He bobbed up about 5 minutes later. Things had got a bit stormy by that time. The voice and the stage director had had another of their love feasts. This time something to do with why Bill's blues weren't in the job or something. And almost as soon as that was over, there was a bit of unpleasantness because a flower pot fell off a window ledge and nearly brained the hero. The atmosphere was consequently more or less hotted up when Cyril, who had been hanging out at the back of the stage with a squad of his Akron inseparables, breezed down centre and towed the mark for his most substantial chunk of entertainment. The heroine had been saying something, I forget what, something about love being something or not being something, if you follow me, and all the car conductors, with Cyril at their head, had begun to surge round her in the ruthless sort of way those chappies always do when there's a number coming along. Cyril's first line was,
"Oh, I say, you mustn't say that, really."
And it seemed to me he passed it over the larynx with a goodish deal of vim and je ne sais quoi. But, by Jove, before the heroine had time for the comeback, our little friend with the freckles had risen to lodge a protest.
"Pop."
"Yes, darling?"
"That one's no good."
"Which one, darling?"
"The one with a face like a fish."
"But they all have faces like fish, darling." The child seemed to see the justice of his objection. He became more definite.
"The ugly one."
"Which ugly one? That one?" said old Blumenfield, pointing to Cyril.
"Yep, he's rotten."
"I thought so myself."
"He's a pill."
"You're dead right, my boy. I've noticed it for some time." Cyril had been gaping a bit while these few remarks were in progress. He now shot down to the footlights. Even from where I was sitting, I could see that these harsh words had hit the old Bassington family pride a frightful wallop. He started to get pink in the ears, and then in the nose, and then in the cheeks, till in about a quarter of a minute he looked pretty much like an explosion in a tomato cannery on a sunset evening.
"What the deuce do you mean?"
"What the deuce do you mean?" shouted old Blumenfield.
"Don't yell at me across the footlights."
"I've a dashed good mind to come down and spank that little brute."
"What?"
"A dashed good mind." Old Blumenfield swelled like a pumped-up tyre. He got rounder than ever. "See here, mister, I don't know your darn name."
"My name's Bassington, and the jolly old the Bassingtons aren't accustomed—"
Old Blumenfield told him in a few brief words pretty much what he thought of the Bassingtons, and what they weren't accustomed to. The whole strength of the company rallied round to enjoy his remarks. You could see them jutting out from the wings and protruding from behind trees.
"You gotta work good for my pop,"
said the stout child, wagging his head reprovingly at Cyril.
"I don't want any bally cheek from you," said Cyril, gurgling a bit.
"What's that?" remarked old Blumenfield. "Do you understand that this boy is my son?"
"Yes, I do," said Cyril. "And you both have my sympathy."
"You're fired," bellowed old Blumenfield, swelling a good bit more. "Get out of my theatre." About 10:30 next morning, just after I had finished lubricating the old interior with a soothing cup of oolong, Jeeves filtered into my bedroom and said that Cyril was waiting to see me in the sitting-room. "How does he look, Jeeves?" "Sir?" "What does Mr. Bassington look like?" "It is hardly my place, sir, to criticise the facial peculiarities of your friends."
"I don't mean that. I mean, does he appear peeved and what not?"
"Not noticeably, sir. His manner is tranquil."
"That's rum."
"Sir?"
"Nothing. Show him in, will you?"
I'm bound to say I had expected Cyril showing a few more traces of last night's battle. I was looking for a bit of the overwrought soul and the quivering ganglions, if you know what I mean. He seemed pretty ordinary and quite fairly cheerful.
"Halloa, Wooster, old thing."
"Cheero?"
"I just looked in to say good-bye."
"Good-bye?"
"Yes, I'm off to Washington in an hour."
He sat down on the bed.
"You know, Wooster, old top," he went on, "I've been thinking it all over, and really it doesn't seem quite fair to the jolly old governor, my going on the stage and so forth. What do you think?"
"I see what you mean."
"I mean to say, he sent me over here to broaden my jolly old mind, and words to that effect, don't you know? And I can't help thinking it would be a bit of a jar for the old boy if I gave him the bird and went on the stage instead. I don't know if you understand me, but what I mean to say is, it's a sort of question of conscience."
"Can you leave the show without upsetting everything?"
"Oh, that's all right. I've explained everything to old Blumenfield, and he quite sees my position. Of course, he's sorry to lose me. Said he didn't see how he could fill my place, and all that sort of thing. But, after all, even if it does land him in a bit of a hole, I think I'm right in resigning my part, don't you?"
"Oh, absolutely."
"I thought you'd agree with me. Well, I ought to be shifting. Awfully glad to have seen something of you, and all that sort of rot. Pip-pip."
"Toodaloo."
He sallied forth, having told all those bally lines with the clear blue pop-eyed gaze of a young child. I rang for Jeeves. You know, ever since last night I had been exercising the old bean to some extent, and a good deal of light had dawned upon me.
"Jeeves?"
"Sir?"
"Did you put that pie-faced infant up to ballyragging Mr. Bassington?"
"Sir?"
"Oh, you know what I mean. Did you tell him to get Mr. Bassington sacked from the Ask Dad company?"
"I would not take such a liberty, sir."
He started to put out my clothes. It is possible that young Master Blumenfield may have gathered from casual remarks of mine that I did not consider the stage altogether a suitable sphere for Mr. Bassington. I say, Jeeves, you know, you're a bit of a marvel. A chappie can generally rely on you, don't you know? Absolutely. I endeavour to give satisfaction, sir. And I'm frightfully obliged, if you know what I mean. Aunt Agatha would have had 16 or 17 fits if you hadn't headed him off. I fancy there might have been some little friction and unpleasantness, sir. I am laying out the blue suit with the thin red stripe, sir. I fancy the effect will be pleasing. It's a rummy thing, but I had finished breakfast and gone out and got as far as the elevator before I remembered what it was I had meant to do to reward Jeeves for his really sporting behaviour in this matter of the Chump Cyril. My heart warmed to the chappie, absolutely. It cut me to the heart to do it, but I had decided to give him his way and let those purple socks pass out of my life. After all, there are times when a cove must make sacrifices. I was just going to nip back and break the glad news to him, when the elevator came up, so I thought I would leave it till I got home. The coloured chappie in charge of the elevator looked at me, as I hopped in, with a good deal of quiet devotion and what not. "I wish to thank you, sir," he said, "for your kindness." "Eh? What?" "Mr. Jeeves done give me them purple socks, as you told him. Thank you very much, sir." I looked down. The blighter was a blaze of mauve from the ankle-bone southward. I don't know when I've seen anything so dressy. "Oh, not at all. Right-o. Glad you like them," I said. Well, I mean to say, what? Absolutely. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 2, The Spring Frock. Rosie was going to buy a new spring frock for George's birthday. Looking at that sentence again, I see that it is open to misconstruction. The frock was bought for herself, but it was to be bought in honour of George's birthday, and flashed upon his admiring gaze for the first time on that occasion. Altogether, taking it all round, George Mellon's 25th birthday promised to be one of the biggest things in history. In the afternoon he was going to strike his employer for a rise of salary. In the evening he and Rosie would dine in the McAster instead of at the red ink place they usually frequented, and at night they would take in a show, with possibly a bite of supper afterwards at a cabaret place. A formidable programme, and one that made it imperative that Rosie's frock should not be out of the picture. She had been saving all the winter to buy a really irreproachable frock, and the money was in the bank, straining at the leash. All that remained was to make a good selection. You probably know Rosie by sight. She sits in a sort of kiosk in front of one of those motion picture palaces which have sprung up in recent years like a rash on the face of our fair city. You hand your money in through a little pigeonhole in the glass in front of her den, and she presses a button, causing a cardboard ticket to leap at you out of a brass slab. Thus far you may argue that I have not sufficiently identified Rosie, every city being full of girls who do conjuring tricks in glass cages. True. Since the movie delirium set in, there are a great many girls who do this. But Rosie is the one who smiles. The others give you your ticket with a sort of aloof hauteur. Rosie is different. Rosie beams at you. She has a cheerful little face, with a nice wide mouth, and when you push your hard-earned through the opening in the glass, a flash of white teeth encourages you to believe that, after all, you may not be going to waste your evening. You go in feeling heartened, with a vague impression that Rosie must be rather a nice girl. In this you are perfectly correct. George Mellon, the party of the second part, is also, curiously enough, a door-hound, a keeper of the gates, and a dweller upon the threshold. But he works by day. He is the presentable young man who sits in the ante-room at the offices of the Ladies' Sphere, and keeps people from seeing the editor. Editors, who are human beavers, industrious little creatures who work hard and shrink from the public gaze, generally employ, to ensure privacy, a small boy with red hair, a tight suit, and an air of having seen all the trickery and wickedness in the world. At the ladies' sphere, however, where beautiful and refined women are popping in and out all day like rabbits, something with a little more tone is required, and George landed the job against a field of 26 competitors. This should enable you to get an adequate angle on George. It is not every young man who can head off, without offence, lovely creatures in Paris frocks and mink coats, and convince them simultaneously that it is the editor's dearest wish to have a long, cosy chat with them, but that he can't see them this morning. Men with less diplomacy than George have held ambassadorships in foreign capitals. It was this manner of his that had first attracted Rosie when she had called one morning to see the editor. "Have you an appointment, madam?" George had inquired, bending suavely over the little wooden gate with the air of a plenipotentiary at the court of St. James exchanging compliments with a princess of the blood. Rosie said she had no appointment. "Then I fear," said George with manly regret, "that it will scarcely be possible for you to see Mr. Hebblethwaite to-day. Mr. Hebblethwaite is exceedingly busy just now. The magazine goes to press to-day." The magazine was always going to press when people tried to get past George. "If you would care to leave a message?" "I only wanted to ask him if he would mind giving me the 10 delicious morsels from the chafing dish that he had in the March number. I cut them out, but I lost them." "Our publishing department would attend to that," said George. "If you would care to leave your name and address, I will see that they are forwarded to you." And in the short space of time which it took Rosie to write down her name and address, George had headed off 2 artists and a short story writer. Rosie felt that this was no ordinary man. George must have conceived an equally flattering opinion of her, for that same evening he called at her address in person, bearing the March number, and so pleasantly and swiftly did their acquaintance progress that, before he left, Rosie had cooked delicious morsel number 3 on her chafing dish, and they ate it together. Rosie was a wonderful cook, and it may be that George, who had suffered much from boarding-house meals, acquired at that moment his first yearning for domesticity. All through the summer and autumn their intimacy had ripened, and in the middle of November George proposed. They decided that they would get married immediately after his next rise of salary, and George had fixed the beginning of May as the date for negotiating that business deal. Balmy spring, with all its softening influences, would have had a chance by then to work on Mr. Hebblethwaite and render him malleable. "But, oh, George," said Rosie, "suppose he doesn't give it to you?" "He will. He knows I'm a valuable man." "Of course you are, but—" "There were 26 others applied for the job same time as me, and I copped. That shows you." "I know you're wonderful," said Rosie, "but still—" "It isn't everyone," said George, "who could do my job. You can't go offending people, but you've no idea what an amount of cheek women have. Why, the first week I was at the office, a female got past me by saying she was the boss's wife. She looked all right, she spoke all right. So I thought she was all right, and I opened the gate. In about 10 minutes out she came, said good morning with a nice smile, and hooked it. And 2 seconds later I'm rung for, and there's the boss chewing holes in the carpet and smashing up the furniture with his bare hands. Seems she was a lady book canvasser, and, before he could get rid of her, she had landed him with Historic Heartbreakers, highly educational and as interesting as a novel. Since then I've played it safe. Nobody gets past me without an appointment. The boss knows that, and values me accordingly." "But Mr. Hebblethwaite looks so fierce. I'd die of fright if I had to ask him for a rise." George felt in his inner pocket and produced, with a certain complacency, a cutting from the advertisement pages of the magazine which employed him. "I might have felt that way once, but the other day I came across this. I've written for the book. It looks to me like the goods." The cutting showed a picture of a resolute young man with a clean-cut face and a strong mouth, pointing a minatory finger at an elderly man with a pointed beard. The elderly man was cowering down in his chair, and obviously getting the loser's end of the mix-up. Beneath the picture were the words, "Look him in the eye and win." And then, "No matter how big he is, no matter how powerful, he will listen, heed you, and respect you. Don't flinch. Make him drop his glance or turn his gaze, and your battle is won. What battle? Your every battle, the battle you must fight every day with the men who block your way to success. Have courage and show it. Courage for what, you ask? The courage to assert yourself, to demand and get your rights, the calm, steady, unwavering courage that shows through your eye to every man you meet. Send the coupon below, and let us mail to you, absolutely free for examination, a copy of this sensational new book, The Will and Its Training, by Otis Elmer Banks, Ph.D. Have courage, and the world is your oyster." Rosie was impressed. "Why should the world be an oyster?" she asked. "I don't know," said George frankly. "I didn't understand that bit myself. But that's not the point. The whole thing is that I mean to train myself scientifically and then go in and win. You can see by what it says here that it'll be like taking money from a child's bank. Very likely I shan't hardly have to ask. Probably he'll unbelt directly he meets my eye." So that was settled, and it seemed to Rosie to make it all the more imperative that she should not let down her end of the coming campaign. If George was going to go through an ordeal like that for her sake, the least she could do was to reward him by being a credit to him in the matter of a spring frock. As the days went by, Rosie began to regard the spring frock as a sort of symbol of her love and of her worthiness to be loved. Her future seemed to hang on it. The process of buying a spring frock, especially if you wait till spring to do it, is not so simple as it might seem to the lay mind. The big room at the big store which Rosie had selected was crammed to suffocation when she arrived. Women of all sorts and sizes were competing for the attention of the salesgirls. The assemblage looked like the mob scene in a motion picture. Large women jostled small women, short women jostled tall women. Thin women and stout women pushed one another, and everybody else impartially. Rosie sat down in a corner to wait. It was the first warm day of spring, and she felt exhausted. But because she was Rosie, and combined an outsize in hearts with a small size in bodies, it was not her own tiredness that compelled her pity. She was sorry for the salesgirls. They were working so terribly hard. Rosie watched them dive into mysterious cupboards, come out laden with frocks and more frocks, and exhibit these to the customers, in much the same manner as the waiter at your restaurant shows you the lobster, but without the latter's optimism. The waiter is confident and cheery. He knows there is going to be a happy ending. His air is the air of a man concluding the last trifling formalities of a successful business operation. But these girls who were parading spring frocks had the disheartening knowledge, the fruit of long experience, that they were probably wasting their time, and that most of the women they served had no intention of buying, but had merely come there to play at shopping. Presently the crowd thinned. It was near closing time. The big room presented an after-the-battle appearance. Spring frocks lay about on tables as if they had swooned there from exhaustion. The air was close and heavy. The salesgirls stood in twos and threes among the wreckage, like the survivors of a forlorn hope. One of them perceived Rosie and limped towards her in a depressed way. Rosie could almost see her thinking. Plainer than words, her pale face was saying, "Oh, Lord, another of them." "Can I attend to you, madam?" Rosie felt shrinkingly apologetic. She had forgotten that she had a headache herself, and that she had been waiting patiently for nearly an hour. She only felt that it was brutal of her to keep this poor girl working a moment longer. "I want to look at some frocks, please." The salesgirl's expression seemed to say that her worst fears had been confirmed. She walked slowly away, picked up one of the dresses that had fainted on a nearby chair and returned, her listlessness more marked than ever. The frock she bore was, in a sense, a frock. In shape and material it conformed to the definition, but the mere sight of it sent a shudder through Rosie, by so much did it miss being the ideal of her dreams. It had no poetry, no meaning, no chic, no je ne sais quoi, no anything that was attractive and inspiring. Worse, it looked vulgar. It was a loud black and white check, and one glance told Rosie that she would look awful in it. She had opened her lips to denounce and reject the horrid thing, when she caught sight of the girl's face. Girls who live alone and support themselves, like Rosie, come to acquire something of the masculine attitude towards life. They lose the woman's inborn gift of shopping, and acquire in its place that consideration for the other party to the transaction which marks the average male. A man whose aim it is to buy a pair of trousers does not stand coolly by while the attendant exhibits his entire stock, and then go off without making a purchase. A brief, "Gimme those," and his shopping is finished. Rosie had this male characteristic. She hated giving trouble. Even in ordinary circumstances it pained her to have to refuse to buy. And now, looking at this pale, tired girl before her, she forgot all about the vital importance of finding the one spring frock which Heaven had destined for her from the beginning of things. All she felt was that she must get the business finished quickly and let the poor girl go home. "That will do splendidly," she said. The salesgirl blinked. This was one of the things that didn't happen. Then, as realization came to her, her eyes lit up. Their grateful gleam was Rosie's recompense. And she needed some recompense, for directly the words were out of her mouth, she knew what she had done. The memory of a kind action is supposed to be an unfailing recipe for happiness. Boy Scouts grow fat on it. But Rosie, as she went to meet George at the Hotel McAster for the night of his birthday, felt none of that glow of quiet content which she might reasonably have expected as her right. On the contrary, she was miserable and apprehensive. Man, which includes woman, being the ruler of creation and having an immortal soul and other advantages, ought to be superior to such trivialities as clothes. A quiet conscience is more important than a loud suit. But such is human frailty that the best of us lose our nerve if we feel that our outer husk is not all it should be. Rosie knew that she did not look right. And when a woman feels that, she might just as well go home and get into a kimono. The situation was rendered more poignant by the fact that George was not as other men. George was employed at the offices of a magazine which dictated the fashions to 1,000,000 women, where even the shorthand writers looked like fashion plates, and every caller presented to his gaze the last word in what was smart. George, therefore, naturally had a high standard. Something special was required to win his trained approval. And she was coming to meet him at a fashionable restaurant in a black and white check frock that was not only hideous but hardly respectable. As she got off the car, she saw him waiting outside the restaurant. He looked superb. George was always a great dresser. She hurried towards him with a sinking heart, gamely forcing her face into a smile. "Here I am, dear." "Hello," said George. Was his voice cold? Was his manner distant? "Many happy returns of the day." "Thanks." Yes, his voice was cold, his manner was distant, and the dull, disapproving look in his eye. There was a momentary silence. They stood aside to allow a stream of diners to go in. Rosie looked at the women. They were walking reproaches to her. They were smart. They glittered. A sudden panic came upon her. Something told her that George would be ashamed to be seen with her in a place like the McAster. "I say, Rosie." There was embarrassment in George's voice. He gave a swift look over his shoulder into the crowded, prismatic lobby of the restaurant. "I don't know that I'm so crazy to have dinner here," he said awkwardly. "How about going somewhere else?" The blow had fallen, and like most blows that fall after we have been anticipating them, it had an unexpected effect on its victim. A moment before, she had felt humble, ashamed of herself, but now, when George had come out into the open and as good as told her in so many words that he shrank from being seen with her in public, a fighting spirit which she had never suspected herself of possessing flamed into being. All her unhappiness crystallized into a furious resentment. She hated George, who had humiliated her. "I don't mind," she said. "Darned noisy, crowded place," said George. "I've heard the service is bad, too." She despised him now, besides hating him. It was pitiful to see him standing there, mumbling transparent lies to try to justify himself. "Shall we go to Giuseppe's?" she asked coldly. The question was a test. Giuseppe's was where they always went, one of the 487 Italian restaurants in the neighbourhood which provided table d'hôte dinners for the impecunious. The food was plentiful, especially the soup, which was a meal in itself, and they had always enjoyed themselves there. But if George could countenance the humble surroundings of Giuseppe's on his birthday, on the night they had been looking forward to for weeks as a grand occasion, then George must indeed have sunk low. For George to answer yes was equivalent to an admission that he had feet of clay. "Yes," answered George, "that's just what I'd like." Rosie put her finger in her mouth and bit it hard. It was the only way she could keep from crying. Dinner was a miserable affair. The constraint between them was like a wall of fog. It was perhaps fortunate that they had decided to go to Giuseppe's, for there conversation is not essential. What with the clatter of cutlery, the babble of talk, the shrill cries of the Italian waitresses conveying instruction and reproof to an unseen cook, who replied with what sounded like a recitative passage from grand opera, and the deep gurgling of the soup dispatchers, there is plenty of tumult to cover any lack of small talk. Rosie, listening to the uproar, with the chair of the diner behind her joggling her back and the elbow of the diner beside her threatening her ribs, remembered with bitterness that George had called the McAster a noisy, crowded place. When the ice cream and the demitasses appeared, Rosie leaned forward. "Did you get tickets for a theatre?" she asked. "No," said George. "I thought I'd wait and see what show you'd like to go to." "I don't think I want to go to a show. I've a headache. I'll go home and rest." "Good idea," said George. It was hopeless for him to try to keep the relief out of his voice. "I'm sorry you've a headache." Rosie said nothing. They parted at her door in strained silence. Rosie went wearily up to her room and sat down on the accommodating piece of furniture which was a bed by night, and which by day retired modestly into the wall and tried to look like a bookshelf. She had deceived George when she told him that she had a headache. Her head had never been clearer. Never had she been able to think so coherently and with such judicial intensity. She could see quite plainly now how mistaken she had been in George. She had been deceived by the glamour of the man. She did not blame herself for this. Any girl might have done the same. Even now, though her eyes were opened, she freely recognized his attractions. He was good-looking, an entertaining talker, and superficially kind and thoughtful. She was not to be blamed for having fancied herself in love with him. She ought to consider herself very lucky to have found him out before it was too late. She had been granted the chance of catching him off his guard, of scratching the veneer, and she felt thankful. At this point in her meditations Rosie burst into tears, due, no doubt, to relief. The drawback of being a girl who seldom cries is that, when you do cry, you do it clumsily and without restraint. Rosie was subconsciously aware that she was weeping a little noisily, but it was not till a voice spoke at her side that she discovered that she was rousing the house. "For the love of Pete, honey, whatever is the matter?" A stout, comfortably unkempt girl in a kimono was standing beside her. There was concern on her pleasant face. "It's nothing," said Rosie. "I didn't mean to disturb you." Nothing? It sounded like a couple of families being murdered in cold blood. I'm in the room next to this, and I guess the walls are made of paper, for it sounded to me as if it was all happening on my own rug. Come along, honey. You tell me all about it. Maybe it's not true anyway." She sat down beside Rosie on the bookcase bed and patted her shoulder in a comforting manner. Then she drew from the recesses of her kimono a packet of chewing gum, a girl's best friend. "Have some?" Rosie shook her head. "Kind of soothing, gum is," said the stout girl, inserting a slab in her mouth as if she were posting a letter, and beginning to champ rhythmically like an amiable cow. "Now, what's your little trouble?" "There's nothing to tell." "Well, go ahead and tell it then." Rosie gave in to the impulse which urged her to confide. There was something undeniably appealing and maternal about this girl. In a few broken sentences she revealed the position of affairs. When she came to the part where George had refused to take her into the McAster, the stout girl was so moved that she swallowed her gum and had to take another slab. The stout girl gave it as her opinion that George was a washout. "Of course," said Rosie, with a weak impulse to defend her late idol, "he's very particular about clothes." The stout girl would hear of no defence. She said it was Bolsheviks like George that caused half the trouble in the world. "Not," she said, eyeing Rosie critically, "but what that certainly is some little frock you've got on. I'll say so. Nobody couldn't look her best in that." She gave a sudden start. "Say, where did you get it?" "At Fuller and Benjamin's." "My stars!" cried the stout girl. "It is! I thought all along it looked kind of familiar. Why, honey, that's the dress we girls call the Crown Prince, because it oughtn't to be at large. Why, it's a regular joke with us. I've tried to sell it a dozen times myself. What? Sure, I work at Fuller and Benjamin's. And say, I remember you now. You came in just on closing time, and Sadie Lewis waited on you. For the love of Pete, why ever did you go and be so foolish as to let Sadie pass a thing like that on you?" "She looked so tired," said Rosie, miserably. "I just hated to bother her to show me a lot of dresses, so I took the first. It seemed such a shame. She looked all worn out." For the first time in her career as a chewer, a career that had covered 2 decades, the stout girl swallowed her gum twice in a single evening. Only the supremest emotion could have made her do this, for she was a girl who was careful of her chewing gum, even to the extent of fastening it under the counter or behind doors for future use when it was not in active service. When she bought gum, she bought the cereal rights. But now, in the face of this extraordinary revelation, swallowing it seemed the only thing to do. She was stunned. A miracle had happened. With her own eyes she had seen a shopper who had consideration for shop girls. Diogenes could not have been more surprised if he had found his honest man. "Well, if that don't beat everything!" she gasped. "Wherever did you get those funny ideas of yours about us salesladies being human? Didn't you know we was just machines? Now you listen here, honey. There's certainly something coming to you for that, and here's where you're going to get it. I've the cutest frock all tucked away down at the store, just ready and waiting for you. Honest, it's a bird. What's your size? Why, it'll fit you just like mother made. I sold it this morning to a dame who went dippy over it." "It's sold?" "Don't you worry about that. It hasn't been sent off yet. And I know the dame that got her hooks onto it. She's one of the Boomerang sisters, the kind you send the goods to and have 'em come whizzing back at you. She ain't worthy of that frock, honey, and she ain't going to get it. She'll get the Crown Prince instead and be told that's what she ordered." "But won't you get into trouble?" "There you go again, worrying yourself about the poor working girl. Say, that habit's going to grow on you if you don't look out. I won't get into no trouble. She'll let out a squawk you'll be able to hear for miles, I've no doubt, but I shan't worry. I'm quitting on the 17th. Going to be married." The stout girl sighed dreamily. "Say, there's a fellow that really is a fellow. Runs a dry goods and notions store back home where I come from. Been crazy about me since we were kids. Has a Ford car, couple of help, half-acre lot back of the house, 28 chickens, and a bulldog that he's been offered $50 for, and grows his own vegetables. I'm the lucky girl, all right. Well, you look in at the store bright and early tomorrow morning and ask for me. Miss Merridew's my name, and I'll have that dress waiting for you. I'll say good night now. Got to write to my boy before I hit the hay. See you later." George was dealing with the poetess in his suave manner when Rosie reached the office of the Ladies' Sphere at noon next day. In a few moments the poetess had receded like a brightly coloured wave that rolls down the beach. The lift engulfed her, and she was no more. George came over to Rosie. "Hello, Kitty. Where did you spring from?" This was quite a different George. His eyes shone with pleasure at the sight of her. His animation had returned. A very different George from the dull-eyed, disapproving critic of last night. Rosie looked at him steadily, without an answering smile. She was a very different Rosie also from the stricken creature who had parted from him yesterday. The new frock was all and more than Miss Merridew had claimed for it. Navy blue, with short shoulders, tight sleeves, and wonderful lines, it was precisely the frock of which Rosie had dreamed. She felt decently clad at last. From the smart little straw hat with its flowers and fruit to the jaunty footwear, she was precisely all that a girl could wish to be. She could hold her head up again. And she did hold up her head, with a militant tilt of the chin. She was feeling strong and resolute. Before she left, the engagement would be broken. On that point she was as rigid as steel. If her outward appearance was all that George valued, she had done with him. "I came to say something to you, George," she said quietly. George did not appear to have heard her. He looked about him. From behind doors came the click of typewriters and the sound of voices, but nobody was visible. They had the anteroom to themselves. "Say, I got it." "Got it?" "The rise, you know." "Yes?" He seemed not to notice the coolness of her voice. This man was full of his own petty triumph. "I'll tell you one thing, though," he went on. "I don't know who Otis Elmer Banks is, but he's an ass. That dope of his may be all right with some people, but when it comes to slipping one on Mr. Hebblethwaite, it's about as much good as a cold in the head. Yesterday afternoon I breezed into the boss's office, looked him in the eye, as per schedule, and said I could do with a rise. According to the dope, he ought to have acted like a lamb, but all he did was to tell me to get out. I got out. The way I figured it was that if I didn't get out then, I'd be getting out a little later for good." A caller intruded, desirous of seeing the editor. George disposed of her. He returned to Rosie. "Well, back I go to my chair out here feeling good and sore, and presently a dame blows in and wants to see the boss. I tell her, 'Nothing doing.' 'You evidently don't know who I am,' she says, looking at me as if I was just one of the common people. 'I am Mrs. Hebblethwaite.' She had a book under her arm, and it looked to me like a sample. I wasn't taking any chances. 'Sorry, ma'am,' I says, 'but the last Mrs. Hebblethwaite that called here was a book canvasser, so unless you have an appointment, it's no go. I value my job, and I want to hold it.' 'I shall speak to my husband about your impertinence,' she said, and hooked it. I thought no more about it. And that night, while I was waiting for you in the McAster lobby, I'm darned if the boss didn't come in with this same woman, and I heard her ask him if he'd remembered to put the cover over the canary's cage before they left home. Gee, by the time you arrived, I'd made up my mind it would be the sack for me first thing this morning. I don't suppose you noticed anything, but I was feeling so sick I just wanted to creep away and die." Rosie leaned bonelessly against the rail. The reaction from her militant mood had left her limp. The thought of how she had wronged her golden-hearted George filled her with self-loathing. She had no right to be engaged to marry the most perfect of his sex. "Oh, George!" she gasped. George misinterpreted her emotion. He patted her hand encouragingly. "It's all right, Kitty. I told you there was a happy ending. This morning the boss sent for me. 'What's all this I hear about you refusing Mrs. Hebblethwaite admittance yesterday?' he said. I was feeling that all was over now except the tearful farewells. "She told you who she was," he said. "What did you keep her out for?" "I thought you were busy, Mr. Hebblethwaite," I said, "and it's always been my idea that, if callers hadn't appointments, you weren't to be disturbed on any account." He didn't say anything for a bit, then he kind of glared at me. "How many were there after the job when you got it?" I told him 27, counting me. "Then let me tell you, young man," he said, worrying his cigar, "that I don't consider you one of 27. You're one in a million. You've a head. Weren't you boring me yesterday with some silly story about wanting a rise? What do you want a rise for?" "Want to get married, sir." He looked at me in a pitying sort of way. "You don't know when you're well off," he said. "Oh, well, give this to the cashier." And he scribbled something on a bit of paper, a note to the cashier for quite a decent rise. So there we are. Say, I happened to be passing a shop a few days ago, and I saw in the window some furniture that—" Rosie gulped. "But, George, why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you? Why, I have told you." "Last night, I mean." George laughed a little sheepishly. "Well, after the way I'd been blowing to you about what a marvel I was and what I was going to do to the boss when I got him alone, I kind of felt you'd think me such a darned fool. Besides, I didn't want to worry you." "But you did worry me. I nearly died." George stared. "Eh? How? Why?" "Why, I naturally thought, when you suddenly didn't want to go into the McAster, that you were ashamed to be seen there with me." "Ashamed to be seen with you? Whatever gave you that idea?" "I thought you thought my frock was too awful." "What's the matter with your frock?" asked George, puzzled. "It looks all right to me." "Not this one. The one I wore last night." "Isn't that the one you wore last night?" said George. Rosie blinked. "You're the most wonderful man on earth." "Sure, but don't tell anybody." "But all the same, you're pretty awful not to see that this is the cutest spring frock ever made." George looked into her eyes. Otis Elmer Banks himself never directed into anybody's eyes such a steady, whole-hearted gaze. Looking over his shoulder again, to make sure that their privacy was still undisturbed, he kissed Rosie. "Anything you wear looks that way to me," he said. "Well, as I was saying, I was passing this shop, and there in the window was the swellest set of drawing-room furniture—" End of Chapter 2, read by Kara Shallenberg, www.kra.org, on Wednesday, March 5th, 2014, in San Diego, California.
Chapter 3 of Wodehouse in the Strand, Short Story Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. Wodehouse in the Strand, Short Story Collection. By Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 3. A Woman is Only a Woman. On a fine day in the spring, summer, or early autumn, there are few spots more delightful than the terrace in front of the Woodhaven Golf Club. It is a vantage point peculiarly fitted to the man of philosophic mind, for from it may be seen that varied, never-ending pageant, which men call golf, in a number of its aspects. To your right, on the first tee, stand the cheery optimists who are about to make their opening drive, happily conscious that even a topped shot will trickle a measurable distance down the steep hill. Away in the valley, directly in front of you, is the lake hole, where these same optimists will be converted to pessimism by the wet splash of a new ball. At your side is the 9th green, with its sinuous undulations which have so often wrecked the returning traveler in sight of home. And at various points within your line of vision are the 3rd tee, the 6th tee, and the sinister bunkers about the 8th green. None of them lacking in food for the reflective mind. It is on this terrace that the oldest member sits, watching the younger generation knocking at the divot. His eye is calm and dreamy, the eye of a man who, as the poet says, has seen golf steadily and seen it whole. He sips absently from the glass on the table beside him. His gaze wanders from Jimmy Fothergill's 220-yard drive down the hill to the silver drops that flash up in the sun, as young Freddie Woosley's mashie shot drops weakly into the waters of the lake. Returning, it rests upon Peter Willard, large and tall, and James Todd, small and slender, as they struggle up the fairway of the 9th. Love, says the oldest member, is an emotion which your true golfer should always treat with suspicion. Do not misunderstand me. I am not saying that love is a bad thing, only that it is an unknown quantity. I have known cases where marriage improved a man's game, and other cases where it seemed to put him right off his stroke. There seems to be no fixed rule, but what I do say is that a golfer should be cautious. He should not be led away by the first pretty face. I will tell you a story that illustrates the point. There have been, no doubt, 1,000 others of exactly the same kind, but this one came under my immediate notice, and I can speak of it at first hand. It is the story of those two men who have just got on to the 9th green, Peter Willard and James Todd. There is about great friendships between man and man, said the oldest member, a certain inevitability that can only be compared with the age-old association of ham and eggs. No one can say when it was that these two wholesome and palatable foodstuffs first came together, nor what was the mutual magnetism that brought their deathless partnership about. One simply feels that it is one of the things that must be so. Similarly with men. Who can trace to its first beginnings the love of Damon for Pythias, of David for Jonathan, of Swan for Edgar? Who can explain what it was about Cross that first attracted Blackwell? We simply say, these men are friends, and leave it at that. In the case of Peter Willard and James Todd, one may hazard the guess that the first link in the chain that bound them together was the fact that they took up golf within a few days of each other, and contrived as time went on to develop such equal form at the game that the most expert critics are still baffled in their efforts to decide which is the worse player. I have heard the point argued 100 times without any conclusion being reached. Supporters of Peter claim that his driving off the tee entitles him to an unchallenged preeminence among the world's most hopeless foozlers, only to be discomfited later when the advocates of James show by means of diagrams that no one has ever surpassed their man in absolute incompetence with the spoon. It is one of those problems where debate is futile. Few things draw two men together more surely than a mutual inability to master golf, coupled with an intense and ever-increasing love for the game. At the end of the first few months, when a series of costly experiments had convinced both Peter and James that there was not a tottering gray beard or a toddling infant in the neighborhood whose downfall they could encompass, the two became inseparable. It was pleasanter, they found, to play together and go neck and neck round the 18 holes than to take on some lissom youngster who could spatter them all over the course with one old ball and a cut-down cleek stolen from his father, or some spavined elder who not only rubbed it into them, but was apt between strokes to bore them with personal reminiscences of the Crimean War. So they began to play together early and late, in the small hours before breakfast, long ere the first faint piping of the waking caddy made itself heard from the caddy shed. They were halfway through their opening round. And at close of day, when bats wheeled against the steely sky, and the pros had stolen home to rest, you might see them in the deepening dusk, going through the concluding exercises of their final spasm. After dark, they visited each other's houses and read golf books. If you have gathered from what I have said that Peter Willard and James Todd were fond of golf, I am satisfied. That is the impression I intended to convey. They were real golfers, for real golf is a thing of the spirit, not of mere mechanical excellence of stroke. It must not be thought, however, that they devoted too much of their time and their thoughts to golf, assuming, indeed, that such a thing is possible. Each was connected with a business in the metropolis, and often, before he left for the links, Peter would go to the trouble and expense of calling up the office to say he would not be coming in that day. While I myself have heard James, and this not once but frequently, say, while lunching in the clubhouse, that he had half a mind to get Grace Church Street on the phone and ask how things were going. They were, in fact, the type of men of whom England is proudest, the backbone of a great country, toilers in the mart, untired businessmen, keen, red-blooded men of affairs. If they played a little golf besides, who shall blame them? So they went on, day by day, happy and contented. And then the woman came into their lives, like the serpent in the links of Eden, and perhaps for the first time they realized that they were not one entity, not one single indivisible something that made for topped drives and short putts, but two individuals in whose breasts nature had implanted other desires than the simple ambition some day to do the dogleg hole on the second nine in under double figures. My friends tell me that when I am relating a story, my language is inclined at times a little to obscure my meaning. But if you understand from what I have been saying that James Todd and Peter Willard both fell in love with the same woman. All right, let us carry on. That is precisely what I was driving at. I have not the pleasure of an intimate acquaintance with Grace Forrester. I have seen her in the distance, watering the flowers in her garden, and on these occasions her stance struck me as graceful. And once at a picnic I observed her killing wasps with a teaspoon and was impressed by the freedom of the wrist action of her backswing. Beyond this I can say little, but she must have been attractive, for there can be no doubt of the earnestness with which both Peter and James fell in love with her. I doubt if either slept a wink the night of the dance at which it was their privilege first to meet her. The next afternoon, happening to encounter Peter in the bunker near the 11th green, James said, "That was a nice girl, that Miss What's-her-name." And Peter, pausing for a moment from his trench digging, replied, "Yes." And then James, with a pang, knew that he had a rival, for he had not mentioned Miss Forrester's name, and yet Peter had divined that it was to her that he had referred. Love is a fever which, so to speak, drives off without wasting time on the address. On the very next morning, after the conversation which I have related, James Todd rang Peter Willard up on the phone and canceled their golf engagements for the day, on the plea of a sprained wrist. Peter, acknowledging the cancellation, stated that he himself had been on the point of ringing James up to say that he would be unable to play owing to a slight headache. They met at tea-time at Miss Forrester's house. James asked how Peter's headache was, and Peter said it was a little better. Peter inquired after James' sprained wrist, and was told it seemed on the mend. Miss Forrester dispensed tea and conversation to both impartially. They walked home together. After an awkward silence of 20 minutes, James said, "There is something about the atmosphere, the aura, shall I say, that emanates from a good woman that makes a man feel that life has a different meaning." Peter replied, "Yes." When they reached James's door, James said, "I won't ask you in tonight, old man. You want to go home and rest and cure that headache." "Yes," said Peter. There was another silence. Peter was thinking that only a couple days before, James had told him that he had a copy of Sandy McBean's How to Become a Scratch Man Your First Season by Studying Photographs, coming by parcel post from town, and they had arranged to read it aloud together. By now, thought Peter, it must be lying on his friend's table. The thought saddened him, and James, guessing what was in Peter's mind, was saddened too. But he did not waver. He was in no mood to read McBean's masterpiece that night. In the 20 minutes of silence after leaving Miss Forrester, he had realized that grace rhymes with face, and he wanted to sit alone in his study and write poetry. The two men parted with a distant nod. "I beg your pardon?" "Yes, you are right." Two distant nods. It was always a failing of mine to count the score erroneously. It is not my purpose to weary you by a minute recital of the happenings of each day that went by. On the surface, the lives of these two men seemed unchanged. They still played golf together, and during the round achieved towards each other a manner that superficially retained all its ancient cheeriness and affection. If I should say, when James topped his drive, Peter never failed to say, "Hard luck." And when, or rather if, Peter managed not to top his, James invariably said, "Great!" But things were not the same, and they knew it. It so happened, as it sometimes will on these occasions, for fate is a dramatist who gets his best effects with a small cast, that Peter Willard and James Todd were the only visible aspirants for the hand of Miss Forrester. Right at the beginning, young Freddie Woosley had seemed attracted by the girl and had called once or twice with flowers and chocolates. But Freddie's affection never centered themselves on one object for more than a few days, and he had dropped out after the first week. From that time on, it became clear to the whole of Woodhaven that if Grace Forrester intended to marry anyone in the place, it would be either James or Peter, and a good deal of interest was taken in the matter by the local sportsmen. So little was known of the form of the two men, neither having figured as principal in a love affair before, that even money was the best you could get, and the market was sluggish. I think my own flutter of 12 golf balls taken up by Percival Brown was the most substantial of any of the wagers. I selected James as the winner. Why, I can hardly say unless that he had an aunt who contributed occasional stories to the woman's fear. These things sometimes weigh with the girl. On the other hand, George Lucas, who had half a dozen of ginger ale on Peter, based his calculations on the fact that James wore knickerbockers on the links, and that no girl could possibly love a man with calves like that. In short, you see, we really had nothing to go on. Nor had James and Peter. The girls seemed to like them both equally. They never saw her except in each other's company. And it was not until one day it came out that Grace Forrester was knitting a sweater that there seemed a chance of getting a clue to her hidden feelings. When the news began to spread through the place that Grace was knitting this sweater, there was a big sensation. Had it happened during the war, there would of course have been nothing in it, for in those days all the Woodhaven girls were knitting sweaters for our brave troops, who notoriously fear nothing. But in peacetime, the thing seemed to us practically to amount to a declaration. That was the view that James Todd and Peter Willard took of it, and they used to call on Grace, watch her knitting, and come away with their heads full of complicated calculations. The whole thing hung on one point, to wit, what size the sweater was going to be. If it was large, then it must be for Peter. If small, then James was the lucky man. Neither dared to make open inquiries, but it began to seem almost impossible to find out the truth without them. No masculine eye can reckon up pearls and planes, and estimate the size of chest which the garment is destined to cover. Moreover, with amateur knitters, there must always be allowed a margin for involuntary error. There were many cases during the war where our girls sent sweaters to their sweethearts, which would have induced strangulation in their young brothers. The amateur sweater those days was, in fact, practically tantamount to German propaganda. Peter and James were accordingly baffled. One evening the sweater would look small, and James would come away jubilant. The next it would have swollen over a vast area, and Peter would walk home singing. The suspense of the two men can readily be imagined. On the one hand, they wanted to know their fate. On the other, they fully realized that whoever the sweater was for would have to wear it. And, as it was vivid pink and would probably not fit by a mile, their hearts quailed at the prospect. In all affairs of human tension there must come a breaking point. It came one night as the two men were walking home. "Peter," said James, stopping in mid-stride. He mopped his forehead. His manner had been feverish all the evening. "Yes," said Peter. "I can't stand this any longer. I haven't had a good night's rest for weeks. We must find out definitely which of us is to have that sweater." "Let's go back and ask her," said Peter. So they turned back and rang the bell, and went into the house and presented themselves before Miss Forrester. "Lovely evening," said James, to break the ice. "Superb," said Peter. "Delightful," said Miss Forrester, looking a little surprised at finding the troupe playing a return date without having booked it in advance. "To settle a bet," said James, "will you please tell us who—I should say whom—you are knitting that sweater for?" "It is not a sweater," replied Miss Forrester, with the womanly candor that well became her. "It is a sock. And it is for my cousin Juliet's youngest son, Willie." "Good night," said James. "Good night," said Peter. "Good night," said Grace Forrester. It was during the long hours of the night, when ideas so often come to wakeful men, that James was struck by an admirable solution of his and Peter's difficulty. It seemed to him that, were one of the other to leave Woodhaven, the survivor would find himself in a position to conduct his wooing as wooing should be conducted. Hitherto, as I have indicated, neither had allowed the other to be more than a few minutes alone with the girl. They watched each other like hawks. When James called, Peter called. When Peter dropped in, James invariably popped round. The thing had resolved itself into a stalemate. The idea which now came to James was that he and Peter should settle their rivalry by an 18-hole match on the links. He thought very highly of the idea before he finally went to sleep, and in the morning the scheme looked just as good to him as it had done overnight, and I am bound to say that I myself consider that it was a masterly solution. I am not one of those people who object to games of chance. James was breakfasting next morning, preparatory to going round to disclose his plans to Peter, when Peter walked in looking happier than he had done for days. "Morning," said James. "Morning," said Peter. Peter sat down and toyed absently with a slice of bacon. "I've got an idea," he said. "One isn't many," said James, bringing his knife down with a jerk shot on a fried egg. "What is your idea?" "Got it last night as I was lying awake. It struck me that if either of us was to clear out of this place, the other would have a fair chance. You know what I mean. With her. At present, we've got each other stymied. Now, how would it be," said Peter, abstractedly spreading marmalade on his bacon, "if we were to play an 18-hole match? The loser to leg it out of the neighborhood and stay away long enough to give the winner the chance to find out exactly how things stood." James started so violently that he struck himself in the left eye with his fork. "That's exactly the idea I got last night, too." "Then it's a go?" "It's the only thing to do." There was silence for a moment. Both men were thinking. Remember, they were friends. For years they had shared each other's sorrows, joys, and golf balls, and sliced into the same bunkers. Presently Peter said, "I shall miss you." "What do you mean, miss me?" "When you're gone. Woodhaven won't seem the same place. But of course you'll soon be able to come back. I shan't waste any time proposing." "Leave me your address," said James, "and I'll send you a wire when you can return. You won't be offended if I don't ask you to be best man at the wedding. In the circumstances, it might be painful to you." Peter sighed dreamily. "We'll have the sitting room done in blue. Her eyes are blue." "Remember," said James, "there will always be a knife and a fork for you at our little nest. Grace is not the woman to want me to drop my bachelor friends." "Touching this match," said Peter. "Strict royal and ancient rules, of course." "Certainly. I mean to say, no offense, old man, but no grounding niblicks in bunkers." "Precisely, and without hinting at anything personal, the ball shall be considered holed out only when it is in the hole, not when it stops on the edge." "Undoubtedly. And, you know, I don't want to hurt your feelings. Missing the ball counts as a stroke, not as a practice swing." "Exactly. And you'll forgive me if I mention it. A player whose ball has fallen in the rough may not pull up all the bushes within a radius of 3 feet. In fact, strict rules." "Strict rules." They shook hands without more words, like two knights of King Arthur's Round Table making an appointment to joust at the next tournament. And presently Peter walked out, and James, with a guilty look over his shoulder, took down Sandy McBean's great work from the bookshelf and began to study the photograph of the short approach shot showing Mr. McBean swinging from point A through dotted line BC to point D, his head the while remaining rigid at the spot marked with a cross. He felt a little guiltily that he had stolen a march on his friend, and that the contest was as good as over. I cannot recall a lovelier summer day than that on which the great Todd Willard 18-hole match took place. It had rained during the night, and now the sun shone down from a clear blue sky onto the turf that glistened more greenly than the young grass of early spring. Butterflies flitted to and fro, birds sang merrily. In short, all nature smiled, and it is to be doubted if nature ever had a better excuse for smiling, or even laughing outright, for matches like that between James, Todd, and Peter Willard do not occur every day. Whether it was that love had keyed them up, or whether hours of study of Braid's advanced golf and the badminton book had produced a belated effect, I cannot say, but both started off quite reasonably well. Our first hole, as you can see, is a bogey 4, and James was dead on the pin in 7, leaving Peter, who had twice hit the United Kingdom with his mashie in mistake for the ball, a difficult putt for the half. Only one thing could happen when you left Peter a difficult putt, and James advanced to the lake hole 1 up. Peter, as he followed, trying to console himself with the thought that many of the best golfers prefer to lose the first hole and save themselves for a strong finish. Peter and James had played over the lake hole so often that they had become accustomed to it, and had grown into the habit of sinking a ball or two as a preliminary formality, with much the same stoicism displayed by those kings in ancient and superstitious times who used to fling jewelry into the sea to propitiate it before they took a voyage. But today, by one of those miracles without which golf would not be golf, each of them got over with his first shot. And not only over, but dead on the pin. Our pro himself could not have done better. I think it was at that point that the two men began to go to pieces. They were in an excited frame of mind, and this thing unmanned them. You will no doubt recall Keats' poem about stout Cortez staring with eagle eyes at the Pacific, while all his men gazed at each other with a wild surmise silent upon a peak in Darien. Precisely so did Peter Willard and James Todd stare with eagle eyes at the second hole lake, and gaze at each other with a wild surmise silent upon a tee in Woodhaven. They had dreamed of such a happening so often and woke to find the vision false that at first they could not believe that the thing had actually occurred. They doubted their senses. To see themselves lying there dead made them wonder if they could be alive. "I got over," whispered James, in an odd voice. "So did I," muttered Peter, "in 1. With my very first." They walked in silence round the edge of the lake and holed out. 1 putt was enough for each, and they halved the hole with a 2. Peter's previous record was 8, and James had once done a 7. There are times when strong men lose their self-control, and this was one of them. They reached the 3rd tee in a daze, and it was here that mortification began to set in. The 3rd hole is another bogey 4, up the hill and past the tree that serves as a direction post, the hole itself being out of sight. On his day, James had often done it in 10, and Peter in 9. But now they were unnerved. James, who had the honor, shook visibly as he addressed his ball. 3 times he swung, and only connected with the ozone. The 4th time he topped badly. The discs had been set back a little way, and James had the mournful distinction of breaking a record for the course by playing his 5th shot from the tee. It was a low, raking, brassy shot, which carried a heap of stones 20 feet to the right, and finished in a furrow. Peter, meanwhile, had popped up a lofty ball which came to rest behind a stone. It was now that the rigid rules governing this contest began to take their toll. Had they been playing an ordinary friendly round, each would have teed up on some convenient hillock and probably been past the tree with their second. For James would, in ordinary circumstances, have taken his drive back and regarded the strokes he had made as a little preliminary practice to get him into mid-season form. But today it was war to the niblick, and neither man asked or expected quarter. Peter's 7th shot dislodged the stone, leaving him a clear field, and James, with his 11th, extricated himself from the furrow. 50 feet from the tree, James was 18, Peter 12. But then the latter, as every golfer does at times, suddenly went right off his game. He hit the tree 4 times, then hooked into the sand bunkers to the left of the hole. James, who had been playing a game that was steady without being brilliant, was on the green in 26. Peter taking 27. Poor putting lost James the hole. Peter was down in 33. But the pace was too hot for James. He missed a 2-foot putt for the half, and they went to the 4th tee all square. The 4th hole follows the curve of the road, on the other side of which are picturesque woods. It presents no difficulties to the expert, but it has pitfalls for the novice. The dashing player stands for a slice, while the more cautious are satisfied if they can clear the bunker that spans the fairway and lay their ball well out to the left, whence an iron shot will take them to the green. Peter and James combined the two policies. Peter aimed to the left and got a slice, and James, almost aiming to the left, topped into the bunker. Peter, realizing from experience the futility of searching for his ball in the woods, drove a second, which also disappeared into the jungle, as did his third. By the time he had joined James in the bunker, he had played his 6th. It is the glorious uncertainty of golf that makes it the game it is. The fact that James and Peter, lying side by side in the same bunker, had played respectively 1 and 6 shots, might have induced an unthinking observer to fancy the chances of the former. And no doubt, had he not taken 7 strokes to extricate himself from the pit, while his opponent, by some act of God, contrived to get out in 2, James's chances might have been extremely rosy. As it was, the two men staggered out onto the fairway again, with a score of 8 apiece. Once past the bunker and round the bend of the road, the hole becomes simple. A judicious use of the cleek put Peter on the green in 14, while James, with a braid iron, reached it in 12. Peter was down in 17, and James contrived to halve. It was only as he was leaving the hole that the latter discovered that he had been putting with his niblick, which cannot have failed to exercise a prejudicial effect on his game. These little accidents are bound to happen when one is in a nervous and highly strung condition. The 5th and 6th holes produced no unusual features. Peter won the 5th in 11, and James the 6th in 10. The short 7th they halved in 9. The 8th, always a tricky hole, they took no liberties with, James sinking a long putt with his 23rd, just managing to halve. A ding-dong race up the hill for the 9th found James first at the pin, and they finished the first 9 with James 1 up. As they left the green, James looked a little furtively at his companion. "You might be strolling on to the 10th, he said. "I want to get a few balls at the shop. And my mashie wants fixing up. I shan't be long." "I'll come with you," said Peter. "Don't bother," said James. "You go on and hold our place at the tee." I regret to say that James was lying. His mashie was in excellent repair, and he still had a dozen balls in his bag, it being his prudent practice always to start out with 18. No, what he had said was mere subterfuge. He wanted to go to his locker and snatch a few minutes with Sandy McBean's How to Become a Scratch Man. He felt sure that one more glance at the photograph of Mr. McBean driving would give him the mastery of the stroke and so enable him to win the match. In this I think he was a little sanguine. The difficulty about Sandy McBean's method of tuition was that he laid great stress on the fact that the ball should be directly in a line with a point exactly in the center of the back of the player's neck. And so far James's efforts to keep his eye on the ball and on the back of his neck simultaneously had produced no satisfactory results. It seemed to James, when he joined Peter on the 10th tee, that the latter's manner was strange. He was pale. There was a curious look in his eye. "James, old man," he said. "Yes," said James. "While you were away, I have been thinking, James, old man, do you really love this girl?" James stared. A spasm of pain twisted Peter's face. "Suppose," he said in a low voice, "she were not all we think she is." "What do you mean?" "Nothing, nothing. Miss Forrester is an angel." "Yes, yes, quite so." "I know what it is," said James passionately. "You're trying to put me off my stroke. You know that the least thing makes me lose my form." "No, no. You hope that you can take my mind off the game and make me go to pieces, and then you'll win the match." "On the contrary," said Peter, "I intend to forfeit the match." James reeled. "What?" "I give up." But, James shook with emotion. His voice quavered. "Ah," he cried, "I see now. I understand. You're doing this for me because I am your pal. Peter, this is noble. This is the sort of thing you read about in books. I've seen it in the movies, but I can't accept the sacrifice. You must. No, no, I insist. Do you mean this? I give her up, James, old man. I hope you will be happy. But I don't know what to say. How can I thank you? Don't thank me. But, Peter, do you fully realize what you are doing? True, I am 1 up, but there are 9 holes to go, and I am not right on my game today. You might easily beat me. Have you forgotten that I once took 47 at the dogleg hole? This may be one of my bad days. Do you understand that if you insist on giving up, I shall go to Miss Forrester tonight and propose to her? I understand. And yet you stick to it that you are through? I do. And by the way, there's no need for you to wait till tonight. I saw Miss Forrester just now outside the tennis court. She's alone. James turned crimson. Then I think perhaps you'd better go to her at once. I will. James extended his hand. Peter, old man, I shall never forget this. That's all right. What are you going to do? Now, do you mean? Oh, I shall potter round the second 9. If you want me, you'll find me somewhere about. You'll come to the wedding, Peter? Said James wistfully. Of course, said Peter. Good luck. He spoke cheerily, but when the other had turned to go, he stood looking after him thoughtfully. Then he sighed a heavy sigh. James approached Miss Forrester with a beating heart. She made a charming picture as she stood there in the sunlight, one hand on her hip, the other swaying a tennis racket. How do you do? Said James. How are you, Mr. Todd? Have you been playing golf? Yes. With Mr. Willard? Yes. We were having a match. Golf, said Grace Forrester, seems to make men very rude. Mr. Willard left me without a word in the middle of our conversation. James was astonished. Were you talking to Peter? Yes, just now. I can't understand what was the matter with him. He just turned on his heel and swung off. You oughtn't to turn on your heel when you swing, said James, only on the ball of the foot. I beg your pardon? Nothing. I wasn't thinking. The fact is, I've something on my mind. So is Peter. You mustn't think too hardly of him. We have been playing an important match, and it must have got on his nerves. You didn't happen by any chance to be watching us? No. Ah, then you didn't see me at the lake hole. I wish you had seen me at the lake hole. I did it in 1 under par. Was your father playing? You don't understand. I mean, I did it in 1 better than even the finest player is supposed to do it. It's a mashy shot, you know. You mustn't play it too light, or you fall in the lake. And you mustn't play it too hard, or you go past the hole into the woods. It requires the nicest delicacy and judgment, such as I gave it. You might have to wait a year before seeing anyone do it in 2 again. I doubt if the pro often does it in 2. Now, directly we came to this hole today, I made up my mind that there was going to be no mistake. The great secret of any shot at golf is ease, elegance, and the ability to relax. The majority of men, you will find, think it important that their address should be good. How snobbish! What does it matter where a man lives? You don't absolutely follow me. I refer to the waggle and the stance before you make the stroke. Most players seem to fix in their minds the appearance of the angles, which are presented by the position of the arms, legs, and club shaft, and it is largely the desire to retain these angles which results in their moving their heads and stiffening their muscles so that there is no freedom in the swing. There is only one point which vitally affects the stroke, and the only reason why that should be kept constant is that you are enabled to see your ball clearly. That is the pivotal point marked at the base of the neck, and a line drawn from this point to the ball should be at right angles to the line of flight. James paused for a moment for air, and as he paused, Miss Forrester spoke. "This is all gibberish to me," she said. "Gibberish?" gasped James. "I am quoting verbatim from one of the best authorities on golf." Miss Forrester swung her tennis racket irritably. "Golf," she said, "bores me pallid." I think it is the silliest game ever invented. The trouble about telling a story is that words are so feeble a means of depicting the supreme moments of life. That is where the artist has the advantage over the historian. Were I an artist, I should show James at this point falling over backwards with his feet together and his eyes shut, with a semicircular dotted line marking the progress of his flight, and a few stars above his head to indicate moral collapse. There are no words that can adequately describe the sheer black horror that froze the blood in his veins as this frightful speech smote his ears. He had never inquired into Miss Forrester's religious views before, but he had always assumed that they were sound. And now here she was polluting the golden summer air with the most hideous blasphemy. It would be incorrect to say that James's love was turned to hate. He did not hate Grace. The repulsion he felt was deeper than mere hate. What he felt was not altogether loathing, and not wholly pity. It was a blend of the two. There was a tense silence. The listening world stood still. Then, without a word, James Todd turned on his heel and tottered away. Peter was working moodily in the 12th bunker when his friend arrived. He looked up with a start. Then, seeing that the other was alone, he came forward hesitatingly. "Am I to congratulate you?" James breathed a deep breath. "You are," he said, "on an escape." "She refused you?" "She didn't get the chance." "Old man, have you ever sent one right up the edge of that bunker in front of the 7th and just not gone in?" "Very rarely." "I did once. It was my second shot, from a good lie, with the light iron, and I followed well through and thought I had gone just too far. And when I walked up, there was my ball on the edge of the bunker, nicely teed up on a chunk of grass, so that I was able to lay it dead with my mashy niblick, holing out in 6. Well, what I mean to say is, I feel now as I felt then, as if some unseen power had withheld me in time from some frightful disaster." "I know just how you feel," said Peter gravely. "Peter, old man, that girl said golf bored her pallid. She said she thought it was the silliest game ever invented." He paused to mark the effect of his words. Peter merely smiled a faint, wan smile. "You don't seem revolted," said James. "I am revolted, but not surprised. You see, she said the same thing to me only a few minutes before." "She did?" "It amounted to the same thing. I had just been telling her how I did the lake hole today in 2, and she said that in her opinion golf was a game for children, with water on the brain, who weren't athletic enough to play animal grab." The two men shivered in sympathy. "There must be insanity in the family," said James at last. "That," said Peter, "is the charitable explanation. We were fortunate to find it out in time." "We were." "We mustn't run a risk like that again." "Never again." "I think we'd better take up golf really seriously. It will keep us out of mischief." "You're quite right. We ought to do our 4 rounds a day regularly. In spring, summer, and autumn, and in winter it would be rash not to practice most of the day at one of those indoor schools. We ought to be safe that way." "Peter, old man," said James, "I've been meaning to speak to you about it for some time. I've got Sandy McBean's new book, and I think you ought to read it. It is full of helpful hints." "James! Peter!" Silently the two men clasped hands. James Todd and Peter Willard were themselves again. "And so," said the oldest member, "we come back to our original starting point. To wit, while there is nothing to be said definitely against love, your golfer should be extremely careful how he indulges in it. It may improve his game, or it may not. But if he finds that there is any danger that it may not, if the object of his affections is not the kind of girl who will listen to him with cheerful sympathy through the long evenings while he tells her, illustrating stance and grip and swing with the kitchen poker, each detail of the day's round, then I say, unhesitatingly, he had better leave it alone. Love has had a lot of press agenting from the oldest times, but there are higher, nobler things than love. A woman is only a woman, but a hefty drive is a slosh. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Wodehouse in the Strand, Short Story Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by dgulino. Wodehouse in the Strand, Short Story Collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 4, A Kink in His Character. A pleasant breeze played among the trees on the terrace outside the Mavis Bay Golf and Country Club. It ruffled the leaves and cooled the forehead of the oldest member, who, as was his custom of a Saturday afternoon, sat in the shade on a rocking chair, observing the younger generation as it hooked and sliced in the valley below. The eye of the oldest member was thoughtful and reflective. When it looked into yours, you saw in it that perfect peace, that peace beyond understanding, which comes at its maximum only to the man who has given up golf. The oldest member has not played golf since the rubber-cored ball superseded the old dignified gutty. But as a spectator and philosopher, he still finds pleasure in the pastime. He is watching it now with keen interest. His gaze, passing from the lemonade which he is sucking through a straw, rests upon the Saturday foursome which is struggling raggedly up the hill to the 9th green. Like all Saturday foursomes, it is in difficulties. One of the patients is zigzagging about the fairway like a liner pursued by submarines. Two others seem to be digging for buried treasure, unless it is too far off to be certain they are killing snakes. The remaining cripple, who has just foozled the massey shot, is blaming his caddy. His voice, as he upbraids the innocent child for breathing during his upswing, comes clearly up the hill. The oldest member sighs. His lemonade gives a sympathetic gurgle. He puts it down on the table. "How few men," says the oldest member, "possess the proper golfing temperament. How few, indeed, judging by the sights I see here on Saturday afternoons, possess any qualification at all for golf except a pair of baggy knickerbockers and enough money to enable them to pay for drinks at the end of the round. The ideal golfer never loses his temper. When I played, I never lost my temper. Sometimes, it is true, I may, after missing a shot, have broken my club across my knees, but I did it in a calm and judicial spirit, because the club was obviously no good, and I was going to get another one anyway. To lose one's temper at golf is foolish. It gets you nothing, not even relief. Imitate the spirit of Marcus Aurelius. Whatever may befall thee, says that great man in his Meditations, it was preordained for thee from everlasting. Nothing happens to anybody which he is not fitted by nature to bear. I like to think that this noble thought came to him after he had sliced a couple of new balls into the woods, and that he had jotted it down on the back of his scorecard. For there can be no doubt that the man was a golfer, and a bad golfer at that. Nobody who had not had a short putt stop on the edge of the hole could possibly have written the words, "That which makes the man no worse than he was makes life no worse. It has no power to harm, without or within." Yes, Marcus Aurelius undoubtedly played golf, and all the evidence seems to indicate that he rarely went round in under 120. The niblick was his club. Speaking of Marcus Aurelius and the golfing temperament recalls to my mind the case of young Mitchell Holmes. Mitchell, when I knew him first, was a promising young man with a future before him in the Patterson Dyeing and Refining Company, of which my old friend, Alexander Patterson, was the president. He had many engaging qualities, among them an unquestioned ability to imitate a bulldog quarreling with a Pekingese in a way which had to be heard to be believed. It was a gift which made him much in demand at social gatherings in the neighborhood, marking him off from other young men who could only almost play the mandolin or recite bits of Gunga Din. And no doubt it was this talent of his which first sowed the seeds of love in the heart of Millicent Boyd. Women are essentially hero-worshippers, and when a warm-hearted girl like Millicent has heard a personable young man imitate a bulldog and a Pekingese to the applause of a crowded drawing-room, and has been able to detect the exact point at which the Pekingese leaves off and the bulldog begins, She could never quite feel the same to other men. In short, Mitchell and Millicent were engaged, and were only waiting to be married till the former could bite the dyeing and refining company's ear for a bit of extra salary. Mitchell Holmes had only one fault. He lost his temper when playing golf. He seldom played a round without becoming piqued, peeved, or in many cases, chagrined. The caddies on our links, it was said, could always worst other small boys in verbal argument by calling them some of the things they had heard Mitchell call his ball on discovering it in a cuppy lie. He had a great gift of language, and used it unsparingly. I will admit that there was some excuse for the man. He had the makings of a brilliant golfer, but a combination of bad luck and inconsistent play invariably robbed him of the fruits of his skill. He was a sort of player who does the first 2 holes in 1 under bogey, and then takes an 11 at the 3rd. The least thing upset him on the links. He missed short putts because of the uproar of the butterflies in the adjoining meadows. It seemed hardly likely that this one kink in an otherwise admirable character would ever seriously affect his working or professional life, but it did. One evening, as I was sitting in my porch, reading Taylor on the push shot, Alexander Patterson was announced. A glance at his face told me that he had come to ask for my advice. Rightly or wrongly, he regarded me as one capable of giving advice. It was I who had changed the whole current of his life by counseling him to leave the wood in his bag and take a driving iron off the tee. And in 1 or 2 other matters, like the choice of putter, so much more important than the choice of a wife, I had been of assistance to him. Alexander sat down and fanned himself with his hat, for the evening was warm. Perplexity was written upon his fine face. "I don't know what to do," he said. "Keep the head still, slow back, don't press," I said gravely. "There is no better rule for a happy and successful life." He did not keep his head still. He shook it. "It's nothing to do with golf this time," he said. "It's about the treasurership of my company. Old Smithers retires next week, and I've got to find a man to fill his place. That should be easy. You have simply to select the most deserving among your other employees." "But which is the most deserving? That's the point. There are 2 men who are capable of holding the job quite adequately. But then I realize how little I know of their real characters. It is the treasurership, you understand, which has to be filled. Now, a man who was quite good at another job might easily get wrong ideas into his head when he became a treasurer. He would have the handling of large sums of money. In other words, a man who in ordinary circumstances had never been conscious of any desire to visit the more distant portions of South America might feel the urge, so to speak, shortly after he became a treasurer. That is my difficulty. Of course, one always takes a sporting chance with any treasurer. But how am I to find out which of these 2 men would give me the more reasonable opportunity of keeping some of my money?" I did not hesitate a moment. I held strong views on the subject of character testing. The only way, I said to Alexander, of really finding out a man's true character is to play golf with him. In no other walk of life does the cloven hoof so quickly display itself. I employed a lawyer for years, until one day I saw him kick his ball out of a heel mark. I removed my business from his charge next morning. He has not yet run off with any trust funds, but there is a nasty gleam in his eye, and I am convinced that it is only a question of time. Golf, my dear fellow, is the infallible test. The man who can go into a patch of rough alone, with the knowledge that only God is watching him, and play his ball where it lies, is the man who will serve you faithfully and well. The man who can smile bravely when his putt is diverted by one of those beastly worm casts is pure gold right through. But the man who is hasty, unbalanced, and violent on the links will display the same qualities in the wider field of everyday life. You don't want an unbalanced treasurer, do you? Not if his books are likely to catch the complaint. They are sure, too. Statisticians estimate that the average of crime among good golfers is lower than in any class of the community except possibly bishops. Since Willie Park won the first championship at Prestwick in the year 1860, there has, I believe, been no instance of an Open champion spending a day in prison. whereas the bad golfer, and by bad I do not mean incompetent, but black-souled, the men who fail to count a stroke when they miss the globe, the men who never replace a divot, the men who talk while their opponent is driving, and the men who let their angry passions rise, these are in and out of Wormwood Scrubs all the time. They find it hardly worth while to get their hair cut in their brief intervals of liberty. Alexander was visibly impressed. "That sounds sensible, by George," he said. "It is sensible. I'll do it. Honestly, I can't see any other way of deciding between Holmes and Dixon." I started. "Holmes? Not Mitchell Holmes?" "Yes, of course, you must know him. He lives here, I believe." "And by Dixon you mean Rupert Dixon?" "That's the man. Another neighbor of yours." I confess that my heart sank. It was as if my ball had fallen into the pit which my niblick had digged. I wished heartily that I had thought of waiting to ascertain the names of the two rivals before offering my scheme. I was extremely fond of Mitchell Holmes and of the girl to whom he was engaged to be married. Indeed, it was I who had sketched out a few rough notes for the lad to use when proposing, and results have shown that he had put my stuff in well. And I had listened many a time with a sympathetic ear to his hopes in the matter of securing a rise in salary which would enable him to get married. Somehow, when Alexander was talking, it had not occurred to me that young Holmes might be in the running for so important an office as the treasurership. Now, when it was too late, I perceived that I had been the unwitting means of laying him a stymie. I had ruined the boy's chances. Ordeal by golf was the one test which he could not possibly undergo with success. Only a miracle could keep him from losing his temper, and I had expressly warned Alexander against such a man. When I thought of his rival, my heart sank still more. Rupert Dixon was rather an unpleasant young man, but the worst of his enemies could not accuse him of not possessing the golfing temperament. From the drive off the toe to the holding of the final putt, he was uniformly suave. When Alexander had gone, I sat in thought for some time. I was faced with a problem. Strictly speaking, no doubt, I had no right to take sides. And, though secrecy had not been enjoined upon me in so many words, I was very well aware that Alexander was under the impression that I would keep the thing under my hat, and not reveal to either party the test that awaited them. Each candidate was, of course, to remain ignorant that he was taking part in anything but a friendly game. But when I thought of the young couple whose future depended on this ordeal, I hesitated no longer. I put on my hat and went round to Miss Boyd's house, where I knew that Mitchell was to be found at this hour. The young couple were out in the porch, looking at the moon. They greeted me heartily, but their heartiness had rather a tinny sound, and I could see that on the whole they regarded me as one of those things which should not happen. But when I told my story, their attitude changed. They began to look on me in the pleasanter light of a guardian, philosopher, and friend. "Wherever did Mr. Patterson get such a silly idea?" said Miss Boyd indignantly. I had, from the best motives, concealed the source of the scheme. "It's ridiculous." "Oh, I don't know," said Mitchell. "The old boy's crazy about golf. It's just the sort of scheme he would cook up. Well, it dishes me." "Oh, come," I said. "It's no good saying, 'oh, come.' You know perfectly well that I'm a frank, outspoken golfer. When my darn ball goes off northeast when I want it to go due west, I can't help expressing an opinion about it. It is a curious phenomenon which calls for comment, and I give it. Similarly, when I top my drive, I have to go on the record as saying that I did not do it intentionally. And it's just these trifles, as far as I can make out, that are going to decide the thing." "Couldn't you learn to control yourself on the links, Mitchell, darling?" asked Millicent. "After all, golf is only a game." Mitchell's eyes met mine, and I have no doubt that mine showed just the same look of horror which I saw in his. Women say these things without thinking. It does not mean that there is any kink in their character. They simply don't realize what they are saying. "Hush," said Mitchell, huskily, patting her hand and overcoming his emotion with a strong effort. "Hush, dearest." 2 or 3 days later, I met Millicent coming from the post office. There was a new light of happiness in her eyes, and her face was glowing. "Such a splendid thing has happened," she said. "After Mitchell left that night, I happened to be glancing through a magazine, and I came across a wonderful advertisement. It began by saying that all the great men in history owed their success to being able to control themselves, and that Napoleon wouldn't have amounted to anything if he had not curbed his fiery nature. And then it said that we can all be like Napoleon if we fill in the accompanying blank order form for Professor Orlando Rollett's wonderful book, Are You Your Own Master? Absolutely free for 5 days and then 7 shillings. But you must write at once because the demand is enormous and pretty soon it may be too late. I wrote at once, and luckily I was in time because Professor Rollett did have a copy left, and it's just arrived. I've been looking through it, and it seems splendid." She held out a small volume. I glanced at it. There was a front piece showing a signed photograph of Professor Orlando Rollett controlling himself in spite of having long white whiskers, and then some reading matter printed between wide margins. One look at the book told me the professor's methods. To be brief, he had simply swiped Marcus Aurelius's best stuff, the copyright having expired some 2,000 years ago, and was retailing it as his own. I did not mention this to Millicent. It was no affair of mine. Presumably, however obscure the necessity, Professor Rollett had to live. "I'm going to start Mitchell on it today. Don't you think this is good? Thou seest how few be the things which if a man has at his command, his life flows gently on and is divine. I think it will be wonderful if Mitchell's life flows gently on and is divine for 7 shillings, don't you?" At the clubhouse that evening I encountered Rupert Dixon. He was emerging from a shower bath and looked as pleased with himself as usual. "Just been going round with old Patterson," he said. "He was asking after you. He's gone back to town in his car." I was thrilled, so the test had begun. "How did you come out?" I asked. Rupert Dixon smirked. A smirking man, wrapped in a bath towel, with a wisp of wet hair over one eye, is a repellent sight. "Oh, pretty well. I won by 6 and 5, in spite of having poisonous luck." I felt a gleam of hope at these last words. "Oh, you had bad luck?" "The worst. I overshot the green at the 3rd with the best brassy shot I've ever made in my life, and that's saying a lot, and lost my ball in the rough beyond it." I suppose you let yourself go, eh?" "Let myself go? I take it that you made some sort of demonstration." "Oh, no. Losing your temper doesn't get you anywhere at golf. It only spoils your next shot." I went away heavy-hearted. Dixon had plainly come through the ordeal as well as any man could have done. I expected to hear every day that the vacant treasureship had been filled, and that Mitchell had not even been called upon to play his test round. I suppose, however, that Alexander Patterson felt that it would be unfair to the other competitor not to give him his chance, for the next I heard of the matter was when Mitchell Holmes called me up on the Friday and asked me if I would accompany him round the links next day in the match he was playing with Alexander, and give him my moral support. "I shall need it," he said. "I don't mind telling you I'm pretty nervous. I wish I had longer to get the stranglehold on that Are You Your Own Master stuff. I can see, of course, that it is the real Tabasco from start to finish, and absolutely as mother makes it, but the trouble is I've only had a few days to soak it into my system. It's like trying to patch up a motor car with string. You never know when the thing will break down. Heaven knows what will happen if I sink a ball at the water hole, and something seems to tell me I'm going to do it." There was silence for a moment. "Do you believe in dreams?" asked Mitchell. "Believe in what?" "Dreams. What about them?" I said, "Do you believe in dreams? Because last night I dreamed that I was playing in the final of the Open Championship, and I got into the rough, and there was a cow there, and suddenly I never experienced anything so vivid. The cow looked at me in a sad sort of way and said, 'Why don't you use the 2V grip instead of the interlocking?' At the time it seemed an odd sort of thing to happen, but I've been thinking it over and I wonder if there isn't something in it. These things must be sent to us for a purpose." "You can't change your grip on the day of an important match." "I suppose not. The fact is I'm a bit jumpy, or I wouldn't have mentioned it. Oh well, see you tomorrow at 2. The day was bright and sunny, but a tricky crosswind was blowing when I reached the clubhouse. Alexander Patterson was there, practicing swings on the first tee, and almost immediately Mitchell Holmes arrived, accompanied by Millicent. "Perhaps," said Alexander, "we had better be getting under way. Shall I take the honor?" "Certainly," said Mitchell. Alexander teed up his ball. Alexander Patterson has always been a careful rather than a dashing player. It is his custom, a sort of ritual, to take 2 measured practice swings before addressing the ball, even on the putting green. When he does address the ball, he shuffles his feet for a moment or 2, then pauses and scans the horizon in a suspicious sort of way, as if he had been expecting it to play some sort of trick on him when he was not looking. A careful inspection seems to convince him of the horizon's bona fides, and he turns his attention to the ball again. He shuffles his feet once more, then raises his club. He waggles the club smartly over the ball 3 times, then lays it behind the globule. At this point, he suddenly peers at the horizon again in the apparent hope of catching it off its guard. This done, he raises his club very slowly, brings it back very slowly till it almost touches the ball, raises it again, brings it down again, raises it once more, and brings it down for the 3rd time. He then stands motionless, wrapped in thought, like some Indian fakir contemplating the infinite. Then he raises his club again and replaces it behind the ball. Finally, he quivers all over, swings very slowly back, and drives the ball for about 150 yards in a dead straight line. It is a method of procedure which proves sometimes a little exasperating to the highly strung, and I watched Mitchell's face anxiously to see how he was taking his first introduction to it. The unhappy lad had blenched visibly. He turned to me with the air of one in pain. "Does he always do that?" he whispered. "Always," I replied. "Then I'm done for. No human being can play golf against a one-ring circus like that without blowing up." I said nothing. It was, I feared, only too true. Well poised as I am, I had long since been compelled to give up playing with Alexander Patterson, much as I esteemed him. It was a choice between that and resigning from the Baptist Church. At this moment, Millicent spoke. There was an open book in her hand. I recognized it as the life work of Professor Rollitt. "Think on this doctrine," she said, in her soft, modulated voice, "that to be patient is a branch of justice, and that men sin without intending it." Mitchell nodded briefly and walked to the tee with a firm step. "Before you drive, darling," said Millicent, "remember this. Let no act be done at haphazard, nor otherwise than according to the finished rules that govern its kind." The next moment, Mitchell's ball was shooting through the air to come to rest 200 yards down the course. It was a magnificent drive. He had followed the counsel of Marcus Aurelius to the letter. An admirable iron shot put him in reasonable proximity to the pin, and he holed out in one under bogey with one of the nicest putts I have ever beheld. And when at the next hole, the dangerous water hole, his ball soared over the pond and lay safe, giving him bogey for the hole, I began for the first time to breathe freely. Every golfer has his day, and this was plainly Mitchell's. He was playing faultless golf. If he could continue in this vein, his unfortunate failing would have no chance to show itself. The 3rd hole is long and tricky. You drive over a ravine, or possibly into it. In the latter event, you breathe a prayer and call for your niblick. But, once over the ravine, there is nothing to disturb the equanimity. Bogey is 5, and a good drive, followed by a brassy shot, will put you within easy mashie distance of the green. Mitchell cleared the ravine by 120 yards. He strolled back to me and watched Alexander go through his ritual with an indulgent smile. I knew just how he was feeling. Never does the world seem so sweet and fair, and the foibles of our fellow human beings so little irritating, as when we have just swatted the pill right on the spot where it does most good. "I can't see why he does it," said Mitchell, eyeing Alexander with a toleration that almost amounted to affection. "If I did all those Swedish exercises before I drove, I should forget what I had come out for and go home." Alexander concluded the movements and landed a bare 3 yards on the other side of the ravine. "He's what you call a steady performer, isn't he? Never varies." Mitchell won the hole comfortably. There was a jauntiness about his stance on the 4th tee which made me a little uneasy. Overconfidence at golf is almost as bad as timidity. My apprehensions were justified. Mitchell topped his ball. It rolled 20 yards into the rough and nestled under a dock leaf. His mouth opened, then closed with a snap. He came over to where Millicent and I were standing. "I didn't say it," he said. "What on earth happened then?" "Search men's governing principles," said Millicent, "and consider the wise, what they shun and what they cleave to." "Exactly," I said. "You swayed your body." "And now I've got to go and look for that infernal ball." "Never mind, darling," said Millicent. "Nothing has such power to broaden the mind as the ability to investigate systematically and truly all that comes under thy observation." "Besides," I said, "you're 3 up." "I shan't be after this hole." He was right. Alexander won it in 5, 1 above bogey, and regained the honor. Mitchell was a trifle shaken. His play no longer had its first careless vigor. He lost the next hole, halved the 6th, lost the short 7th, and then, rallying, halved the 8th. The 9th hole, like so many on our links, can be a perfectly simple 4, although the rolling nature of the green makes bogey always a somewhat doubtful feat. But on the other hand, if you foozle your drive, you can easily achieve double figures. The tee is on the farther side of the pond, beyond the bridge, where the water narrows almost to the dimensions of a brook. You drive across this water and over a tangle of trees and undergrowth on the other bank. The distance to the fairway cannot be more than 60 yards, for the hazard is purely a mental one, and yet how many fair hopes have been wrecked there? Alexander cleared the obstacles comfortably with his customary short, straight drive, and Mitchell advanced to the tee. I think the loss of the honor had been preying on his mind. He seemed nervous. His upswing was shaky, and he swayed back perceptibly. He made a lunge at the ball, sliced it, and it struck a tree on the other side of the water and fell in the long grass. We crossed the bridge to look for it, and it was here that the effect of Professor Rollitt began definitely to wane. "Why on earth don't they mow this darn stuff?" demanded Mitchell, querulously, as he beat about the grass with his niblick. "You have to have rough on a course," I ventured. "Whatever happens at all," said Millicent, "happens as it should. Thou wouldst find this true if thou shouldst watch narrowly." "That's all very well," said Mitchell, watching narrowly in a clump of weeds, but seeming unconvinced. "I believe the Greens Committee run this darn club purely in the interest of the caddies. I believe they encourage lost balls and go halves with the little beast when they find them and sell them." Millicent and I exchanged glances. There were tears in her eyes. "Oh, Mitchell, remember Napoleon." "Napoleon? What's Napoleon got to do with it? Napoleon never was expected to drive through a primeval forest. Besides, what did Napoleon ever do? Where did Napoleon get off, swanking round as if he accounted to something? Poor fish! All he ever did was get hammered at Waterloo." Alexander rejoined us. He had walked on to where his ball lay. "Can't find it, eh? Nasty bit of rough, this." "No, I can't find it. But tomorrow some miserable, chinless, half-witted reptile of a caddy with pop eyes and 837 pimples will find it, and will sell it to someone for 6p. No, it was a brand new ball. He'll probably get a shilling for it. That'll be 6p for himself and 6p for the Greens Committee. No wonder they're buying cars quicker than the makers can supply them. No wonder you see their wives going about in mink coats and pearl necklaces. Oh, darn it, I'll drop another. In that case, Alexander pointed out, you will, of course, under the rules governing match play, lose the hole. All right, then. I'll give up the hole. Then that, I think, makes me 1 up on the first 9, said Alexander. Excellent. A very pleasant, even game. Pleasant? On second thought, I don't believe the Greens Committee let the wretched caddies get any of the loot. They hang round behind trees till the deal's concluded and then sneak out and choke it out of them. I saw Alexander raise his eyebrows. He walked up the hill to the next tee with me. Rather a quick-tempered young fellow, Holmes, he said thoughtfully. I should never have suspected it. It just shows how little one can know of a man, only meeting him in business hours. I tried to defend the poor lad. He has an excellent heart, Alexander, but the fact is, we are such old friends that I know you will forgive my mentioning it. Your style of play gets, I fancy, a little on his nerves. My style of play? What's wrong with my style of play? Nothing is actually wrong with it, but to a young and ardent spirit there is apt to be something a trifle upsetting in being compelled to watch a man play quite so slowly as you do. Come now, Alexander, as one friend to another, is it necessary to take 2 practice swings before you putt? Dear, said Alexander, you really mean to say that upsets him? Well, I'm afraid I'm too old to change my methods now. I had nothing more to say. As we reached the 10th tee, I saw that we were in for a few minutes' wait. Suddenly I felt a hand on my arm. Millicent was standing beside me, dejection written on her face. Alexander and young Mitchell were some distance away from us. "Mitchell doesn't want me to come round the rest of the way with him," she said despondently. "He says I make him nervous." I shook my head. "That's bad. I was looking on you as a steadying influence." "I thought I was too, but Mitchell says no. He says my being there keeps him from concentrating." "Then perhaps it would be better for you to remain in the clubhouse till we return. There is, I fear, dirty work ahead." A choke sob escaped the unhappy girl. "I'm afraid so. There is an apple tree near the 13th hole, and Mitchell's caddy is sure to start eating apples. I am thinking of what Mitchell will do when he hears the crunching when he is addressing his ball." "That is true." "Our only hope," she said, holding out Professor Rollett's book, "is this. Will you please read him extracts when you see him getting nervous? We went through the book last night and marked all the passages in blue pencil which might prove helpful. You will see notes against them in the margin, showing when each is supposed to be used." It was a small favor to ask. I took the book and gripped her hand silently. Then I joined Alexander and Mitchell on the 10th tee. Mitchell was still continuing his speculations regarding the Greens Committee. "The hole after this one," he said, "used to be a short hole. There was no chance of losing a ball. Then, one day, the wife of one of the Greens Committee happened to mention that the baby needs new shoes, so now they've tacked on another 150 yards to it. You have to drive over the brow of a hill, and if you slice an eighth of an inch, you get into a sort of no-man's land, full of rocks and bushes and crevices and old pots and pans. The Greens Committee practically live there in summer. You can see them prowling round in groups, encouraging each other with merry cries as they fill their sacks. Well, I'm going to fool them today. I'm going to drive an old ball which is just hanging together by a thread. It'll come to pieces when they pick it up." Golf, however, is a curious game, a game of fluctuations. One might have supposed that Mitchell, in such a frame of mind, would have continued to come to grief. But at the beginning of the second 9 he once more found his form. A perfect drive put him in position to reach the 10th green with an iron shot, and, though the ball was several yards from the hole, he laid it dead with his approach putt and holed the second for a bogey 4. Alexander could only achieve a 5, so that they were all square again. The 11th, the subject of Mitchell's recent criticisms, is certainly a tricky hole, and it is true that a slice does land the player in grave difficulties. Today, however, both men kept their drive straight and found no difficulty in securing fours. "A little more of this," said Mitchell, beaming, "and the Greens Committee will have to give up piracy and go back to work." The 12th is a long dog-leg hole, bogey 5. Alexander plugged steadily round the bend, holing out in 6, and Mitchell, whose second shot had landed him in some long grass, was obliged to use the niblick. He contrived, however, to have the hole with a nicely judged massey shot to the edge of the green. Alexander won the 13th. It is a 360-yard hole, free from bunkers. It took Alexander 3 strokes to reach the green, but his third laid the ball dead, while Mitchell, who was on in 2, acquired 3 putts. "That reminds me," said Alexander chattily, "of a story I heard. Friend calls out to a beginner, 'How are you getting on, old man?' And the beginner says, 'Splendidly. I just made 3 putts on the last green.'" Mitchell did not appear amused. I watched his face anxiously. He had made no remark, but the missed putt which would have saved the hole had been very short, and I feared the worst. There was a brooding look in his eye as we walked to the 14th tee. There are few more picturesque spots in the whole of the countryside than the neighborhood of the 14th tee. It is a sight to charm the nature lover's heart. But if golf has a defect, it is that it prevents a man being a wholehearted lover of nature. Where the layman sees waving grass and romantic tangles of undergrowth, your golfer beholds nothing but a nasty patch of rough, from which he must avert his ball. The cry of the birds, wheeling against the sky, is to the golfer merely something that may put him off his putt. As a spectator, I am fond of the ravine at the bottom of the slope. It pleases the eye. But as a golfer, I have frequently found it the very devil. The last hole had given Alexander the honor again. He drove even more deliberately than before. For quite half a minute he stood over his ball, pawing at it with his driving iron like a cat investigating a tortoise. Finally, he dispatched it to one of the few safe spots on the hillside. The drive from this tee has to be carefully calculated, for, if it be too straight, it will catch the slope and roll down into the ravine. Mitchell addressed his ball. He swung up, and then, just as he was beginning his downswing, from immediately behind him came a sudden, sharp, crunching sound. I looked quickly in the direction whence it came. Mitchell's caddy, with a glassy look in his eyes, was gnawing a large apple. And even as I breathed a silent prayer, down came the driver, and the ball, with a terrible slice on it, hit the side of the hill and bounded into the ravine. There was a pause in which the world stood still. Mitchell dropped his club and turned. His face was working horribly. "Mitchell," I cried, "my boy, reflect, be calm." "Calm? What's the use of being calm when people are chewing apples and thousands all around you? What is this anyway, a golf match or a pleasant day's outing for the children of the poor? Apples! Go on, my boy, take another bite. Take several. Enjoy yourself. Never mind if it seems to cause me a fleeting annoyance. Go on with your lunch. You probably had a light breakfast, eh, and are feeling a little peckish, yes? If you will wait here, I will run to the clubhouse and get you a sandwich and a bottle of ginger ale. Make yourself quite at home, you lovable little fellow. Sit down and have a good time." I turned the pages of Professor Rollett's book feverishly. I could not find a passage that had been marked in blue pencil to meet this emergency. I selected one at random. "Mitchell," I said, "one moment. How much time he gains who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does, but only at what he does himself, to make it just and holy." "Well, look what I've done myself. I'm somewhere down at the bottom of that darn ravine, and it'll take me a dozen strokes to get out. Do you call that just and holy? Here, give me that book for a moment." He snatched the little volume out of my hands. For an instant he looked at it with a curious expression of loathing. Then he placed it gently on the ground and jumped on it a few times. Then he hit it with his driver. Finally, As if feeling that the time for half-measures had passed, he took a little run and kicked it strongly into the long grass. He turned to Alexander, who had been an impassive spectator of the scene. "I'm through," he said. "I concede the match. Goodbye. You'll find me in the bay." "Going swimming?" "No, drowning myself." A gentle smile broke over my old friend's usually grave face. He patted Mitchell's shoulder affectionately. "Don't do that, my boy," he said. "I was hoping you would stick around the office a while as treasurer of the company." Mitchell tottered. He grasped my arm for support. Everything was very still. Nothing broke the stillness but the humming of the bees, the murmur of the distant wavelets, and the sound of Mitchell's caddy going on with his apple. "What?" cried Mitchell. "The position," said Alexander, "will be falling vacant very shortly, as no doubt you know. It is yours if you care to accept it." You mean you're going to give me the job?" "Certainly. You have interpreted me exactly." Mitchell gulped. So did his caddy. One from a spiritual, the other from a physical cause. "If you don't mind excusing me," said Mitchell huskily, "I think I'll be popping back to the clubhouse. Someone I want to see." He disappeared through the trees, running strongly. I turned to Alexander. "What does this mean?" I asked. "I am delighted, but what becomes of the test?" My old friend smiled gently. "The test," he replied, "has been eminently satisfactory. Circumstances, perhaps, have compelled me to modify the original idea of it, but nevertheless, it has been a completely successful test. Since we started out, I have been doing a good deal of thinking, and I have come to the conclusion that what the Patterson Dyeing and Refining Company really needs is a treasurer whom I can beat at golf. And I have discovered the ideal man. Why," he went on, a look of holy enthusiasm on his fine old face, "do you realize that I can always lick the stuffing out of that boy, good player as he is, simply by taking a little trouble? I can make him get the wind up every time, simply by taking 1 or 2 extra practice swings? That is the sort of man I need for a responsible post in my office." "But what about Rupert Dixon?" I asked. He gave a gesture of distaste. "I wouldn't trust that man. Why, when I played with him, everything went wrong, and he just smiled and didn't say a word. A man who can do that is not the man to trust with the control of large sums of money. It wouldn't be safe. Why, the fellow isn't honest. He can't be." He paused for a moment. "Besides," he added thoughtfully, "he beat me by 6 and 5. What's the good of a treasurer who beats the boss by 6 and 5? End of Chapter 4. Recording by dgulino.
Chapter 5 of Wodehouse in the Strand. Short Story Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Wodehouse in the Strand. Short Story Collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 5. The Man Who Married a Hotel. Peace had come at last. The Great War with all its horrors. Its spy plays, its war novels, its articles by our military expert, and its revenues with patriotic first act finales, had passed away like a dark cloud. The time of reconstruction had arrived, and all the old problems had sneaked back, like unwanted dogs from the background, into which war had thrust them. There they all were, clamoring for attention, just as they had been 5 years ago. England was asking herself, how about Ireland? How about labor? And what on earth are we to do with Archie? To be exact, this last problem was the private perplexity of the Moffam family. It exercised them to the exclusion of all the others. Archie was a good chap. Everybody admitted that, though his family were perhaps a little less enthusiastic than the outside public. He was all right, a sportsman, one of the lads, and a good egg. But he did not seem able to make a living. Just before the war started, he had passed affably through the bankruptcy court and had turned up at home, cheerfully confident that somebody would do something for him. As a matter of fact, somebody did. A perfect stranger. The late Kaiser, in fact. He kept Archie busier than he had ever been in his life for just over 5 years. But now that period of activity was over, and Archie was back home again, very hard and fit, with a questioning look in the eye which he turned upon his family, which said plainer than if he had spoken the words, "Well, old beans, how do we go? What about it, what?" It was his brother Rupert, the head of the family, who finally answered the question. "I think, old man," he said to Archie in the smoking room at the Beefsteak Club, "you'd better trot over to America and see if you can't wangle something over there. Land of opportunity and all that sort of thing, you know." Archie was agreeable. If he lacked most of the qualities that make for material success, he had at any rate one of them, the willingness to try anything once. "Just as you say," he replied. "I'd be glad to take a stab at it. As a matter of fact, I've one or two pretty good pals in America. Met 'em in France. There was one chappie, he was a cook in the Rainbow Division, I got very thick with. He asked me to come look him up if I ever came over. His pater's a millionaire. I can get you several letters of introduction. There's a Miss Van Toyle, who was over there 2 or 3 years ago. You'll like her." "Right-o. And as regards what you might call the sordid little side of jolly old expedition—" "Oh, I'll see that you have plenty of money." Rupert paused for a moment, a little thoughtfully. "Enough money," he went on. "But of course the idea is that you'll try to get a job, what?" "Oh, absolutely," said Archie. Over in New York, Daniel Brewster, the proprietor of the Cosmopolis Hotel, went placidly about his business. No sympathetic angel whispered the details of this conversation in his ear. See, as the poet says, how regardless of their doom the little victims play. That was exactly Daniel Brewster's position. Mutual antipathy is a curious thing, odder even than love at first sight. Scores of people were extremely fond of Archie Moffam, and Daniel Brewster likewise had a large circle of friends. Each, therefore, one would say, had the elements of popularity in him, and there was no reason why they should not have got along capitally together, except that they did not. Of course, their first meeting was unfortunate. Its conditions were such that neither saw the other at his best and sunniest. It happened in the lobby of the Cosmopolis Hotel on the morning after Archie's arrival in New York. Archie opened the proceeding by addressing the desk clerk. There was gloom on Archie's brow, and the old fighting spirit of the Moffams gleamed in his eye. "I say, laddie," said Archie, "I want to see the manager." "Is there anything I could do, sir?" "Well, as a matter of fact, old man, I want to kick up a fearful row, and it seems hardly fair to lug you into it. The blighter whose head I want on a charger is the jolly old manager." At this point a massive, grey-haired man, who had been standing close by, gazing on the lobby with a look of restrained severity, as if daring to start anything, joined in the conversation. "I am the manager," he said. His eye was cold and hostile. Others, it seemed to say, might like Archie Moffam, but he did not. As a matter of fact, Daniel Brewster was bristling for combat. What he had overheard had shocked him to the core of his being. He owned the Cosmopolis Hotel. It was his own private, personal property, and the thing dearest to him in the world after his daughter Lucille. He prided himself on the fact that his hotel was not like other hotels, which were run by impersonal companies and shareholders and boards of directors, and consequently lacked the paternal touch which made the Cosmopolis what it was. At other hotels things went wrong and clients complained. At the Cosmopolis things never went wrong, because he was there on the spot to see that they didn't, and as a result clients never complained. Yet here was this long, thin string bean of a young man actually registering annoyance and dissatisfaction before his very eyes. His dislike of Archie Moffam began in that instant. "What is your complaint?" he inquired frigidly. Archie attached himself to the top button of Mr. Brewster's coat, and was immediately dislodged by an irritable jerk of the other's body. "I took a room here last night," said Archie, quivering with self-pity and reaching absently for the button again. "A dashed expensive room, and there was a beastly tap outside somewhere that went drip, 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 all night and kept me awake." Mr. Brewster was annoyed. He felt that a chink had been found in his armor. Not even the most paternal hotel proprietor can keep an eye on every tap in his establishment. "And I put my boots outside my door when I went to bed, and this morning they hadn't been touched. I give you my solemn word, not touched." "Naturally," said Mr. Brewster. "My employees are honest. But I wanted them cleaned, dash it. There is a shoe-shining parlor in the basement. At the Cosmopolis, shoes left outside the bedroom doors are not cleaned. Then I think the Cosmopolis is a bally rotten hotel." Mr. Brewster's compact frame quivered. The unforgivable insult had been offered. Question the legitimacy of Mr. Brewster's parentage, knock Mr. Brewster down and walk on his face with spiked shoes, and you did not irremediably close all avenues to a peaceful settlement. But make a remark like Archie's about his hotel, and war was definitely declared. He stiffened. "In that case," he said, "I must ask you to give up your room." "I'm going to give it up. I wouldn't stay in the bally place another minute." Mr. Brewster walked away, and Archie charged, snorting, round to the cashier's window to demand his bill. It had been his intention in any case, though for dramatic purposes he concealed it from his adversary, to leave the hotel that morning. An exchange of telegrams had resulted in an invitation from his brother Rupert's friend, Mrs. Van Toyle, to her house party at Bar Harbor, and Archie proposed to go there at once. But oh, the difference between leaving the Cosmopolis as he would have done and leaving it as he did. "Well," mused Archie on his way to the station, "one thing's certain, I'll never set foot in that bally place again." But nothing in this world is certain. It was about 2 weeks later that a telegram arrived for Mr. Daniel Brewster. Not that this was unusual, for he was a man who received many telegrams, but this one was rather interesting. It ran, "Returning to New York today, with darling Archie. Lots of love from us both. Lucille." Mr. Brewster was puzzled, not to say startled. When you send your only daughter away to Bar Harbor for the summer, minus any entanglements, and she mentions in a telegram that she has acquired a darling Archie, who sends you lots of love, you are naturally startled. It occurred to Mr. Brewster that by neglecting a careful study of his mail during the past week, as was his bad habit when busy, he had passed an opportunity of keeping abreast with current happenings. He recollected now that a letter had arrived from Lucille a day or two before, and he had put it away unopened, till he should have leisure to read it. He was extremely busy just now with the preliminaries of building a new hotel, and Lucille was a dear girl, but her letters when on a vacation seldom contained anything that couldn't wait a few days for a reading. He now leaped into the elevator, sprinted along the corridor leading to his suite, and made a dive for the letter. It was a long letter. Boiling it down, it announced that Lucille had met the most angelic man, an Englishman, and they were both so much in love with each other that they had simply been compelled to slip off and get married at once. Otherwise, they would have kept him posted about things earlier. And anyway, darling Archie had wanted a quiet wedding, because he said a fellow looked such a chump getting married. And he must learn to love Archie, because Archie was all set to love him very much. Mr. Brewster sat down abruptly, and breathed heavily through his nose. At about the same time, in a drawing-room on the express from Bar Harbor, Archie Muffam sat contemplating his bride. His brain had been in something of a whirl these last days, but one thought had always emerged clearly from the welter, the thought that this was too good to be true. Mrs. Archie Muffam, née Lucille Brewster, was small and slender. She had a little animated face set in a cloud of dark hair. She was so altogether perfect that Archie was compelled to take the marriage license out of his inside pocket at intervals and study it furtively, to make himself realize that this miracle of good fortune had really happened to him. "Honestly, old bean, dear old thing, darling," said Archie, "I can't believe it." "What?" "What I mean is, I can't understand why you should have married me." Lucille's eyes opened. She squeezed his hand. "Why, you're the most wonderful thing in the world, precious. Surely you know that." "Absolutely escaped my notice. Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. You wonder child. Nobody could see you without loving you." Archie heaved an ecstatic sigh. Then a thought crossed his mind. It was a thought which frequently came to mar his bliss. "I say, I wonder if your father will think that." "Of course he will." "We've rather sprung this, as it were, on the old lad," said Archie dubiously. "What sort of man is your father?" "Father's a darling, too." "Rummy thing he should own that hotel," said Archie. "I had a frightful row with a blighter of a manager there just before I left for Bar Harbor. Your father ought to sack that chap. He was a blot on the landscape." It had been settled by Lucille during the journey that Archie should be broken gently to his father-in-law. That is to say, instead of bounding blithely into Mr. Brewster's presence hand in hand, the happy pair should separate for half an hour or so, Archie hanging around the offing while Lucille saw her father and told him the whole story, or those chapters of it which she had omitted from her letter for want of space. Then, having impressed Mr. Brewster sufficiently with his luck in having acquired Archie for a son-in-law, she would lead him to where his bit of good fortune awaited him. This program worked out admirably in its earlier stages. When the two emerged from Mr. Brewster's room to meet Archie, Mr. Brewster's general idea was that fortune had smiled upon him in an almost unbelievable fashion, and had presented him with a son-in-law who combined in almost equal parts the more admirable characteristics of Apollo, Sir Galahad, and Marcus Aurelius. True, he had gathered in the course of the conversation that dear Archie had no occupation and no private means. But Mr. Brewster felt that a great-souled man like Archie didn't need them. You can't have everything, and Archie, according to Lucille's account, was practically 100% man in soul. Looks, manners, amiability, and breeding. These are the things that count. Mr. Brewster proceeded to the lobby in a glow of optimism and geniality. Consequently, when he perceived Archie, he got a bit of a shock. "Hello, hello, hello," said Archie, advancing happily. "Archie, darling, this is Father," said Lucille. "Good Lord," said Archie. There was one of those silences. Mr. Brewster looked at Archie. Archie gazed at Mr. Brewster. Lucille, perceiving, while without understanding why the big introduction scene had stubbed its toe on some unlooked-for obstacle, waited anxiously for enlightenment. Meanwhile, Archie continued to inspect Mr. Brewster, and Mr. Brewster continued to drink in Archie. After an awkward pause of about 3¼ minutes, Mr. Brewster swallowed once or twice, and finally spoke. "Lou?" "Yes, Father." "Is this true?" Lucille's gray eyes clouded over with perplexity and apprehension. "True?" "Have you really inflicted this on me for a son-in-law?" Mr. Brewster swallowed a few more times. Archie, while watching with a frozen fascination the rapid shimmying of his new relative's Adam's apple. "Go away. I want to have a few words alone with this, what's your damn name?" he demanded, with an overwrought manner, addressing Archie for the first time. "I told you, Father. It's Moom." "Moom?" "It's spelled Moffam, but pronounced Moom." "To rhyme," said Archie, helpfully. "But with Buffingham's." "Lou," said Mr. Brewster, "run away. I want to speak to... "Called me this before," said Archie. "You aren't angry, Father, dear?" said Lucille. "Oh, no, I'm tickled to death." When his daughter had withdrawn, Mr. Brewster drew a long breath. "Now then," he said, A bit embarrassing, all this, what? Said Archie chattily. I mean to say, having met before in less happy circs and what not, rum coincidence and so forth. How would it be to bury the jolly old hatchet, start a new life, forgive and forget, learn to love each other, and all that sort of rot? I'm game if you are. How do we go? Is it a bet?" Mr. Brewster remained entirely unsoftened by this manly appeal to his better feelings. "What the devil do you mean by marrying my daughter?" Archie reflected. "Well, it sort of happened, don't you know? You know how these things are. Young yourself once and all that. I was most frightfully in love, and Lou seemed to think it wouldn't be a bad scheme, and one thing led to another, and, well, there you are, don't you know? And I suppose you think you've done pretty well for yourself." "Oh, absolutely. As far as I'm concerned, everything's topping. I've never felt so braced in my life." "Yes," said Mr. Brewster with bitterness. "I suppose from your viewpoint everything is topping. You haven't a cent to your name, and you've managed to fool a rich man's daughter into marrying you. I suppose you looked me up in Bradstreet before committing yourself?" This aspect of the matter had not struck Archie until this moment. "I say," he observed with dismay, "I never looked at it like that before. I can see that, from your point of view, this must look like a bit of a washout. How do you propose to support Lucille, anyway?" Archie ran a finger round the inside of his collar. He felt embarrassed. His father-in-law was opening up all kinds of new lines of thought. "Well, there, old bean," he admitted frankly, "you rather have me." He turned the matter over for a moment. "I had a sort of idea of, as it were, working, if you know what I mean." "Working at what?" "Now, there again you stump me somewhat. The general scheme was that I should kind of look round, you know, nose about and buzz to and fro, till something turned up. That was, broadly speaking, the notion." "And how did you suppose my daughter was to live while you were doing all this?" "Well, I think," said Archie, "I think we rather expected you to rally round a bit for the nonce." "I see. And you expected to live on me?" "Well, you put it a bit crudely, but as far as I had mapped anything out, that was what you might call the general scheme of procedure. You don't think much of it, what? Yes? No?" Mr. Brewster exploded. "No, I don't think much of it. Good God! You go out of my hotel, calling it all the names you could think of, roasting it to beat the band." "Trifle hasty," murmured Archie apologetically. "Spoke without thinking. Dash tap had gone drip, drip, drip all night. Kept me awake. Hadn't had breakfast. Bygones be bygones. Don't interrupt. I say, you go out of my hotel, knocking as none has ever knocked since it was built, and you sneak straight off and marry my daughter without my knowledge. Did think of wiring for blessing. Slipped the old bean somehow. You know how one forgets things. And now you come back and calmly expect me to fling my arms around you and kiss you and support you for the rest of your life. Only while I'm nosing about and buzzing to and fro. Well, I suppose I've got to support you. There seems no way out of it. I'll tell you exactly what I propose to do. You think my hotel is a pretty poor hotel, eh? Well, you'll have plenty of opportunity of judging, because you're coming to live here. I'll let you have a suite, and I'll let you have your meals, but outside of that, nothing doing. Nothing doing. Do you understand what I mean?" "Absolutely. You mean Napo." "You can sign checks for a reasonable amount at my restaurant, and the hotel will look after your laundry. But not a cent do you get out of me. And if you want your shoes shined, you can pay for it yourself in the basement. If you leave them outside your door, I'll instruct the floor waiter to throw them down the air shaft. Do you understand?" "Good. Now, is there anything more you want to ask?" Archie smiled a propitiatory smile. "Well, as a matter of fact, I was going to ask you if you would stagger along and have a bite with us in the grill room." "I will not." "I'll sign the check," said Archie ingratiatingly. You don't think much of it. Oh, right-o? There is this perverseness in human nature which never permits us to know when we are well off. A canvass of the opinions of the inhabitants of New York would certainly have resulted in a verdict that Archie Moffam, the perpetual free guest of the Cosmopolis, was on velvet. The Cosmopolis is the best-run hotel in the city, and famous alike for the comfort of its rooms and the excellence of its cuisine. To be set down at the Cosmopolis with a free suite and a free hand in the matter of signing checks for meals would have been most New Yorkers' idea of heaven. Yet Archie's generous soul chafed him. For a time he was perfectly happy, then gradually shades of the prison house, so to speak, began to close upon the growing boy. In other words, he got dashed fed up with the place. After a month of breakfasting, lunching, and dining at the Cosmopolis, his chief problem was the difficulty of making up his mind whether he loathed the grill room or the main dining room the more intensely. It was at the end of this first month that he became really intimate with Salvatore. Salvatore was the dark, sinister-looking waiter who attended, among other tables, to the one at the far end of the grill room, at which Archie usually sat. For several weeks, Archie's conversation with the other dealt exclusively with the bill of fare and its contents. But as time went by and he began to long for human companionship, he found himself becoming more personal. Besides, there was something about the waiter's demeanor that appealed to Archie's always sympathetic heart. Salvatore was a man with a grievance. You could tell that by looking at him. And Archie had been looking at him every day for a month. Whether he was merely homesick and brooding on the lost delights of his sunny native land, or whether his trouble was more definite, could only be ascertained by inquiry. So Archie inquired. Even before the war and its democratizing influences, Archie had always lacked that reserve which characterizes most Britons, and since the war he had looked on nearly everybody he met as a brother. "There's something on your mind, old thing," said Archie. "Sir?" "I say, there would appear to be something on your mind besides your hair. What seems to be the trouble?" The waiter shrugged his shoulders, as if indicating an unwillingness to inflict his troubles upon one of the tipping classes. "Come on," said Archie encouragingly. "All pals here. Barge along, old bean, and let's have it." Salvatore, thus urged, proceeded in a hurried undertone, with one eye on the head waiter, to lay bare his soul. What he said was not very coherent, but Archie could make out enough of it together that it was a sad story of excessive hours. "Always," said Salvatore, "always, I am in this damn hotel." "I know what you mean, laddie," said Archie feelingly. He tapped the waiter earnestly on his chest with his oyster fork. "My dear old chap," he said, "there's only one thing to be done. You must strike. It's the only scheme. Everybody's doing it now." Salvatore shrugged his shoulders again. It appeared that he had already sounded the other waiters guardedly on the matter of a strike, but the spineless peons seemed to be unwilling to jeopardize their jobs by making any demonstrations, and you couldn't strike by yourself. The reasonable of this was plain to Archie. He mused a while. The waiter's hard case touched him. "I'll tell you what," he said at last. "You come along with me when you're off duty, and we'll beard the old boy in this den. I'll introduce you and get that extract from Italian opera off your chest, which you've just been singing to me. It can't fail. He'll probably hand you his bankroll." The result was that Mr. Brewster, busy with accounts in his private room, was infuriated that evening by the entry of his son-in-law, heading a procession consisting of himself and a dark, furtive person, who looked like something connected with the executive staff of the Black Hand. "Not interrupting you, what?" said Archie amiably. "I say, this sportsman here has a few well-chosen words to say to you on the subject of dirty work at the crossroads, so to speak. It seems the lad is oppressed and ground down, and what not. He's a waiter in the grill room, so I suppose you're probably old pals. If not, let me do the honors. Mr. Brewster, our courteous and popular boss. Salvatore, I wouldn't swear that his name, but it sounded like it, the Italian Whirlwind. Seconds out, time. Go to it, laddie. Spill the bad news. And before Mr. Brewster could get his breath, Salvatore began to spill. It was not such a long harangue as he had given Archie in the grill room, for in the middle of it, Mr. Brewster, finding speech, ejected him from the room. But it sufficed to bring the hotel proprietor to boiling point. Though not a linguist, he could follow the discourse closely enough to realize that the waiter was dissatisfied with conditions in his hotel, and we have already seen Mr. Brewster's attitude towards people who criticized the Cosmopolis. "You're fired," said Mr. Brewster. Salvatore receded, muttering what sounded like a passage from Dante. "And I wish to heaven," added Mr. Brewster, eyeing his son-in-law malignantly, "I could fire you." That night, meeting his father-in-law in the elevator, Archie found occasion to touch upon Salvatore again. "I say, that chappie with the grievance, whom you slung out this evening, I don't know if it interests you, but he appears to be slightly narked. Peeved to a degree, if you know what I mean." Mr. Brewster signified that he was not interested. Archie chuckled amusedly. "He said he meant to pay you out. He didn't specify how." "I say," said Archie cheerfully, "perhaps he means to waylay you in a dark alley somewhere and insert about 6 inches of a stiletto in your lower ribs. Rather a lark, what? I understand these Italian chappies are always doing that sort of thing. Oh, well, you've had a long and happy life." Archie's optimism, however, was not rewarded. Day followed day, and Mr. Brewster preserved an unpunctured skin, and his manner towards his son-in-law was becoming more and more a manner that would have caused gossip on the plantation if Simon Legree had exhibited it in his relations with Uncle Tom. Mr. Brewster's normal distaste for his daughter's husband was increased about this time by the fact that he was worried over business matters, and when your man of affairs is worried over business, he is apt to become irritable, even with his nearest and dearest. It is not to be wondered at, therefore, that the spectacle of his son-in-law mooning about the hotel should have afflicted Mr. Brewster to some extent. At any rate, whether it is to be wondered at or not, it did. The details of the business which was worrying Mr. Brewster were at first hidden from Archie, and he made no effort to probe into them. It was enough for his simple, unspoiled nature that his father-in-law should be worried. That was happiness enough for him. It was Lucille who appraised him of the nature of the trouble. "Archie, darling," said Lucille one afternoon as they sat at lunch, "it is such a shame about father." There was a troubled look in Lucille's grey eyes. Life was not running as it should these days. "I know," said Archie. "I was hoping that Italian chappie would have done something definite by this time." Lucille regarded him with surprise. "Why, has father been talking to you?" "He hasn't been very chatty of late. What do you mean?" "Well, you spoke as if you knew all about it. I mean, all about Salvatore. The waiter, you know, whom father dismissed." "I remember the chappie. What's he been doing?" "Well, you know father wants to build a new hotel." "I heard something about it, but he doesn't confide in me much, you know." "Well, he does want to build a hotel, and he thought he'd got the site and everything, and could start building right away, when this hitch occurred." "What hitch, queen of my soul?" The waiter was hovering over their table with dishes. Lucille waited till he had gone. "Well," she said, "this man Salvatore's mother owns a little newspaper and tobacco shop right in the middle of the site where father, poor darling, wants to build, and there's no way of getting him out without buying the shop, and he won't sell. At least he made his mother promise that she won't sell." "A boy's best friend, his mother," said Archie approvingly. "So father's in despair." "I knew old friend Salvatore would come out strong in the end, if you only gave him time. Great pal of mine. Man of ripe intellect." Lucille's small face lightened. She gazed at Archie with proud affection. She had known all along that he was the one to solve this difficulty. "You're wonderful, darling. Is he really a friend of yours?" "Absolutely. Quite the old college chum."
"Then it's all right. If you went to him and got him to sell the shop, Father would be happy."
"I know. That is the objection, of course."
"Think how grateful Father would be to you. It would make all the difference."
Archie glanced over to where Mr. Brewster had sunk moodily into a chair at a neighboring table. "You call him," he said. "You know him better."
"Let's go over to him."
They crossed the room. Lucille sat down opposite her father. Archie draped himself over a chair in the background.
"Father dear," said Lucille, "Archie has got an idea."
"Archie?" said Mr. Brewster incredulously. "This is me," said Archie, indicating himself with a spoon. "The tall, distinguished-looking bird."
"What new fool thing is he up to now?" "It's a splendid idea, Father. He wants to help you over your new hotel."
"Wants to rent it for me, I suppose." "By Jove," said Archie reflectively, "that's not a bad scheme. I never thought of renting an hotel. I shouldn't mind taking a stab at it."
"He has thought of a way of getting rid of Salvatore and his shop."
For the first time, Mr. Brewster's interest in the conversation seemed to stir. He looked sharply at his son-in-law. "He has he?" he said. Archie balanced a roll on a fork and inserted a plate underneath. The roll bounded away into a corner. "Sorry," said Archie. "My fault, absolutely. I owe you a roll. I'll sign a check for it. Oh, about this sportsman, Salvatore. Well, it's like this, you know. He and I are great pals. I've known him for years and years. At least it seems like years and years. Lou was suggesting that I seek him out in his lair and ensnare him with my diplomatic manner and superior brain power and what not."
"It was your idea, precious," said Lucille.
Mr. Brewster was silent. Much as it went against the grain to have to admit it, there seemed to be something in this. "What do you propose to do?" "Become a jolly old ambassador. How much did you offer the chappie?" $3,000. Twice as much as the place is worth. He's holding out on me for revenge." "Ah, but how did you offer it to him, what? I mean to say, I bet you got your lawyer to write him a letter full of whereases, pre-adventures, and parties of the first part, and so forth. No good, old companion." "Don't call me old companion." "All wrong, laddie. Nothing like it, dear heart. No good at all, friend of my youth. Take it from your Uncle Archibald. I'm a student of human nature, and I know a thing or two." "That's not much," growled Mr. Brewster, who was finding his son-in-law's superior manner a little trying.
"Now, don't interrupt, Father," said Lucille severely. "Can't you see that Archie is going to be tremendously clever in a minute?"
"He's got to show me." "What you ought to do," said Archie, "is to let me go and see him, taking the stuff in crackling bills. I'll roll them about on the table in front of him. I'll fetch him." He prodded Mr. Brewster encouragingly with a roll. "I'll tell you what to do. Give me 3,000 of the best and crispest, and I'll undertake to buy that shop. It can't fail, laddie."
"Don't call me laddie,"
Mr. Brewster pondered. "Very well," he said at last. "I didn't know you had so much sense," he added grudgingly. "Oh, positively," said Archie. "Beneath a rugged exterior I hide a brain like a buzzsaw. Sense? I exude it, laddie. I drip with it." There were moments during the ensuing days when Mr. Brewster permitted himself to hope, but more frequent were the moments when he told himself that a pronounced chump like his son-in-law could not fail somehow to make a mess of the negotiations. His relief, therefore, when Archie curvetted into his private room and announced that he had succeeded, was great. "You really managed to make that wop sell out?" Archie brushed some papers off the desk with a careless gesture and seated himself on the vacant spot. "Absolutely. I spoke to him as one old friend to another, sprayed the bills all over the place, and he sang a few bars from Rigoletto, and signed on the dotted line." "You're not such a fool as you look," owned Mr. Brewster. Archie scratched a match on the desk and lit a cigarette. "It's a jolly little shop," he said. "I took quite a fancy to it. full of newspapers, don't you know, and cheap novels, and some weird-looking sort of chocolates, and cigars with the most fearfully attractive labels. I think I'll make a success of it. It's bang in the middle of a dashed good neighborhood. One of these days somebody will be building a big hotel around about there, and that'll help trade a lot. I look forward to ending my days on the other side of the counter with a full set of white whiskers and a skull cap, beloved by everybody. Everybody'll say, 'Oh, you must patronize that quaint, delightful old blighter. He's quite a character.'" Mr. Brewster's air of grim satisfaction had given way to a look of discomfort, almost of alarm. He presumed his son-in-law was merely indulging in badinage, and even so his words were not soothing. "Well, I'm much obliged," he said. "That infernal shop was holding up everything. Now I can start building right away." Archie raised his eyebrows. "But my dear old top, I'm sorry to spoil your daydreams and stop you chasing rainbows and all that, but aren't you forgetting that the shop belongs to me? I don't at all know that I want to sell it either. I gave you the money to buy that shop." "And dashed generous of you it was, too," admitted Archie unreservedly. "It was the first money you ever gave me, and I shall always tell interviewers that it was you who founded my fortunes. Some day, when I'm the newspaper and tobacco shop king, I'll tell the world all about it in my autobiography." Mr. Brewster rose dangerously from his seat. "Do you think you can hold me up, you worm?" "Well," said Archie, "the way I look at it is this. Ever since we met, you've been after me to become one of the world's workers and earn a living for myself and what not. And now I see a way to repay you for your confidence and encouragement. You'll look me up sometimes at the good old shop, won't you?" He slid off the table and moved towards the door. "There won't be any formalities where you're concerned. You can sign checks for any reasonable amount any time you want for a cigar or a stick of chocolate. Well, toodaloo." "Stop. Now what?" "How much do you want for that damned shop?" "I don't want money. I want a job. If you're going to take my life work away from me, you ought to give me something else to do." "What job?" "You suggested it yourself the other day. I want to manage your new hotel." "Don't be a fool. What do you know about managing an hotel?" "Nothing. It will be your pleasing task to teach me the business while the shanty is being run up." There was a pause, while Mr. Brewster chewed 3 inches off a penholder. "Very well," he said at last. "Topping," said Archie. "I knew you'd see it. I'll study your methods, what? Adding some of my own, of course. You know, I've thought of one improvement on the Cosmopolis already." "Improvement on the Cosmopolis?" cried Mr. Brewster, gashed in his finest feelings. "Yes, there's one point where the old Cosmop slips up badly, and I'm going to see that it's corrected at my little shack. Customers will be entreated to leave their boots outside the doors at night, and they'll find them cleaned in the morning. Well, pip-pip, I must be popping. Time is money, you know, with us business men." "Where are you going?" asked Mr. Brewster, suspiciously. Archie breathed a sigh of ecstatic anticipation. "I'm going over to the Ritz and get a bite to eat," he said. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Wodehouse in the Strand short story collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. Wodehouse in the Strand short story collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 6. First Aid for Looney Biddle. The jeweller, a stout, comfortable man, leaned on the counter and fingered the bracelet lovingly. Archie Moffam, leaning on the other side of the counter, inspected it searchingly, and wished that he knew more about these rummy little objects, for he had rather a sort of idea that the merchant was scheming to do him in the eyeball. In a chair by his side, Reggie Van Tuyl, half asleep as usual, yawned despondently. He had permitted Archie to lug him into this shop in order to help him select a birthday present for Lucille, and he wanted to buy it and go. Any form of sustained concentration fatigued Reggie. "Now this," said the jeweler, "I could do at $850. "Grab it," murmured Mr. Van Tuyl. The jeweler eyed him approvingly, a man after his own heart. But Archie looked doubtful. It was all very well for Reggie to tell him to grab it in that careless way. Reggie was a dashed millionaire, and no doubt bought bracelets by the pound or the gross or what-not. But he himself was in an entirely different position. It was only by what amounted to a jolly old miracle that he was in a position to purchase jewellery at all. Out of an absolutely blue sky he had received 2 or 3 days ago a present of $500 from an aunt in England. This by thrift and enterprise, that is to say, by betting Reggie that the New York Giants would win the opening game of the series against the Pittsburgh baseball team, he had contrived on the previous day to double. He was thus able to go to $1,000 for Lucille's birthday present, and it behoved him to see that he got his money's worth. $850, he said, hesitating. "Worth it," mumbled Reggie Van Tuyl. "More than worth it," amended the jeweler. "I can assure you that it is better value than you could get anywhere on Fifth Avenue." "Yes," said Archie. He took the bracelet and twiddled it thoughtfully. "Well, my dear old jeweler, one can't say fairer than that, can one? Or two, as the case may be." He frowned. "Oh, well, all right. But it's rummy that women are so fearfully keen on these little thingamies, isn't it? I mean to say, can't see what they see in them, stones and all that. Still, there it is, of course." "There," said the jeweler, "as you say, it is, sir." "Yes, there it is." "Yes, there it is," said the jeweler. "Fortunately for people in my line of business. Will you take it with you, sir?" Archie reflected. No, not take it with me. The fact is, you know, my wife's coming back from the country tonight, and it's her birthday tomorrow, and the thing's for her, and if it was popping about the place tonight, she might see it, and it would sort of spoil the surprise. I mean to say, she doesn't know I'm giving it her and all that." "Besides," said Reggie, achieving a certain animation now that the tedious business interview was concluded, "going to the ball game this afternoon, might get pocket-picked. Yes, better have it sent." "Where shall I send it, sir?" "Eh? Oh, shoot it along to Mrs. Archibald Moffam at the Cosmopolis. Not today, you know. Buzz it in first thing tomorrow." Having completed the satisfactory deal, the jeweler threw off the business manner and became chatty. "So you're going to the ball game? It should be an interesting contest." Reggie Van Tuyl, now, by his own standards, completely awake, took exception to this remark. "Not a bit of it," he said decidedly. "No contest. Can't call it a contest. Walkover for the Pirates." Archie was stung to the quick. There is that about baseball which arouses enthusiasm and the partisan spirit in the unlikeliest bosoms. It is almost impossible for a man to live in America and not become gripped by the game, and Archie had long been one of its warmest adherents. He was a whole-hearted supporter of the Giants, and his only grievance against Reggie, in other respects an estimable young man, was that the latter, whose money had been inherited from steel mills in that city, had an absurd regard for the Pirates of Pittsburgh. "What absolute bally rot!" he exclaimed. "Look what the Giants did to them yesterday." "Yesterday isn't today," said Reggie. "No, it'll be a jolly sight worse," said Archie. "Looney Biddle'll be pitching for the Giants today." "That's just what I mean. The pirates have got him rattled. Look what happened last time." Archie understood, and his generous nature chafed at the innuendo. Looney Biddle, so called by an affectionately admiring public as the result of certain marked eccentricities, was beyond dispute the greatest left-handed pitcher New York had possessed in the last decade. But there was one blot on Mr. Biddle's otherwise stainless escutcheon. 5 weeks before, on the occasion of the Giants' invasion of Pittsburgh, he had gone mysteriously to pieces. Few native-born partisans brought up to baseball from the cradle had been plunged into a profounder gloom on that occasion than Archie, but his soul revolted at the thought that that sort of thing could ever happen again. "I'm not saying," continued Reggie, "that Biddle isn't a very fair pitcher, but it's cruel to send him against the Pirates, and somebody ought to stop it. His best friend should interfere. Once a team gets a pitcher rattled, he's never any good against them again. He loses his nerve." The jeweler nodded approval of this sentiment. "They never come back," he said sententiously. The fighting blood of the Moffams was now thoroughly stirred. Archie eyed his friend sternly. Reggie was a good chap, in many respects an extremely sound egg, but he must not be allowed to talk rot of this description about the greatest left-handed pitcher of the age. "It seems to me, old companion," he said, "that a small bet is indicated at this juncture. How about it?" "Don't want to take your money." "You won't have to. In the cool twilight of the merry old summer evening, I, friend of my youth and companion of my riper years, shall be trousering yours." Reggie yawned. The day was very hot, and this argument was making him feel sleepy again. "Well, just as you like, of course. Double or quits on yesterday's bet if it suits you." For a moment Archie hesitated. Firm as his faith was in Mr. Biddle's stout left arm, he had not intended to do the thing on quite this scale. That $1,000 of his was earmarked for Lucille's birthday present, and he doubted whether he ought to risk it. Then the thought that the honor of New York was in his hands decided him. Besides, the risk was negligible. Betting on Looney Biddle was like betting on the probable rise of the sun in the east. The thing began to seem to Archie a rather unusually sound and conservative investment. He remembered that the jeweler, until he drew him firmly but kindly to earth, and urged him to curb his exuberance and talk business on a reasonable plane, had started brandishing bracelets that cost about $2,000. There would be time to pop in at the shop this evening after the game and change the one he had selected for one of those. Nothing was too good for Lucille on her birthday. "Right-ho," he said. "Make it so, old friend." Archie walked back to the Cosmopolis. No misgivings came to mar his perfect contentment. He felt no qualms about separating Reggie from another $1,000. Except for a little small change in the possession of the Messrs. Rockefeller and Vincent Astor, Reggie had all the money in the world and could afford to lose. He hummed a gay air as he entered the lobby and crossed to the cigar stand to buy a few cigarettes to see him through the afternoon. The girl behind the cigar counter welcomed him with a bright smile. Archie was popular with all the employees of the Cosmopolis. "It's a great day, Mr. Moffam." "One of the brightest and best," agreed Archie. "Could you dig me out 2 or possibly 3 cigarettes of the usual description? I shall want something to smoke at the ball game." "You going to the ball game?" "Rather. Wouldn't miss it for a fortune." "No?" "Absolutely no. Not with jolly old Biddle pitching." The cigar-stand girl laughed amusedly. "Is he pitching this afternoon? Say, that fella's a nut. Do you know him?" "Know him? Well, I've seen him pitch and so forth." "I've got a girlfriend who's engaged to him." Archie looked at her with positive respect. It would have been more dramatic, of course, if she had been engaged to the great man herself, But still, the mere fact that she had a girlfriend in that astounding position gave her a sort of halo. "No, really," he said. "I say, by Jove, really? Fancy that!" "Yes, she's engaged to him all right. Been engaged close to a couple of months now." "I say, that's frightfully interesting. Fearfully interesting, really." "It's funny about that guy," said the cigar-stand girl. "He's a nut. The fellow who said there's plenty of room at the top must have been thinking of Gus Biddle's head. He's crazy about my girlfriend, you know, and whenever they have a fuss, it seems like he sort of flies right off the handle. Goes in off the deep end, eh?" "Yes, sir. Loses what little sense he's got. Why, the last time him and my girlfriend got to scrapping was when he was going off to Pittsburgh to play, about a month ago. He'd been out with her the day he left for there, and he had a grouch or something, and he started making low, sneaky cracks about her Uncle Sigsby. Well, my girlfriend's got a nice disposition, but she can get mad, and she just left him flat, and told him all was over, and he went off to Pittsburgh, and when he started to pitch the opening game, he just couldn't keep his mind on his job. And look what them assassins done to him. 5 runs in the first innings. Yes, sir, he's a nut all right." Archie was deeply concerned. So this was the explanation of that mysterious disaster, that weird tragedy which had puzzled the sporting press from coast to coast. "Good God, is he often taken like that?" "Oh, he's all right when he hasn't had a fuss with my girlfriend," said the cigar-stand girl indifferently. Her interest in baseball was tepid. Women are too often like this, mere butterflies with no concern for the deeper side of life. "Yes, but I say, what I mean to say, you know, are they pretty pally now? The good old dove of peace flapping its little wings fairly briskly and all that?" "Oh, I guess everything's nice and smooth just now. I seen my girlfriend yesterday, and Gus was taking her to the movies last night, so I guess everything's nice and smooth." Archie breathed a sigh of relief. "Took her to the movies, did he? Stout fellow. I was at the funniest picture last week," said the cigar-stand girl. "Honest, it was a scream. It was like this." Archie listened politely, then went in to get a bite of lunch. His equanimity, shaken by the discovery of the rift in the peerless one's armor, was restored. Good old Biddle had taken the girl to the movies last night. Probably he had squeezed her hand a goodish bit in the dark. With what result? Why, the fellow would be feeling like one of those chappies who used to joust for the smiles of females in the Middle Ages. What he meant to say, presumably the girl would be at the game this afternoon, hooping him on, and good old Biddle would give of his very best and juiciest. He would be so full of beans and buck that there would be no holding him. Encouraged by these thoughts, Archie lunched with an untroubled mind. Luncheon concluded, he proceeded to the lobby to buy back his hat and stick from the boy brigand with whom he had left them. It was while he was conducting this financial operation that he observed that at the cigar-stand, which adjoined the coat and hat alcove, his friend behind the counter had become engaged in conversation with another girl. This was a determined-looking young woman in a blue dress and a large hat of a bold and flowery species. Archie, happening to attract her attention, she gave him a glance out of a pair of fine brown eyes, then, as if she did not think much of him, turned to her companion and resumed their conversation, which, being of an essentially private and intimate nature, she conducted, after the manner of her kind, in a ringing soprano which penetrated into every corner of the lobby. Archie, waiting while the brigand reluctantly made change for a dollar bill, was privileged to hear every word. "Right from the start I seen he was in an ugly mood. You know how he gets, dearie, chewing his upper lip and looking at you as if you was so much dirt beneath his feet. How was I to know he'd lost $15.55 playing poker? And anyway, I don't see where he gets a license to work off his grouches on me. I told him so. I said to him, 'Gus,' I said, 'if you can't be bright and smiling and cheerful when you take me out, why do you come round at all?' Was I wrong or right, dearie?" The girl behind the counter heartily endorsed her conduct. "Once you let a man think he could use you as a doormat, where were you?" "What happened then, honey?" "Well, after we went to the movies—" Archie started convulsively. The change from his dollar bill leaped in his hand. Some of it sprang overboard and tinkled across the floor with the brigand in pursuit. A monstrous suspicion had begun to take root in his mind. "Well, we got good seats, but—" "Well, you know how it is once things start going wrong. You know that hat of mine, the one with the daisies and cherries and the feather? I'd taken it off and given it to him to hold when we went in. And what do you think that feller had done? Put it on the floor and crammed it under the seat, just to save himself the trouble of holding it in his lap. And when I showed him I was upset, all he said was that he was a pitcher and not a hat stand." Archie was paralyzed. He paid no attention to the hat-check boy, who was trying to induce him to accept treasure trove to the amount of 45 cents. His whole being was concentrated on this frightful tragedy which had burst upon him like a tidal wave. No possible room for doubt remained. Gus was the only Gus in New York that mattered, and this resolute and injured female before him was the girlfriend in whose slim hands rested the happiness of New York's baseball followers, the destiny of the unconscious giants, and the fate of his $1,000. A strangled croak proceeded from his parched lips. "Well, I didn't say anything at the moment. It just shows how them movies can work on a girl's feelings. It was a Bryant Washburn film, and somehow whenever I see him on the screen, nothing else seems to matter. I just get that gooey feeling and couldn't start a fight if you asked me to. So we go off to have a soda, and I said to him, 'That sure was a lovely film, Gus.' And would you believe me, he says straight out that he didn't think it was such a much, and he thought Bryant Washburn was a pill." "A pill!" The girlfriend's penetrating voice shook with emotion. "He never!" exclaimed the shocked cigar-store girl. "He did, if I die the next moment. I wasn't more than halfway through my vanilla and maple, but I got up without a word and left him, and I ain't seen a sight of him since. So there you are, dearie. Was I right or wrong?" The cigar-store girl gave unqualified approval. What men like Gus Biddle needed for the salvation of their souls was an occasional good jolt, right where it would do most good. "I'm glad you think I acted right, dearie," said the girlfriend. "I guess I've been too weak with Gus, and he's took advantage of it. I suppose I'll have to forgive him one of these old days, but believe me, it won't be for a week." The cigar-store girl was in favor of a fortnight. "No," said the girlfriend regretfully, "I don't believe I could hold out that long, but if I speak to him inside a week, well, I gotta be going. Goodbye, honey." The cigar-store girl turned to attend to an impatient customer, and the girlfriend, walking with the firm and decisive steps which indicate character, made for the swing door leading to the street. And as she went, the paralysis which had gripped Archie relaxed its hold. Still ignoring the 45 cents which the hat-check boy continued to proffer, he leapt in her wake like a panther, and came upon her just as she was stepping into a car. The car was full, but not too full for Archie. He dropped his 5 cents into the box and reached for a vacant strap. He looked down upon the flowered hat. There she was, and there he was. Archie rested his left ear against the forearm of a long, strongly built young man in a grey suit who had followed him into the car and was sharing his strap, and pondered. Of course, in a way, the gadget was simple. The wheeze was, in a sense, straightforward and uncomplicated. What he wanted to do was to point out to the injured girl all that hung on her. He wished to touch her heart, to plead with her, to desire her to restate her war aims, and to persuade her, before 3 o'clock, when that stricken gentleman would be stepping into the pitcher's box, to loose off the first ball against the Pittsburgh Pirates, to let bygones be bygones, and forgive Augustus Biddle. But the blighted problem was how the deuce to find the opportunity to start. He couldn't yell at the girl in a crowded streetcar, and if he let go of his strap and bent over her, somebody would step on his neck. The girl-friend, who for the first 5 minutes had remained entirely concealed beneath her hat, now sought diversion by looking up and examining the faces of the upper strata of passengers. Her eye caught Archie's in a glance of recognition, and he smiled feebly, endeavouring to register bonhomie and goodwill. He was surprised to see a startled expression come into her brown eyes. Her face turned pink. At least it was pink already, but it turned pinker. The next moment, the car having stopped to pick up more passengers, she jumped off and started to hurry across the street. Archie was momentarily taken aback. When embarking on this business, he had never intended it to become a blend of otter hunting and a moving picture chase. He followed her off the car with the sense that his grip on the affair was slipping. Preoccupied with these thoughts, he did not perceive that the long young man who had shared his strap had alighted too. His eyes were fixed on the vanishing figure of the girl-friend, who, having buzzed at a smart pace into 6th Avenue, was now legging it in the direction of the staircase leading to one of the stations of the elevated railroad. Dashing up the stairs after her, he shortly afterwards found himself suspended as before from a strap, gazing upon the now familiar flowers on top of her hat. From another strap farther down the carriage swayed the long young man in the grey suit. The train rattled on. Once or twice when it stopped, the girl seemed undecided whether to leave or remain. She half rose, then sank back again. Finally she walked resolutely out of the car, and Archie, following, found himself in a part of New York strange to him. The inhabitants of this district appeared to eke out a precarious existence, not by taking in one another's washing, but by selling one another second-hand clothes. Archie glanced at his watch. He had lunched early, but so crowded with emotions had been the period following lunch that he was surprised to find that the hour was only just 2. The discovery was a pleasant one. With a full hour before the scheduled start of the game, much might be achieved. He hurried after the girl and came up with her just as she turned the corner into one of those forlorn New York side streets which are populated chiefly by children, cats, desultory loafers, and empty meat tins. The girl stopped and turned. Archie smiled a winning smile. "I say, my dear sweet creature," he said. "I say, my dear old thing, one moment." "Is that so?" said the girl-friend. "I beg your pardon? Is that so?" Archie began to feel certain tremors. Her eyes were gleaming, and her determined mouth had become a perfectly straight line of scarlet. It was going to be difficult to be chatty to this girl. She was going to be a hard audience. Would mere words be able to touch her heart? The thought suggested itself that, properly speaking, one would need to use a pickaxe. "If you could spare me a couple of minutes of your valuable time—" "Say!" The lady drew herself up menacingly. "You can tie a can to yourself and disappear. Fade away, or I'll call a cop." Archie was horrified at this misinterpretation of his motives. 1 or 2 children playing close at hand, and a loafer who was trying to keep the wall from falling down, seemed pleased. Theirs was a colourless existence, and to the rare purple moments which had enlivened it in the past, the calling of a cop had been the unfailing preliminary. The loafer nudged a fellow loafer, sunning himself against the same wall. The children, abandoning the meat tin round which their game had centred, drew closer. "My dear old soul," said Archie, "you don't understand." "Don't I? I know your sort, you trailing arbutus." "No, no, my dear old thing, believe me, I wouldn't dream. Are you going or aren't you?" 11 more children joined the ring of spectators. The loafers stared silently like awakened crocodiles. "But I say, listen, I only wanted—" At this point another voice spoke. "Say!" The word say, more almost than any word in the American language, is capable of a variety of shades of expression. It can be genial, it can be jovial, it can be appealing. It can also be truculent. The say, which at this juncture smote upon Archie's eardrum with a suddenness which made him leap in the air, was truculent, and the 2 loafers and 27 children who now formed the audience were well satisfied with the dramatic development of the performance. To their experienced ears the word had the right ring. Archie spun round. At his elbow stood a long, strongly built young man in a grey suit. "Well?" said the young man nastily, and he extended a large, freckled face towards Archie's. It seemed to the latter, as he backed against the wall, that the young man's neck must be composed of india-rubber. It appeared to be growing longer every moment. His face, besides being freckled, was a dull brick red in colour. His lips curled back in an unpleasant snarl, showing a gold tooth, and beside him, swaying in an ominous sort of way, hung 2 clenched red hands about the size of 2 young legs of mutton. Archie eyed him with growing apprehension. There are moments in life when, passing idly on our way, we see a strange face, look into strange eyes, and with a sudden glow of human warmth say to ourselves, "We have found a friend." This was not one of those moments. The only person Archie had ever seen in his life who looked less friendly was the sergeant major who had trained him in the early days of the war, before he had got his commission. "I've had my eye on you," said the young man. He still had his eye on him. It was a hot, gimlet-like eye, and it pierced the recesses of Archie's soul. He backed a little farther against the wall. Archie was frankly disturbed. He was no poltroon, and had proved the fact on many occasions during the days when the entire German army seemed to be picking on him personally. But he hated and shrank from anything in the nature of a ballet public scene. "What?" inquired the young man, still bearing the burden of the conversation, and shifting his left hand a little farther behind his back. "Do you mean by following this young lady?" Archie was glad he had asked him. This was precisely what he wanted to explain. "My dear old lad," he began. In spite of the fact that he had asked a question and presumably desired a reply, the sound of Archie's voice seemed to be more than the young man could endure. It deprived him of the last vestige of restraint. With a rasping snarl he brought his left foot round in a sweeping semicircle in the direction of Archie's head. Archie was no novice in the art of self-defense. Since his early days at school he had learned much from leather-faced professors of the science. He had been watching this unpleasant young man's eyes with close attention, and the latter could not have indicated his scheme of action more clearly if he had sent him a formal note. Archie saw the swing all the way. He stepped nimbly aside, and the fist crashed against the wall. The young man fell back with a yelp of anguish. "Gus!" screamed the girl-friend, bounding forward. She flung her arms round the injured man, who was ruefully examining a hand which, always of an outsize, was now swelling to still further dimensions. "Gus, darling!" A sudden chill gripped Archie. So engrossed had he been with his mission that it had never occurred to him that the lovelorn pitcher might have taken it into his head to follow the girl as well, in the hope of putting in a word for himself. Yet such apparently had been the case. Well, this had definitely torn it. 2 loving hearts were united again in complete reconciliation. But a fat lot of good that was! It would be days before the misguided Looney Biddle would be able to pitch with a hand like that. It looked like a ham already, and was still swelling. Probably the wrist was sprained. For at least a week the greatest left-handed pitcher of his time would be about as much use to the Giants in any professional capacity as a cold in the head. And on that crippled hand depended the fate of all the money Archie had in the world. He wished now that he had not thwarted the fellow's simple enthusiasm. To have had his head knocked forcibly through a brick wall would not have been pleasant, but the ultimate outcome would not have been as unpleasant as this. With a heavy heart, Archie prepared to withdraw, to be alone with his sorrow. At this moment, however, the girl-friend, releasing her wounded lover, made a sudden dash for him, with the plainest intention of blotting him from the earth. "No, I say, really," said Archie, bounding backwards. "I mean to say," in a series of events, all of which had been a bit thick. This, in his opinion, achieved the maximum of thickness. It was the extreme, ragged, outside edge of the limit. To brawl with a fellow man in a public street had been bad, but to be brawled with by a girl! The shot was not on the board. Absolutely not on the board. There was only one thing to be done. It was dashed undignified, no doubt, for a fellow to pick up the old walkisis and leg it in the face of the enemy, but there was no other course. Archie started to run, and as he did so, one of the loafers made the mistake of gripping him by the collar of his coat. "I got him," observed the loafer. There is a time for all things. This was essentially not the time for anyone of the male sex to grip the collar of Archie's coat. If a syndicate of Dempsey, Carpentier, and one of the zoo gorillas had endeavoured to stay his progress at that moment, they would have had reason to consider it a rash move. Archie wanted to be elsewhere, and the blood of generations of Moffams, many of whom had swung a wicked axe in the free-for-all mix-ups of the Middle Ages, boiled within him at any attempt to revise his plans. There was a good deal of the loafer, but it was all soft. Releasing his hold when Archie's heel took him shrewdly on the shin, he received a nasty punch in what would have been the middle of his waistcoat if he had worn one, uttered a gurgling bleat like a wounded sheep, and collapsed against the wall. Archie, with a torn coat, rounded the corner and sprinted down 9th Avenue. The suddenness of the move gave him an initial advantage. He was halfway down the first block before the vanguard of the pursuit poured out of the side street. Continuing to travel well, he skimmed past a large dray, which had pulled up across the road, and moved on. The noise of those who pursued him was loud and clamorous in the rear, but the dray hid him momentarily from their sight, and it was this fact which led Archie, the old campaigner, to take his next step. It was perfectly obvious, he was aware of this even in the novel excitement of the chase, that a chappie couldn't hoof it at 25 miles an hour indefinitely along a main thoroughfare of a great city without exciting remark. He must take cover. Cover! That was the wheeze. He looked about him for cover. "Want a nice suit?" It takes a great deal to startle your commercial New Yorker. The small tailor, standing in his doorway, seemed in no way surprised at the spectacle of Archie, whom he had seen pass at a conventional walk some 5 minutes before, returning like this at top speed. He assumed that Archie had suddenly remembered that he wanted to buy something. This was exactly what Archie had done. More than anything else in the world, what he wanted to do now was to get into that shop and have a long talk about gents' clothing. Pulling himself up abruptly, he shot past the small tailor into the dim interior. A confused aroma of cheap clothing greeted him. Except for a small oasis behind a grubby counter, practically all the available space was occupied by suits. Stiff suits, looking like the body when discovered by the police, hung from hooks. Limp suits, with the appearance of having swooned from exhaustion, lay about on chairs and boxes. The place was a cloth morgue, a Sargasso sea of serge. Archie would not have had it otherwise. In these quiet groves of clothing a regiment could have lain hid. "Something nifty in tweeds?" inquired the businesslike proprietor of this haven, following him amiably into the shop. "Or maybe—" "Yes, a nice serge? Say, mister, I got a nice thing in blue serge that'll fit you like the paper on the wall." Archie wanted to talk about clothes, but not yet. "I say, laddie," he said, hurriedly, "lend me your ear for half a jiffy." Outside, the baying of the pack had become imminent. "Stow me away for a moment in the undergrowth, and I'll buy anything you want." He withdrew into the jungle. The noise outside grew in volume. The pursuit had been delayed for a priceless few instants by the arrival of another dray, moving northward, which had drawn level with the first dray and dexterously bottled up the fairway. This obstacle had now been overcome, and the original searchers, their ranks swelled by a few dozen more of the leisured classes, were hot on the trail again. "You done a murder?" inquired the voice of the proprietor, mildly interested, filtering through a wall of cloth. "Well, boys will be boys," he said philosophically. "See anything there that you like? There's some sweet things there." "I'm inspecting them narrowly," replied Archie. "If you don't let those chappies find me, I shouldn't be surprised if I bought one." "One?" said the proprietor with a touch of austerity. "Two," said Archie quickly, "or possibly 3 or 6. The proprietor's cordiality returned. "You can't have too many nice suits," he said approvingly. "Not a young fellow like you that wants to look nice. All the nice girls like a young fella that dresses nice. When you go out of here in a suit I got hanging up there at the back, the girls'll be all over you like flies round a honey pot." "Would you mind," said Archie, "would you mind, as a personal favour to me, old companion, not mentioning that word, girls?" He broke off. A heavy foot had crossed the threshold of the shop. "Say, uncle," said a deep voice, one of those beastly voices that only the most poisonous blighters have, "you seen a young fella run past here?" "Young fella?" The proprietor appeared to reflect. "Do you mean a young fella in blue with a Homburg hat?" "That's the duck. We lost him. Where'd he go?" "Him? Why, he come running past quick as he could go. I wondered what he was running for a hot day like this. He went round the corner at the bottom of the block." There was a silence. "Well, I guess he's got away," said the voice regretfully. "The way he was traveling," agreed the proprietor, "I wouldn't be surprised if he was in Europe by this. You want a nice suit?" The other, curtly expressing a wish that the proprietor would go to eternal perdition and take his entire stock with him, stumped out. "This," said the proprietor tranquilly, burrowing his way to where Archie stood, and exhibiting a saffron-coloured outrage, which appeared to be a poor relation of the flannel family, "would put you back $50, and cheap." "$50?" "60, I said. I don't always speak distinct." Archie regarded the distressing garment with a shuddering horror. A young man with an educated taste in clothes, it got right in among his nerve centres. "But honestly, old soul, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but that isn't a suit. It's just a regrettable incident." The proprietor turned to the door in a listening attitude. "I believe I hear that fella coming back," he said. Archie gulped. "How about trying it on?" he said. "I'm not sure, after all, it isn't fairly ripe." "That's the way to talk," said the proprietor cordially. "You try it on. You can't judge a suit, not a real nice suit like this, by looking at it. You want to put it on. There." He led the way to a dusty mirror at the back of the shop. "Isn't that a bargain at $70? Why, say, your mother would be proud if she could see her boy now." A quarter of an hour later, the proprietor, lovingly kneading a little sheaf of currency bills, eyed with a fond look the heap of clothes which lay on the counter. "As nice a little lot as I've ever had in my shop." Archie did not deny this. It was, he thought, probably only too true. "I only wish I could see you walking up Fifth Avenue in them. rhapsodized the proprietor. "You'll give 'em a treat. What you going to do with 'em? Carry 'em under your arm?" Archie shuddered strongly. "Well, then, I can send 'em for you any way you like. It's all the same to me. Where'll I send 'em?" Archie meditated. The future was black enough as it was. He shrank from the prospect of being confronted next day at the height of his misery with these appalling reach-me-downs. An idea struck him. The idea of his father-in-law. "Yes, send 'em," he said. "What's the name and address?" "Daniel Brewster," said Archie. "Hotel Cosmopolis." It was a long time since he had given his father-in-law a present. Archie went out into the street and began to walk pensively down a now peaceful 9th Avenue. Out of the depths that covered him, black as the pit from pole to pole, no single ray of hope came to cheer him. He could not, like the poet, thank whatever gods there be for his unconquerable soul, for his soul was licked to a splinter. He felt alone and friendless in a rotten world. With the best intentions, he had succeeded only in landing himself squarely among the Ribstons. Why had he not been content with his wealth instead of risking it on that blighted bet with Reggie? Why had he trailed the girlfriend? Dash her! He might have known that he would only make an ass of himself. And because he had done so, Looney Biddle's left hand, that priceless left hand before which opposing batters quailed and wilted, was out of action, resting in a sling, careened like a damaged battleship. And any chance the Giants might have had of beating the Pirates was gone. Gone as surely as that $1,000 which should have bought a birthday present for Lucille. A birthday present for Lucille! He groaned in bitterness of spirit. She would be coming back tonight, dear girl, all smiles and happiness, wondering what he was going to give her tomorrow. And when tomorrow dawned, all he would be able to give her would be a kind smile. A nice state of things, a jolly situation, a thoroughly good egg, he did not think. It seemed to Archie that nature, contrary to her usual custom of indifference to human suffering, was mourning with him. The sky was overcast, and the sun had ceased to shine. There was a sort of sombreness in the afternoon which fitted in with his mood, and then something splashed on his face. It says much for Archie's preoccupation that his first thought, as after a few scattered drops, as though the clouds were submitting samples for approval, the whole sky suddenly began to stream like a shower bath, was that this was simply an additional infliction which he was called upon to bear. On top of all his other troubles, he would get soaked to the skin or have to hang about in some doorway. He cursed richly and sped for shelter. The rain was setting about its work in earnest. The world was full of that rending, swishing sound which accompanies the more violent summer storms. Thunder crashed, and lightning flicked out of the grey heavens. Out in the street the raindrops bounded up off the stones like fairy fountains. Archie surveyed them morosely from his refuge in the entrance of a shop. And then, suddenly, like one of those flashes which were lighting up the gloomy sky, a thought lit up his mind. "By Jove, if this keeps up, there won't be a ball game today." With trembling fingers he pulled out his watch. The hands pointed to 5 minutes to 3. A blessed vision came to him of a moist and disappointed crowd receiving rain checks at the polo grounds. "Switch it on, you blighters!" he cried, addressing the leaden clouds. "Switch it on, more and more!" It was shortly before 5 o'clock that a young man bounded into a jeweller's shop near the Hotel Cosmopolis. A young man who, in spite of the fact that his coat was saturated to the collar, and that he oozed water from every inch of his drenched clothes, appeared in the highest spirits. It was only when he spoke that the jeweller recognized in the human sponge the immaculate youth who had looked in that morning to order a bracelet. "I say, old lad," said this young man, "you remember that jolly little what-not you showed me before lunch?" "The bracelet, sir?" As you observe, with a manly candour which does you credit, my dear old jeweller, the bracelet. Well, produce, exhibit, and bring it forth. Would you mind? Trot it out. Slip it across on a lordly dish. You wished me, surely, to put it aside and send it to the Cosmopolis tomorrow. The young man tapped the jeweller earnestly on his substantial chest. What I wished and what I wish now are two bally separate and dashed distinct things, friend of my college days. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today and all that. I'm not taking any more chances, not for me. For others, yes, but not for Archibald. Here are the doubloons. Produce the jolly bracelet. Thanks. The jeweller counted the notes with the same unction which Archie had observed earlier in the day in the proprietor of the second-hand clothes shop. The process made him genial. A nasty wet day, sir, it's been. Archie shook his head. Old friend, he said, you're all wrong. Far otherwise, and not a bit like it, my dear old trafficker in gems. You've put your finger on the one aspect of this blighted PM that really deserves credit and respect. Rarely in the experience of a lifetime have I encountered a day so absolutely bally in nearly every shape and form, but there was one thing that saved it, and that was its merry old wetness. Toodaloo, laddie. Good evening, sir, said the jeweller. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse, Chapter 7. Paving the way for Mabel. Her eyes, said Bill Brewster, are like, what's the word I want? He looked across at Lucille, his sister, and at Archie Moffam, her husband. Lucille was leaning forward with an eager and interested face. Archie was leaning back with his fingertips together and his eyes closed. This was not the first time his brother-in-law had touched on the subject of the girl he had become engaged to marry during his trip to England. Indeed, Brother Bill had touched on very little else in the course of the past week, and Archie, though of a sympathetic nature, was beginning to feel that he had heard all he wished to hear about Mabel Winchester. Lucille, on the other hand, who was now getting her first instalment of it, was absorbed. She was devoted to Bill, and his recital had thrilled her. Like, said Bill, like... Stars? Suggested Lucille. Stars, said Bill gratefully. Exactly the word. Twin stars shining in a clear sky on a summer night. Her teeth are like... what shall I say? Pearls? Pearls, and her hair is a lovely brown like leaves in the autumn. In fact, concluded Bill, slipping down from the heights with something of a jerk, she's a corker, isn't she, Archie? Archie opened his eyes. Quite right, old top, he said. It was the only thing to do. What the devil are you talking about? Demanded Bill, coldly. He had been suspicious all along of Archie's statement that he could listen better with his eyes shut. Eh? Oh, sorry. Thinking of something else. You were asleep. No, positively and distinctly not. Frightfully interested and rapt and all that. Only I didn't quite get what you said. I said that Mabel was a corker. Oh, absolutely, in every respect. There, Bill turned to Lucille triumphantly. You hear that? And Archie has only seen her photograph. Wait till he sees her in the flesh. My dear old chap, said Archie, shocked. Ladies present, I mean to say, what? I'm afraid, said Lucille, that father will be the one you'll find it hard to convince. Yes, said her brother gloomily. Your Mabel sounds perfectly charming, but, well, you know what father is. It is a pity she sings in the chorus. She hasn't much of a voice, argued Bill in extenuation. All the same. Archie, the conversation having reached a topic in which he considered himself one of the greatest living authorities, to wit, the unlovable disposition of his father-in-law, addressed the meeting as one who has a right to be heard. I wouldn't for the world say anything derogatory, as it were, to your jolly old pater, but there's no getting away from the fact that he's by way of being one of the leading man-eating fishers. I mean to say he's a pretty tough nut. And what makes it worse than it might be is that ever since Lucille brought me in and laid me on the mat, he's been looking to you to restore the good old family prestige, if you know what I mean. He thinks Lucille let the proud name of Brewster down a bit, don't you know? Don't be silly, said Lucille. You know quite well that you're a perfect little angel and that anyone would be lucky to get you for a son-in-law. Ah, but does he? Has that thought ever entered the parental being? No, I fear me, no. Every time I get hold of a daisy, I give him another chance, but it always works out at he loves me not. Very well then, laddie, it comes to this, that he's looking to you to marry someone pretty special, and I'm sorry to have to say it, old bird, but if you come bounding in with part of the personnel of the ensemble on your arm and try to dig a father's blessing out of him, cold reason suggests that he's extremely apt to stab you in the gizzard with the pickle fork. I wish, said Bill, annoyed, you wouldn't talk as though Mabel were the ordinary kind of chorus girl. She's only on the stage because her mother's hard up and she wants to educate her little brother. I say, said Archie, concerned, take my tip, old top. In chatting the matter over with the pater, don't dwell too much on that aspect of the affair. I've been watching him closely, and it's about all he can stick, having to support me. If you ring in a mother and a little brother on him, he'll crack under the strain. Well, I've got to do something about it. Maybe we'll be over here in a week. Great Scott, you never told us that. Yes, she's going to be in the new Billington show, and naturally she will expect to meet my family. I've told her all about you. Did you explain father to her? Asked Lucille. Well, I just said she mustn't mind him, as his bark was worse than his bite. Well, said Archie thoughtfully, he hasn't bitten me yet, so you may be right. But you've got to admit that he's a bit of a barker. Lucille considered. Really, Bill, I think your best plan will be to go straight to father and tell him the whole thing. You don't want him to hear about it in a roundabout way. The trouble is that, whenever I'm with father, I can't think of anything to say. Archie found himself envying his father-in-law this merciful dispensation of Providence, for where he himself was concerned, there had been no lack of eloquence on Bill's part. In the brief period in which he had known him, Bill had talked all the time and always on the one topic. As unpromising a subject as the tariff laws was easily diverted by him into a discussion of the absent Mabel, and finally Archie had given up trying to change the conversation. When I'm with father, said Bill, I sort of lose my nerve and yammer. Dashed awkward, said Archie politely. He sat up suddenly. I say, by Jove, I know what you want, old friend. Just thought of it. That busy brain is never still, explained Lucille. Saw it in the paper this morning. An advertisement of a book, don't you know? I've no time for reading. You've time for reading this one, laddie, for you can't afford to miss it. It's a what-do-you-call-it book. What I mean to say is, if you read it and take its tips to heart, it guarantees to make you a convincing talker. The advertisement says so. The advertisement's all about a chappie, whose name I forget, whom everybody loved because he talked so well. And mark you, before he got hold of this book, The Personality That Wins was the name of it, if I remember rightly, he was known to all the lads in the office as Silent Samuel or something, or it may have been Tongue-Tied Thomas. Well, one day he happened by good luck to blow in the necessary for the good old P that W's, and now, whenever they want someone to go and talk Rockefeller or someone into lending them $1 million or so, they send for Samuel. Only now they call him Sammy the Spellbinder, and fawn upon him pretty copiously, and all that. How about it, old son? How do we go?" "What perfect nonsense," said Lucille. "I don't know," said Bill, plainly impressed. "There might be something in it." "Absolutely," said Archie. "I remember it said, 'Talk convincingly, and no man will ever treat you with cold, unresponsive indifference.' Well, cold, unresponsive indifference is just what you don't want the pater to treat you with, isn't it? Or is it? Or isn't it? What? What?" "It sounds all right," said Bill. "It is all right," said Archie. "It's a scheme. I'll go farther. It's an egg." "The idea I had," said Bill, "was to see if I couldn't get Mabel a job in some straight comedy. That would take the curse off the thing a bit. Then I wouldn't have to dwell on the chorus end of the business, you see." "Much more sensible," said Lucille. "But what a deuce of a sweat," argued Archie. "I mean to say, having to pop around and nose about and all that. Aren't you willing to take a little trouble for your stricken brother-in-law, Worm?" said Lucille severely. "Oh, absolutely. My idea was to get this book and coax the dear old chap. Rehearse him, don't you know. He could bone up the early chapters a bit and then drift round and try his convincing talk on me." "It might be a good idea," said Bill, reflectively. "Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do," said Lucille. "I'm going to get Bill to introduce me to his Mabel, and if she's as nice as he says she is, I'll go to father and talk convincingly to him." "You're an ace," said Bill. "Absolutely," agreed Archie cordially. "My partner, what? All the same, we ought to keep the book as a second string, you know. I mean to say, you are a young and delicately nurtured girl, full of sensibility and shrinking what's-its-name and all that. And you know what the jolly old pater is. He might bark at you and put you right out of action in the first round. Well, then, don't you see, we could unleash old Bill, the trained silver-tongued expert, on him and have him weak in no time. Personally, I'm all for the PWs." Lucille looked at her watch. "Good gracious, it's nearly 1 o'clock. No!" Archie heaved himself up from his chair. "Well, it's a shame to break up this feast of reason and flow of soul and all that, but if we don't leg it with some speed, we shall be late." "We're lunching at the Nicholsons'," explained Lucille to her brother. "I wish you were coming too." "Lunch!" Bill shook his head with a kind of tolerant scorn. "Lunch means nothing to me these days. I've other things to think of besides food." He looked as spiritual as his rugged features would permit. "I haven't written to her yet today." "But dash it, old egg, if she's going to be over here in a week, what's the good of writing? The letters would cross her." "I'm not mailing my letters to England," said Bill. "I'm keeping them for her to read when she arrives." "My sainted aunt," said Archie. Devotion like this was something beyond his outlook. The personality that wins cost Archie $2 in cash and a lot of embarrassment when he asked for it at the store. To buy a treatise of that name would automatically seem to argue that you haven't a winning personality already, and Archie was at some pains to explain to the girl behind the counter that he wanted it for a friend. The girl seemed more interested in his English accent than in his explanation, and Archie was uncomfortably aware, as he receded, that she was practicing it in an undertone for the benefit of her colleagues and fellow workers. However, what is a little discomfort, if endured in friendship's name? Archie left the book at Bill's club and went his way with the consciousness of a good deed done. Some days later, Lucille, returning one morning to their mutual suite, found her husband seated in an upright chair at the table, an unusually stern expression on his amiable face. A large cigar was in the corner of his mouth. The fingers of one hand rested in the armhole of his waistcoat. With the other hand he tapped menacingly on the table. Lucille was aware of Bill's presence. He had emerged sharply from the bedroom and walked briskly across the floor. "Father," said Bill. "Well, my boy," said Archie in a rasping voice, frowning heavily over the cigar. "What is it? Speak up, speak up. Why the devil can't you speak up? This is my busy day." "What on earth are you doing?" asked Lucille. Archie waved her away with the large gesture of a man of blood and iron interrupted while concentrating. "Leave us, woman, we would be alone. Retire into the jolly old background and amuse yourself for a bit. Read a book, do acrostics. Charge ahead, laddie." "Father," said Bill again. "Yes, my boy, yes? What is it?" "Father." Archie picked up the red-covered volume that lay on the table. "Half a mo, old son. Sorry to stop you, but I knew there was something. I've just remembered. Your walk. All wrong." "All wrong?" "All wrong. Where's the chapter on the art of walking? Here it is. Here we are. Listen, dear old soul. Drink this in. In walking, one should strive to acquire that swinging, easy movement from the hips. The correctly poised walker seems to float along, as it were. Now, old bean, you didn't float a damn bit. You just galloped in like a chappie charging into a railway restaurant for a bowl of soup when his train leaves in 2 minutes. Dashed important, this walking business, you know. Get started wrong, and where are you? Try it again. Much better." He turned to Lucille. "Notice him float along that time? Absolutely skimmed, what?" Lucille had taken a seat, and was waiting for enlightenment. "Are you and Bill going into vaudeville?" she asked. Archie, scrutinizing his brother-in-law closely, had further criticism to make. "The man of self-respect and self-confidence," he read, "stands erect in an easy, natural, graceful attitude. Heels not too far apart, head erect, eyes to the front with a level gaze. Get your gaze level, old thing. Shoulders thrown back, arms hanging naturally at the sides when not otherwise employed. That means that if he swings on you, it's all right to guard. Chest expanded naturally, and abdomen. This is no place for you, Lucille. Leg it out of earshot. What I said before, drawn in somewhat, and above all, not protruded. Now, have you got all that? Yes, you look all right. Carry on, laddie, carry on. Let's have 2 penn'orth of the dynamic voice and the tone of authority, some of the full, rich, round stuff we hear so much about." Bill fastened his gimlet eye upon his brother-in-law and drew a deep breath. "Father," he said, "father." "You'll have to brighten up Bill's dialogue a lot," said Lucille critically, "or you will never get bookings. Father. I mean, it's all right as far as it goes, but it's sort of monotonous. Besides, one of you ought to be asking questions and the other answering. Bill ought to be saying, 'Who was that lady I saw you coming down the street with?' So that you would be able to say, 'That wasn't a lady, that was my wife.' I know, I've been to lots of vaudeville shows." Bill relaxed his attitude. He deflated his chest, spread his heels, and ceased to draw in his abdomen. "We'd better try this another time when we're alone," he said frigidly. "I can't do myself justice." "Why do you want to do yourself justice?" asked Lucille. "Righto," said Archie affably, casting off his forbidding expression like a garment. "Rehearsal postponed. I was just putting old Bill through it," he explained, "with a view to getting him into mid-season form for the jolly old pater." "Oh!" Lucille's voice was the voice of one who sees in darkness. When Bill walked in like a cat on hot bricks and stood there looking stuffed, that was just the personality that wins. That was it. "Well, you couldn't blame me for not recognizing it, could you?" Archie patted her head paternally. "A little less of the caustic critic stuff," he said. "Bill will be all right on the night. If you hadn't come in then and put him off his stroke, he'd have shot out some amazing stuff, full of authority and dynamic accents and whatnot. I tell you, light of my soul, old Bill is all right. He's got the winning personality up a tree, ready whenever he wants to go and get it. Speaking as his backer and trainer, I think he'll twist your father round his little finger. Absolutely. It wouldn't surprise me if at the end of 5 minutes the good old dad started jumping through hoops and sitting up for lumps of sugar." "It would surprise me." "Ah, that's because you haven't seen old Bill in action. You crabbed his act before he had begun to spread himself. It isn't that at all. The reason why I think that Bill, however winning his personality may be, won't persuade father to let him marry a girl in the chorus is something that happened last night." "Last night?" Well, at 3 o'clock this morning. It's on the front page of the early editions of the evening papers. I brought one in for you to see, only you were so busy. Look, there it is." Archie seized the paper. "Oh, great Scott! What is it?" asked Bill irritably. "Don't stand goggling there. What the devil is it?" "Listen to this old thing. Revelry by night, spirited battle royal at Hotel Cosmopolis. The hotel detective had a good heart, but Pauline packed the punch. The logical contender for Jack Dempsey's championship honours has been discovered, and in an age where women are stealing men's jobs all the time, it will not come as a surprise to our readers to learn that she belongs to the sex that is more deadly than the male. Her name is Miss Pauline Preston, and her wallop is vouched for under oath, under many oaths, by Mr. Timothy O'Neill, known to his intimates as Pieface, who holds down the arduous job of detective at the Hotel Cosmopolis. At 3 o'clock this morning, Mr. O'Neill was advised by the night clerk that the occupants of every room within earshot of number 618 had phoned the desk to complain of a disturbance, a noise, a vocal uproar proceeding from the room mentioned. Thither, therefore, marched Mr. O'Neill, his face full of cheese sandwich, for he had been indulging in an early breakfast, or a late supper, and his heart of devotion to duty. He found there the Misses Pauline Preston and Bobby St. Clair, of the personnel of the chorus, of the frivolities, entertaining a few friends of either sex. A pleasant time was being had by all, and at the moment of Mr. O'Neill's entry the entire strength of the company was rendering with considerable emphasis that touching ballad, "There's a place for me in heaven, for my baby boy is there." The able and efficient officer at once suggested that there was a place for them in the street, and the patrol wagon would soon be waiting there, and being a man of action as well as words, proceeded to gather up an armful of assorted guests as a preliminary to a personally conducted tour of the cold night. It was at this point that Miss Preston stepped into the limelight. Mr. O'Neill contends that she hit him with a brick, an iron casing, and the Singer Building. Be that as it may, her efforts were sufficiently able to induce him to retire for reinforcements, which, arriving, arrested the supper party regardless of age or sex. At the police court this morning, Miss Preston maintained that she and her friends were merely having a quiet home evening, and that Mr. O'Neill was no gentleman. The male guests gave their names respectively as Woodrow Wilson, Grover Cleveland, and William J. Bryan. These, however, are believed to be incorrect. But the moral is, if you want excitement rather than sleep, stay at the Hotel Cosmopolis. Bill may have quaked inwardly as he listened to this epic, but outwardly he was unmoved. "Well," he said, "what about it?" "What about it?" said Lucille. "What about it?" said Archie. "Why, my dear old friend, it simply means that all the time we've been putting in making your personality winning has been chucked away. Absolutely a dead loss. We might just as well have read a manual on how to knit sweaters." "I don't see it," maintained Bill stoutly. Lucille turned apologetically to her husband. "You mustn't judge me by him, Archie, darling. This sort of thing doesn't run in the family. We are supposed to be rather bright on the whole, but poor Bill was dropped by his nurse when he was a baby and fell on his head." "I suppose what you're driving at," said the goaded Bill, "is that what has happened will make father pretty sore against girls who happen to be in the chorus." "That's absolutely it, old thing. I'm sorry to say the next person who mentions the word chorus girl in the jolly old governor's presence is going to take his life in his hands. I tell you, as one man to another, that I'd much rather be back in France hopping over the top than do it myself. What darned nonsense! Mabel may be in the chorus, but she isn't like those girls." "Poor old Bill," said Lucille. "I'm awfully sorry, but it's no use not facing facts. You know perfectly well that the reputation of the hotel is the thing father cares more about than anything else in the world, and that this is going to make him furious with all the chorus girls in creation. It's no good trying to explain to him that your Mabel is in the chorus, but not of the chorus, so to speak." "Deuced well put," said Archie approvingly. "You're absolutely right. A chorus girl by the river's brim, so to speak, a simple chorus girl is to him, as it were, and she is nothing more, if you know what I mean. So now," said Lucille, "having shown you that the imbecile scheme which you concocted with my poor, well-meaning husband is no good at all, I will bring you words of cheer. Your own original plan of getting your Mabel a part in a comedy was always the best one, and you can do it. I wouldn't have broken the bad news so abruptly if I hadn't had some consolation to give you afterwards. I met Reggie Fantile just now, wandering about as if the cares of the world were on his shoulders, and he told me that he was putting up most of the money for a new play that's going into rehearsal right away. Reggie's an old friend of yours. All you have to do is to go to him and ask him to use his influence to get your Mabel a small part. There's sure to be a maid or something with only a line or two that won't matter." "A ripe scheme," said Archie. "Very sound and fruity." The cloud did not lift from Bill's corrugated brow. "That's all very well," he said, "but you know what a talker Reggie is. He's an obliging sort of chump, but his tongue's fastened on at the middle and waggles at both ends. I don't want the whole of New York to know about my engagement and have somebody spilling the news to father before I'm ready." "That's all right," said Lucille. "Archie can speak to him. There's no need for him to mention your name at all. He can just say there's a girl he wants to get a part for. You would do it, wouldn't you, Angel Face?" "Like a bird, queen of my soul." "Then that's splendid. You'd better give Archie that photograph of Mabel to give to Reggie, Bill." "Photograph?" said Bill. "Which photograph? I have 24. Archie found Reggie Fantile brooding in a window of his club that looked over Fifth Avenue. Reggie was one of the first friends Archie had made on his arrival in America. He was a rather melancholy young man who suffered from elephantiasis of the bankroll and the other evils that arise from that complaint. Gentle and sentimental by nature, his sensibilities had been much wounded by contact with a sordid world, and the thing that had first endeared Archie to him was the fact that the latter, though chronically hard up, had never made any attempt to borrow money from him. Reggie would have parted with it on demand, but it had delighted him to find that Archie seemed to take a pleasure in his society without having any ulterior motives. He was fond of Archie and also of Lucille, and their happy marriage was a constant source of gratification to him. For Reggie was a sentimentalist. He would have liked to live in a world of ideally united couples, himself ideally united to some charming and affectionate girl. But as a matter of cold fact, he was a bachelor, and most of the couples he knew veterans of several divorces. In Reggie's circle, therefore, the home life of Archie and Lucille shone like a good deed in a naughty world. It inspired him. In moments of depression it restored his waning faith in human nature. Consequently, when Archie, having greeted him and slipped into a chair at his side, suddenly produced from his inside pocket the photographs of an extremely pretty girl and asked him to get her a small part in the play which he was financing, he was shocked and disappointed. He was in a more than usually sentimental mood that afternoon, and had indeed at the moment of Archie's arrival been dreaming wistfully of soft arms clasped snugly about his collar, and the patter of little feet, and all that sort of thing. He gazed reproachfully at Archie. "Archie!" His voice quivered with emotion. "Is it worth it? Is it worth it, old man? Think of the poor little woman at home." Archie was puzzled. "Eh, old top? Which poor little woman?" "Think of her, trust in you, her faith." "I don't absolutely get you, old bean. What would Lucille say if she knew about this?" "Oh, she does. She knows all about it." "Good heavens!" cried Reggie. He was shocked to the core of his being. One of the articles of his faith was that the union of Lucille and Archie was different from these loose partnerships which were the custom in his world. He had not been conscious of such a poignant feeling that the foundations of the universe were cracked and tottering, and that there was no light and sweetness in life since the morning, 18 months back, when a negligent valet had sent him out into Fifth Avenue with only one spat on. "It was Lucille's idea," explained Archie. He was about to mention his brother-in-law's connection with the matter, but checked himself in time, remembering Bill's specific objection to having his secret revealed to Reggie. "It's like this, old thing. I've never met this female, but she's a pal of Lucille's." He comforted his conscience by the reflection that if she wasn't now, she would be in a few days, and Lucille wants to do her a bit of good. "She's been on the stage in England, you know, supporting a jolly old widowed mother and educating a little brother and all that kind and species of rot, you understand. And now she's coming over to America, and Lucille wants you to rally round and shove her into your show, and generally keep the home fires burning and so forth. How do we go?" Reggie beamed with relief. He felt just as he had felt on that other occasion at the moment when a taxicab had rolled up and enabled him to hide his spatless leg from the public gaze. "Oh, I see," he said. "Why, delighted, old man, quite delighted. Any small part would do. Isn't there a maid or something in your bob's worth of refined entertainment who drifts about saying 'yes, madam' and all that sort of thing? Well, then, that's just the thing. Topping. I knew I could rely on you, old bird. I'll get Lucille to ship her round to your address when she arrives. I fancy she's due to totter in somewhere in the next few days. Well, I must be popping. Toodaloo." "Pip, pip," said Reggie. It was about a week later that Lucille came into the suite at the Hotel Cosmopolis that was her home, and found Archie lying on the couch, smoking a refreshing pipe after the labours of the day. It seemed to Archie that his wife was not in her usual cheerful frame of mind. He kissed her, and having relieved her of her parasol, endeavoured without success to balance it on his chin. Having picked it up from the floor and placed it on the table, he became aware that Lucille was looking at him in a despondent sort of way. Her grey eyes were clouded. "Hello, old thing," said Archie. "What's up?" Lucille sighed wearily. "Archie, darling, do you know any really good swear words?" "Well," said Archie, reflectively, "let me see. I did pick up a few tolerably ripe and breezy expressions out in France. All through my military career there was something about me, some subtle magnetism, don't you know, and that sort of thing that seemed to make colonels and blighters of that order rather inventive. I sort of inspired them, don't you know. I remember one brass hat addressing me quite 10 minutes, saying something new all the time, and even then he seemed to think he had only touched the fringe of the subject. As a matter of fact, he said straight out in the most frank and confiding way that mere words couldn't do justice to me. But why? Because I want to relieve my feelings. Anything wrong? Everything's wrong. I've just been having tea with Bill and his Mabel. "Oh, said Archie, interested. "And what's the verdict?" "Guilty," said Lucille, "and the sentence, if I had anything to do with it, would be transportation for life." She peeled off her gloves irritably. "What fools men are! Not you, precious. You're the only man in the world that isn't, it seems to me. You did marry a nice girl, didn't you? You didn't go running around after females with crimson hair, goggling at them with your eyes popping out of your head like a bulldog waiting for a bone. Oh, I say, does old Bill look like that? Worse!" Archie rose to a point of order. "But one moment, old lady. You speak of crimson hair. Surely old Bill, in the extremely jolly monologues he used to deliver whenever I didn't see him coming and he got me alone, used to allude to her hair as brown. It isn't brown now, it's bright scarlet. Good gracious, I ought to know. I've been looking at it all afternoon. It dazzled me. If I've got to meet her again, I mean to go to the oculist's and get a pair of those smoked glasses you wear at Palm Beach." Lucille brooded silently for a while over the tragedy. "I don't want to say anything against her, of course. No, of course not. But of all the awful second-rate girls I ever met, she's the worst. She has vermilion hair and an imitation Oxford manner. She's so horribly refined that it's dreadful to listen to her. She's a sly, creepy, slinky, made-up, insincere vampire. She's common. She's awful. She's a cat." "You're quite right not to say anything against her," said Archie approvingly. "It begins to look," he went on, "as if the good old pater was about due for another shock. He has a hard life. If Bill dares to introduce that girl to father, he's taking his life in his hands. But surely that was the idea, the scheme, the wheeze, wasn't it? Or do you think there's any chance of his weakening?" "Weakening? You should have seen him looking at her. It was like a small boy flattening his nose against the window of a candy store. Bit thick." Lucille kicked the leg of the table. "And to think," she said, "that, when I was a little girl, I used to look up to Bill as a monument of wisdom. I used to hug his knees and gaze into his face and wonder how anyone could be so magnificent." She gave the unoffending table another kick. "If I could have looked into the future," she said with feeling, "I'd have bitten him in the ankle." In the days which followed, Archie found himself a little out of touch with Bill and his romance. Lucille referred to the matter only when he brought the subject up, and made it plain that the topic of her future sister-in-law was not one which she enjoyed discussing. Mr. Brewster Sr., when Archie, by way of delicately preparing his mind for what was about to befall, asked him if he liked red hair, called him a fool and told him to go away and bother someone else when they were busy. The only person who could have kept him thoroughly abreast of the trend of affairs was Bill himself, and experience had made Archie wary in the matter of meeting Bill. The position of confidant to a young man in the early stages of love is no sinecure, and it made Archie sleepy even to think of having to talk to his brother-in-law. He sedulously avoided his lovelorn relative, and it was with a sinking feeling one day that, looking over his shoulder as he sat in the Cosmopolis grill-room preparatory to ordering lunch, he perceived Bill bearing down upon him, obviously resolved upon joining his meal. To his surprise, however, Bill did not instantly embark upon his usual monologue. Indeed, he hardly spoke at all. He chomped a chop, and seemed to Archie to avoid his eye. It was not till lunch was over and they were smoking that he unburdened himself. "Archie," he said. "Hello, old thing," said Archie. "Still there? I thought you'd died or something. Talk about your old pals, Tongue-Tied Thomas and Silent Sammy. You could beat 'em both on the same evening." "It's enough to make me silent." "What is?" Bill had relapsed into a sort of waking dream. He sat frowning somberly, lost to the world. Archie, having waited what seemed to him a sufficient length of time for an answer to his question, bent forward and touched his brother-in-law's hand gently with the lighted end of his cigar. Bill came to himself with a howl. "What is?" said Archie. "What is what?" said Bill. "Now listen, old thing," protested Archie. "Life is short and time is flying. Suppose we cut out the cross-talk. You hinted there was something on your mind, something worrying the old bean, and I'm waiting to hear what it is." Bill fiddled a moment with his coffee-spoon. "I'm in an awful hole," he said at last. "What's the trouble?" "It's about that darned girl." Archie blinked. "What?" "That darned girl." Archie could scarcely credit his senses. He had been prepared, indeed he had steeled himself, to hear Bill allude to his affinity in a number of ways, but "that darned girl" was not one of them. "Companion of my riper years," he said, "let's get this thing straight. When you say 'that darned girl,' do you by any possibility allude to—" "Of course I do." "But William, old bird." "Oh, I know, said Bill irritably. "You're surprised to hear me talk like that about her." "A trifle, yes. Possibly a trifle. When last heard from, laddie, you must recollect you were speaking of the lady as your soul-mate, and at least once, if I remember rightly, you alluded to her as your little dusky-haired lamb." A sharp howl escaped Bill. "Don't!" A strong shudder convulsed his frame. "Don't remind me of it." "There's been a species of slump, then?" "Yes? No? In dusky-haired lambs?" "How," demanded Bill savagely, "can a girl be a dusky-haired lamb when her hair's bright scarlet?" "Dashed difficult," admitted Archie. "I suppose Lucille told you about that?" "She did touch on it, lightly, as it were, with a sort of gossamer touch, so to speak." Bill threw off the last fragments of reserve. "Archie, I'm in the devil of a fix. I don't know why it was, but directly I saw her, things seemed so different over in England, I mean." He swallowed ice water in gulps. "I suppose it was seeing her with Lucille. Old Lou is such a thoroughbred. Seemed to kind of show her up. Like seeing imitation pearls by the side of real pearls. And that crimson hair, it sort of put the lid on it." Bill brooded morosely. "It ought to be a criminal offence for women to dye their hair, especially red. What the devil do women do that sort of thing for? Don't blame me, old thing, it's not my fault." Bill looked furtive and harassed. "It makes me feel such a cad. Here am I, feeling that I would give all I've got in the world to get out of the darned thing, and all the time the poor girl seems to be getting fonder of me than ever." "How do you know?" Archie surveyed his brother-in-law critically. "Perhaps her feelings have changed too. Very possibly she may not like the colour of your hair. I don't myself. Now, if you were to dye yourself crimson—" "Oh, shut up! Of course a man knows when a girl's fond of him." "By no means, laddie, when you're my age." "I am your age." "So you are. I forgot that. Well now, approaching the matter from another angle, let us suppose, old son, that Miss What's-her-name, the party of the second part—" "Stop it," said Bill suddenly. "Here comes Reggie." "Eh?" "Here comes Reggie Fantile. I don't want him to hear us talking about the darned thing." Archie looked over his shoulder and perceived that it was indeed so. Reggie was threading his way among the tables. "Well, he looks pleased with things anyway," said Bill enviously. "Glad somebody's happy." He was right. Reggie Fantile's usual mode of progress through a restaurant was a somnolent slouch. Now he was positively bounding along. Furthermore, the usual expression on Reggie's face was a sleepy sadness. Now he smiled brightly and with animation. He curveted towards their table, beaming and erect, his head up, his gaze level, and his chest expanded, for all the world as if he had been reading the hints in The Personality That Wins. Archie was puzzled. Something had plainly happened to Reggie, but what? It was idle to suppose that somebody had left him money, for he had been left practically all the money there was a matter of 10 years before. "Hello, old bean," he said, as the newcomer, radiating goodwill and bonhomie, arrived at the table and hung over it like a noonday sun. "We've finished, but rally round and we'll watch you eat. Dashed interesting watching old Reggie eat. Why go to the zoo?" Reggie shook his head. "Sorry, old man, can't. Just on my way to the Ritz. Stepped in because I thought you might be here. I wanted you to be the first to hear the news." "News? I'm the happiest man alive." "You look it, darn you," growled Bill, on whose mood of grey gloom this human sunbeam was jarring heavily. "I'm engaged to be married." "Congratulations, old egg." Archie shook his hand cordially. "Dash it, don't you know, as an old married man, I like to see you young fellows settling down." "I don't know how to thank you enough, Archie, old man," said Reggie fervently. "Thank me? It was through you that I met her. Don't you remember that girl you sent to me? You wanted me to get her a small part." He stopped, puzzled. Archie had uttered a sound that was half gasp and half gurgle, but it was swallowed up in the extraordinary noise from the other side of the table. Bill Brewster was leaning forward with bulging eyes and soaring eyebrows. "Are you engaged to Mabel Winchester?" "Why, by George," said Reggie, "do you know her?" Archie recovered himself. "Slightly," he said, "slightly. Old Bill knows her slightly, as it were. Not very well, don't you know, but how shall I put it?" "Slightly," said Bill. Just the word, slightly. "Splendid," said Reggie Fantile. "Why don't you come along to the Ritz and meet her now? Bill stammered. Archie came to the rescue again. "Bill can't come now. He's got a date." "A date?" said Bill. "A date," said Archie. "An appointment, don't you know. In fact, a date. But, wish her happiness from me," said Bill, cordially. "Thanks very much, old man," said Reggie. "And say I'm delighted, will you?" "Certainly. You won't forget the word, will you? Delighted. Delighted. That's right. Delighted." Reggie looked at his watch. "Hello, I must rush." Bill and Archie watched him as he bounded out of the restaurant. "Poor old Reggie," said Bill with a fleeting compunction. "Not necessarily," said Archie. "What I mean to say is, tastes differ, don't you know? One man's peach is another man's poison, and vice versa." "There's something in that." "Absolutely. Well," said Archie judicially, "this would appear to be, as it were, the maddest, merriest day in the glad new year, yes? No?" Bill drew a deep breath. "You bet your sorrowful existence it is," he said. "I'd like to do something to celebrate it." "The right spirit," said Archie. "Absolutely the right spirit. Begin by paying for my lunch." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Wodehouse in the Strand, Short Story Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. Wodehouse in the Strand, Short Story Collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 8. A Room at the Hermitage. The Hermitage, unrivaled scenery, superb cuisine, Daniel Brewster, proprietor, is a picturesque summer hotel in the green heart of the mountains, built by Archie Mofham's father-in-law shortly after he assumed control of the Cosmopolis. Mr. Brewster himself seldom went there, preferring to concentrate his attention on his New York establishment, and Archie and Lucille, breakfasting in the airy dining-room one morning in August, had consequently to be content with 2 out of the 3 advertised attractions of the place. Through the window at their side, quite a slab of the unrivaled scenery was visible. Some of the superb cuisine was already on the table, and the fact that the eye searched in vain for Daniel Brewster, proprietor, filled Archie, at any rate, with no sense of aching loss. He bore it with equanimity and even with positive enthusiasm. In Archie's opinion, practically all a place needed to make it an earthly paradise was for Mr. Daniel Brewster to be about 47 miles away from it. He regarded the eternal hills with the comfortable affection of a healthy man who is breakfasting well. "It's going to be another perfectly topping day," he observed, eyeing the shimmering landscape from which the morning mists were swiftly shredding away like faint puffs of smoke. "Just the day you ought to have been here. Yes, it's too bad I've got to go. New York will be like an oven. Put it off." "I can't, I'm afraid. I've a fitting." Archie argued no further. He was a married man of old enough standing to know the importance of fittings. "Besides," said Lucille, "I want to see father." Archie repressed an exclamation of astonishment. "I'll be back tomorrow evening. You will be perfectly happy." "Queen of my soul, you know I can't be happy with you away. You know—" "Yes," murmured Lucille appreciatively. She never tired of hearing Archie say this sort of thing. Archie's voice had trailed off. He was looking across the room. "By Jove!" he exclaimed. "What an awfully pretty woman!" "Where?" "Over there, just coming in. I say, what wonderful eyes! I don't think I ever saw such eyes. Did you notice her eyes? Sort of flashing? Awfully pretty woman." Warm though the morning was, a suspicion of chill descended upon the breakfast table. A certain coldness seemed to come into Lucille's face. She could not always share Archie's fresh young enthusiasms. "Do you think so? Wonderful figure, too." "Yes? Well, what I mean to say, fair to medium," said Archie, recovering a certain amount of that intelligence which raises man above the level of the beasts of the field. "Not the sort of type I admire myself, of course." "You know her, don't you?" "Absolutely not, and far from it," said Archie hastily. "Never met her in my life." "You've seen her on the stage. Her name's Vera Silverton. You saw her in—" "Of course, yes, so we did. I say, I wonder what she's doing here. She ought to be in New York, rehearsing. I remember meeting, what's his name, you know, chappie who writes plays and what not, George Benham. I remember meeting George Benham, and he told me she was rehearsing in a piece of his called, I forget the name, but I know it was called something or other. Well, why isn't she?" "She probably lost her temper and broke her contract and came away. She's always doing that sort of thing. She's known for it. She must be a horrid woman." "Yes. I don't want to talk about her. She used to be married to someone, and she divorced him, and then she was married to someone else, and he divorced her, and I'm certain her hair wasn't that colour 2 years ago, and I don't think a woman ought to make up like that, and her dress is all wrong for the country, and those pearls can't be genuine, and I hate the way she rolls her eyes about, and pink doesn't suit her a bit. I think she's an awful woman, and I wish you wouldn't keep on talking about her." "Righto," said Archie dutifully. They finished breakfast, and Lucille went up to pack her bag. Archie strolled out onto the terrace outside the hotel, where he smoked, communed with nature, and thought of Lucille. He always thought of Lucille when he was alone, especially when he chanced to find himself in poetic surroundings like those provided by the unrivalled scenery encircling the Hotel Hermitage. The longer he was married to her, the more did this sacred institution seem to him a good egg. Mr. Brewster might regard their marriage as one of the world's most unfortunate incidents, but to Archie it was, and always had been, a bit of all right. The more he thought of it, the more did he marvel that a girl like Lucille should have been content to link her lot with that of a Class C specimen like himself. His meditations were, in fact, precisely what a happily married man's meditations ought to be. He was roused from them by a species of exclamation or cry almost at his elbow, and turned to find that the spectacular Miss Silverton was standing beside him. Her dubious hair gleamed in the sunlight, and one of the criticized eyes was screwed up. The other gazed at Archie with an expression of appeal. "There's something in my eye," she said. "No, really?" "I wonder if you wouldn't mind. It would be so kind of you." Archie would have preferred to remove himself, but no man worthy of the name can decline to come to the rescue of womanhood in distress. To twist the lady's upper lid back and peer into it and jab at it with the corner of his handkerchief was the only course open to him. His conduct may be classed as not merely blameless, but definitely praiseworthy. King Arthur's knights used to do this sort of thing all the time, and look what people think of them. Lucille, therefore, coming out of the hotel just as the operation was concluded, ought not to have felt the annoyance she did. But, of course, there is a certain superficial intimacy about the attitude of a man who is taking a fly out of a woman's eye, which may excusably jar upon the sensibilities of his wife. It is an attitude which suggests a sort of rapprochement, or camaraderie, or, as Archie would have put it, what not. "Thanks so much," said Miss Silverton. "Oh, no, rather not," said Archie. "Such a nuisance getting things in your eye. Absolutely. I'm always doing it. Rotten luck. But I don't often find anyone as clever as you to help me." Lucille felt called upon to break in on this feast of reason and flow of soul. "Archie," she said, "if you go and get your clubs now, I shall just have time to walk round with you before my train goes." "Oh, said Archie, perceiving her for the first time. "Oh, yes, right-o, yes. On the way to the first tee, it seemed to Archie that Lucille was distrait and abstracted in her manner, and it occurred to him, not for the first time in his life, what a poor support a clear conscience is in moments of crisis. Dash it all, he didn't see what else he could have done. Couldn't leave the poor female staggering about the place with squads of flies wedged in her eyeball. Nevertheless, rotten thing getting a fly in your eye, he hazarded at length. Dashed awkward, I mean. Or convenient. Eh? Well, it's a good way of dispensing with an introduction. Oh, I say, you don't mean you think... She's a horrid woman. Absolutely can't think what people see in her. Well, you seem to enjoy fussing over her. No, nothing of the kind. She inspired me with absolute what-d'you-call-it. The sort of thing chappies do get inspired with, you know. You are beaming all over your face. I wasn't. I was just screwing up my face because the sun was in my eye. All sorts of things seem to be in people's eyes this morning. Archie was saddened that this sort of misunderstanding should have occurred on such a topping day, and at a moment when they were to be torn asunder for about 36 hours, made him feel, well, it gave him the pip. He had an idea that there were words which would have straightened everything out, but he was not an eloquent young man, and could not find them. He felt aggrieved. Lucille, he considered, ought to have known that he was immune as regarded females with flashing eyes and experimentally coloured hair. Why, dash it, he could have extracted flies from the eyes of Cleopatra with one hand and Helen of Troy with the other simultaneously without giving them a second thought. It was in depressed mood that he played a listless 9 holes. Nor had life brightened for him when he came back to the hotel 2 hours later after seeing Lucille off in the train to New York. Never till now had they had anything remotely resembling a quarrel. Life, Archie felt, was a bit of a washout. He was disturbed and jumpy, and the sight of Miss Silverton talking to somebody on a settee in the corner of the hotel lobby sent him shooting off at right angles and brought him up with a bump against the desk behind which the room clerk sat. The room clerk, always of a chatty disposition, was saying something to him, but Archie did not listen. He nodded mechanically. It was something about his room. He caught the word satisfactory. "Oh, rather quite," said Archie. A fussy devil, the room clerk. He knew perfectly well that Archie found his room satisfactory. These chappies gassed on like this so as to try to make you feel that the management took a personal interest in you. It was part of their job. Archie beamed absently and went in to lunch. Lucille's empty seat stared at him mournfully, increasing his sense of desolation. He was halfway through his lunch when the chair opposite ceased to be vacant. Archie, transferring his gaze from the scenery outside the window, perceived that his friend, George Benham, the playwright, had materialized from nowhere and was now in his midst. "Hello," he said. George Benham was a grave young man whose tortoiseshell-rimmed spectacles gave him the look of a mournful owl. He seemed to have something on his mind besides the artistically straggling mop of black hair which swept down over his brow. He sighed wearily and ordered fish pie. "I thought I saw you come through the lobby just now," he said. "Oh, was that you on the settee talking to Miss Silverton?" "She was talking to me," said the playwright moodily. "What are you doing here?" asked Archie. He could have wished Mr. Benham elsewhere, for he intruded on his gloom, but, the chappie being amongst those present, it was only civil to talk to him. "I thought you were in New York, watching the rehearsals of your jolly old drama." "The rehearsals are hung up, and it looks as though there wasn't going to be any drama." "Good Lord!" cried George Benham with honest warmth. "With opportunities opening out before one on every side, with life extending prizes to one with both hands, when you see coal heavers making $50 a week and the fellows who clean out the sewers going happy and singing about their work, why does a man deliberately choose a job like writing plays? Job was the only man that ever lived who was really qualified to write a play, and he would have found it pretty tough going if his leading woman had been anyone like Vera Silverton." Archie, and it was this fact, no doubt, which accounted for his possession of such a large and varied circle of friends. Was always able to shelve his own troubles in order to listen to other people's hard-luck stories. "Tell me all, laddie," he said. "Release the film. Has she walked out on you?" "Left us flat. How did you hear about it?" "Oh, she told you, of course." Archie hastened to try to dispel the idea that he was on any such terms of intimacy with Miss Silverton. "No, no, my wife said she thought it must be something of that nature or order when we saw her come in to breakfast. I mean to say," said Archie, reasoning closely, "woman can't come in to breakfast here and be rehearsing in New York at the same time. Why did she administer the raspberry, old friend?" Mr. Benham helped himself to fish pie and spoke dully through the steam. "Well, what happened was this. Knowing her as intimately as you do—" "I don't know her." "Well, anyway, it was like this. As you know, she has a dog." "I didn't know she had a dog," protested Archie. It seemed to him that the world was in conspiracy to link him with this woman. "Well, she has a dog, a beastly great whacking brute of a bulldog, and she brings it to rehearsal." Mr. Benham's eyes filled with tears as in his emotion he swallowed a mouthful of fish pie some 83 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than it looked. In the intermission caused by this disaster his agile mind skipped a few chapters of the story, and when he was able to speak again he said, "So then there was a lot of trouble. Everything broke loose." "Why?" Archie was puzzled. "Did the management object to her bringing the dog to rehearsal?" "A lot of good that would have done. She does what she likes in the theatre." "Then why was there trouble?" "You weren't listening," said Mr. Benham reproachfully. "I told you this dog came snuffling up to where I was sitting. It was quite dark in the body of the theatre, you know, and I got up to say something about something that was happening on the stage, and somehow I must have given it a push with my foot." "I see," said Archie, beginning to get the run of the plot. "You kicked her dog." "Pushed it accidentally with my foot." "I understand. And when you brought off this kick—" "Push," said Mr. Benham austerely. "This kick or push. When you administered this kick or push, it was more a sort of light shove. Well, when you did whatever you did, the trouble started?" Mr. Benham gave a slight shiver. "She talked for a while and then walked out, taking the dog with her. You see, this wasn't the first time it had happened." "Good Lord! Do you spend your whole time doing that sort of thing?" "It wasn't me the first time. It was the stage manager. He didn't know whose dog it was, and it came waddling onto the stage, and he gave it a sort of pat, a kind of flick." "A slosh?" "Not a slosh," corrected Mr. Benham firmly. "You might call it a tap, with the prompt script." "Well, we had a lot of difficulty smoothing her over that time. Still, we managed to do it, but she said that if anything of the sort occurred again, she would chuck up her part." "She must be fond of the dog," said Archie, for the first time feeling a touch of goodwill and sympathy towards the lady. "She's crazy about it. That's what made it so awkward when I happened, quite inadvertently, to give it this sort of accidental shove. Well, we spent the rest of the day trying to get her on the phone at her apartment, and finally we heard that she had come here. So I took the next train and tried to persuade her to come back. She wouldn't listen, and that's how matters stand." "Pretty rotten," said Archie sympathetically. "You can bet it's pretty rotten, for me. There's nobody else who can play the part. Like a chump, I wrote the thing specially for her. It means the play won't be produced at all if she doesn't do it. So you're my last hope." Archie, who was lighting a cigarette, nearly swallowed it. "I am?" "I thought you might persuade her, point out to her what a lot hangs on her coming back, jolly her along. You know the sort of thing. But, my dear old friend, I tell you I don't know her." Mr. Benham's eyes opened behind their zareba of glass. Well, she knows you. When you came through the lobby just now, she said that you were the only real human being she had ever met. Well, as a matter of fact, I did take a fly out of her eye, but—" "You did? Well, then, the whole thing's simple. All you have to do is ask her how her eye is, and tell her she has the most beautiful eyes you ever saw, and coo a bit." "But, my dear old son—" The frightful program which his friend had mapped out stunned Archie. "I simply can't. Anything to oblige and all that sort of thing, but when it comes to cooing, distinctly napoo." "Nonsense, it isn't hard to coo." "You don't understand, laddie. You're not a married man. I mean to say, whatever you say for or against marriage, personally I'm all for it and consider it a ripe egg. The fact remains that it practically makes a chappie a spent force as a cooer. I don't want to dish you in any way, old bean, but I must firmly and resolutely decline to coo." Mr. Benham rose and looked at his watch. "I'll have to be moving," he said. "I've got to get back to New York and report. I'll tell them that I haven't been able to do anything myself, but that I've left the matter in good hands. I know you will do your best." "But, laddie—" "Think," said Mr. Benham solemnly, "of all that depends on it. The other actors, the small part people thrown out of a job, myself. But no, perhaps you had better touch very lightly or not at all on my connection with the thing. Well, you know how to handle it. I feel I can leave it to you. Pitch it strong. Good-bye, my dear old man, and 1,000 thanks. I'll do the same for you another time." He moved towards the door, leaving Archie transfixed. Halfway there he turned and came back. "Oh, by the way," he said, "my lunch. Have it put on your check, will you? I haven't time to stay and settle. Goodbye, goodbye." It amazed Archie through the whole of a long afternoon to reflect how swiftly and unexpectedly the blue and brilliant sky of life can cloud over, and with what abruptness a man who fancies that his feet are on solid ground can find himself immersed in fate's gumbo. He recalled, with the bitterness with which one does recall such things, that morning he had risen from his bed without a care in the world, his happiness unruffled even by the thought that Lucille would be leaving him for a short space. He had sung in his bath. Yes, he had chirruped like a bally linnet. And now— Some men would have dismissed the unfortunate affairs of Mr. George Benham from their mind as having nothing to do with themselves. But Archie had never been made of this stern stuff. The fact that Mr. Benham, apart from being an agreeable companion with whom he had lunched occasionally in New York, had no claims upon him, affected him little. He hated to see his fellow man in trouble. On the other hand, what could he do? To seek Miss Silverton out and plead with her, even if he did it without cooing, would undoubtedly establish an intimacy between them which, instinct told him, might tinge her manner after Lucille's return with just that suggestion of auld lang syne which makes things so awkward. His whole being shrank from extending to Miss Silverton that inch which the female artistic temperament is so apt to turn into an L. And when, just as he was about to go in to dinner, he met her in the lobby, and she smiled brightly at him and informed him that her eye was now completely recovered, he shied away like a startled mustang of the prairie, and, abandoning his intention of worrying the table d'hôte in the same room with the amiable creature, tottered off to the smoking-room, where he did the best he could with sandwiches and coffee. Having got through the time as best he could till 11 o'clock, he went up to bed. The room to which he and Lucille had been assigned by the management was on the second floor, pleasantly sunny by day, and at night filled with cool and heartening fragrance of the pines. Hitherto Archie had always enjoyed taking a final smoke on the balcony overlooking the woods, but tonight such was his mental stress that he prepared to go to bed directly he had closed the door. He turned to the cupboard to get his pyjamas. His first thought, when even after a second scrutiny no pyjamas were visible, was that this was merely another of those things which happen on days when life goes wrong. He raked the cupboard for a third time with an annoyed eye. From every hook hung various garments of Lucille's, but no pyjamas. He was breathing a soft malediction preparatory to embarking on a point-to-point hunt for his missing property, when something in the cupboard caught his eye and held him for a moment puzzled. He could have sworn that Lucille did not possess a mauve négligé. Why, she had told him a dozen times that mauve was a colour which she did not like. He frowned perplexedly, and as he did so from near the window came a soft cough. Archie spun round and subjected the room to as close a scrutiny as that which he had bestowed upon the cupboard. Nothing was visible. The window opening onto the balcony gaped wide. The balcony was manifestly empty. Earth! This time there was no possibility of error. The cough had come from the immediate neighbourhood of the window. Archie was conscious of a pringly sensation about the roots of his closely cropped black hair as he moved cautiously across the room. The affair was becoming uncanny, and as he tiptoed towards the window, old ghost stories read in lighter moments before cheerful fires with plenty of light in the room flitted through his mind. He had the feeling, precisely as every chappie in those stories had had, that he was not alone. Nor was he. In a basket behind an armchair, curled up, with his massive chin resting on the edge of the wickerwork, lay a fine bulldog. "Earth," said the bulldog. "Good God!" said Archie. There was a lengthy pause in which the bulldog looked earnestly at Archie, and Archie looked earnestly at the bulldog. Normally, Archie was a dog lover. His hurry was never so great as to prevent him stopping when in the street and introducing himself to any dog he met. In a strange house, his first act was to assemble the canine population, roll it on its back, or backs, and punch it in the ribs. As a boy, his earliest ambition had been to become a veterinary surgeon, and though the years had cheated him of this career, he knew all about dogs, their points, their manners, their customs, and their treatment in sickness and in health. In short, he loved dogs, and had they met under happier conditions, he would undoubtedly have been on excellent terms with this one within the space of a minute. But as things were, he abstained from fraternizing and continued to goggle dumbly, and then his eye, wandering aside, collided with the following objects: a fluffy pink dressing-gown hung over the back of a chair, an entirely strange suitcase, and, on the bureau, a photograph in a silver frame of a stout gentleman in evening dress, whom he had never seen before in his life. Much has been written of the emotions of the wanderer who, returning to his childhood home, finds it altered out of all recognition, but poets have neglected the theme, far more poignant, of the man who goes up to his room in an hotel and finds it full of somebody else's dressing-gowns and bulldogs. Bulldogs! Archie's heart jumped sideways and upwards with a wiggling movement, turned 2 somersaults, and stopped beating. The hideous truth, working its way slowly through the concrete, had at last penetrated to his brain. He was not only in somebody else's room, and a woman's at that. He was in the room belonging to Miss Vera Silverton. He could not understand it. He would have been prepared to stake the last cent he could borrow from his father-in-law on the fact that he had made no error in the number over the door. Yet, nevertheless, such was the case, and, below par though his faculties were at the moment, he was sufficiently alert to perceive that it behoved him to withdraw. He leaped to the door, and as he did so, the handle began to turn. The cloud which had settled on Archie's mind lifted abruptly. For an instant he was enabled to think about 100 times more quickly than was his leisurely wont. Good fortune had brought him to within easy reach of the electric light switch. He snapped it back and was in darkness. Then, diving silently and swiftly to the floor, he wriggled under the bed. The thud of his head against what appeared to be some sort of joist or support, unless it had been placed there by the maker as a practical joke, on the chance of this kind of thing happening some day, coincided with the creak of the opening door. Then the light was switched on again, and the bulldog in the corner gave a welcoming woofle.
"And how is Mamma's precious angel?"
Rightly concluding that the remark had not been addressed to himself and that no social obligation demanded that he reply, Archie pressed his cheek against the boards and said nothing. The question was not repeated, but from the other side of the room came the sound of a pattered dog. Did he think his mother had fallen down dead and was never coming up? The beautiful picture which these words conjured up filled Archie with that yearning for the might have been, which is always so painful. He was finding his position physically as well as mentally distressing. It was cramped under the bed, and the boards were harder than anything he had ever encountered. Also, it appeared to be the practice of the housemaids at the Hotel Hermitage to use the space below the beds as a depository for all the dust which they swept off the carpet, and much of this was insinuating itself into his nose and mouth. The two things which Archie would have liked most to do at that moment were, first, to kill Miss Silverton, if possible painfully, and then to spend the remainder of his life sneezing. After a prolonged period he heard a drawer open and noted the fact as promising. As the old married man, he presumed that it signified the putting away of hairpins. About now the dashed woman would be looking at herself in the glass with her hair down. Then she would brush it. Then she would twiddle it up into thingamies. Say 10 minutes for this. And after that she would go to bed and turn out the light, and he would be able, after giving her a bit of time to go to sleep, to creep out and leg it, allowing, at a conservative estimate, 3/4 of "Come out!" Archie stiffened. For an instant a feeble hope came to him that this remark, like the others, might be addressed to the dog. "Come out from under that bed," said a stern voice, "and mind how you come. I've got a pistol." "Well, I mean to say, you know," said Archie, in a propitiatory voice, emerging from his lair like a tortoise, and smiling as winningly as a man can who has just bumped his head against the leg of a bed. "I suppose all this seems fairly rummy, but—" "For the love of Mike," said Miss Silverton. The point seemed to Archie well taken, and the comment on the situation neatly expressed. "What are you doing in my room?" "Well, if it comes to that, you know, shouldn't have mentioned it if you hadn't brought the subject up in the course of general chit-chat. What are you doing in mine?" "Yours?" "Well, apparently there's been a bloomer of some species somewhere, but this was the room I had last night," said Archie. "But the desk clerk said that he had asked you if it would be quite satisfactory to you giving it up to me, and you said yes. I come here every summer. When I'm not working, I always have this room." "By Jove, I remember now, that chappie did say something to me about the room. But I was thinking of something else, and it rather went over the top. So that's what he was talking about, was it?" Miss Silverton was frowning. A moving picture director scanning her face would have perceived that she was registering disappointment. "Nothing breaks right for me in this darned world," she said regretfully. "When I caught sight of your leg sticking out from under the bed, I did think that everything was all lined up for a real fine ad. At last I could close my eyes and see the thing in the papers. On the front page with photographs, 'Plucky actress captures burglar.' Darn it! Fearfully sorry, you know. I just needed something like that. I've got a press agent, and I will say for him that he eats well and sleeps well and has just enough intelligence to cash his monthly check without forgetting what he went into the bank for. But outside of that, you can take it from me, he's not one of the world's workers. He's about as much solid use to a girl with aspirations as a pain in the lower ribs. It's 3 weeks since he got me into print at all, and then the brightest thing he could think up was that my favourite breakfast fruit was an apple. Well, I ask you." "Rotten," said Archie. "I did think that for once my guardian angel had gone back to work and was doing something for me. Stage star and midnight marauder. murmured Miss Silverton wistfully. "Footlight favourite, foils felon?" "Bit thick," agreed Archie sympathetically. "Well, you'll probably be wanting to get to bed and all that sort of rot, so I may as well be popping, what? Cheerio!" A sudden gleam came into Miss Silverton's compelling eyes. "Wait." "Eh?" "Wait, I've got an idea." The wistful sadness had gone from her manner. She was bright and alert. "Sit down." "Sit down?" "Sure, sit down and take the chill off the armchair. I've thought of something." Archie sat down as directed. At his elbow the bulldog eyed him gravely from the basket. "Do they know you in this hotel?" "Know me? Well, I've been here about a week. I mean, do they know who you are? Do they know you're a good citizen?" "Well, if it comes to that, I suppose they don't. But—" "Fine," said Miss Silverton appreciatively. "Then it's all right. We can carry on." "Carry on?" "Why, sure. All I want is to get the thing into the papers. It doesn't matter to me if it turns out later that there was a mistake and that you weren't a burglar trying for my jewels after all. It makes just as good a story either way. I can't think why that never struck me before. Here have I been kicking because you weren't a real burglar, when it doesn't amount to a hill of beans whether you are or not. All I've got to do is to rush out and yell and rouse the hotel, and they come in and pinch you, and I give the story to the papers, and everything's fine." Archie leaped from his chair as though someone had punctured the seat with a bradawl. "I say, what?" "What's on your mind?" inquired Miss Silverton considerately. "Don't you think it's a nifty scheme?" "Nifty? My dear old soul, it's frightful." "Can't see what's wrong with it," grumbled Miss Silverton. "After I've had someone get New York on the long-distance phone and give the story to the papers, you can explain, and they'll let you out. Surely to goodness you don't object, as a personal favour to me, to spending an hour or two in a cell? Why, probably they haven't got a prison at all out in these parts, and you'll simply be locked in a room. A child of 10 could do it on his head," said Miss Silverton. "A child of 6, she amended. "But dash it, what I mean to say, I'm married." "Yes?" said Miss Silverton, with the politeness of faint interest. "I've been married myself. I wouldn't say it's altogether a bad thing, mind you, for those that like it, but a little of it goes a long way. My first husband," she proceeded reminiscently, "was a travelling man. I gave him a 2 weeks' try-out, and then I told him to make a noise like a train and go on travelling. My second husband, now, he wasn't a gentleman in any sense of the word. I remember once—" "You don't grasp the point, the jolly old point. You fail to grasp it. If this bally thing comes out, my wife will be most frightfully sick." Miss Silverton regarded him with pained surprise. "Do you mean to say you would let a little thing like that stand in the way of my getting on the front page of all the papers? With photographs? Where's your chivalry?" "Never mind my dashed chivalry. Besides, what does it matter if she does get a little sore? She'll soon get over it. You can put that right. Buy her a box of candy. Not that I'm strong for candy myself. What I always say is, it may taste good, but look what it does to your hips. I give you my honest word that, when I gave up eating candy, I lost 11 ounces the first week. My second husband— no, I'm a liar, it was my third. My third husband said— Say, what's the big idea? Where are you going?" "Out," said Archie firmly. "Belly out." A dangerous light flickered in Miss Silverton's eyes. "That'll be all of that," she said, raising the pistol. "You stay right where you are, or I'll fire." "Righto." "I mean it." "My dear old soul," said Archie, "in the recent unpleasantness in France, I had chappies popping off things like that at me all day and every day for close on 5 years. And here I am, what? I mean to say, if I've got to choose between staying here and being pinched in your room by the local constabulary, and having the dashed thing get into the papers, and all sorts of trouble happening, and my wife getting the wind up, and, I say, if I've got to choose—" "Suck a lozenge and start again," said Miss Silverton. "Well, what I mean to say is, I'd much rather take a chance of getting a bullet in the old bean than that. So loose it off, and the best of luck." Miss Silverton lowered the pistol, sank onto a chair, and burst into tears. "I think you're the meanest man I ever met," she sobbed. "You know perfectly well the bang would send me into a fit." "In that case," said Archie, relieved, "cheerio, good luck, pip-pip, toodaloo, and good-bye-ye. I'll be shifting." "Yes, you will," cried Miss Silverton, energetically recovering with amazing swiftness from her collapse. "Yes, you will. I by no means suppose you think, just because I'm no champion with a pistol, I'm helpless. You wait. Percy?" "My name is not Percy." "I never said it was. Percy? Percy, come to muzzer." There was a creaking rustle from behind the armchair. A heavy body flopped on the carpet. Out into the room, heaving himself along as though sleep had stiffened his joints, and breathing stertorously through his tilted nose, moved the fine bulldog. Seen in the open, he looked even more formidable than he had done in his basket. "Guard him, Percy! Good dog, guard him!" "Oh, heavens, what's the matter with him?" And with these words, the emotional woman, uttering a wail of anguish, flung herself on the floor beside the animal. Percy was indeed in manifestly bad shape. He seemed quite unable to drag his limbs across the room. There was a curious arch in his back, and as his mistress touched him, he cried out plaintively. "Percy! Oh, what is the matter with him? His nose is burning." Now was the time, with both sections of the enemy's forces occupied, for Archie to have departed softly from the room. But never, since the day when at the age of 11 he had carried a large, damp and muddy terrier with a sore foot 3 miles and deposited him on the best sofa in his mother's drawing-room, had he been able to ignore the spectacle of a dog in trouble. "He does look bad, what? He's dying, oh, he's dying. Is that distemper? He's never had distemper." Archie regarded the sufferer with the grave eye of an expert. He shook his head. "It's not that," he said. "Dogs with distemper make a sort of snifting noise." "But he is making a snifting noise." "No, he's making a snuffling noise. Great difference between snuffling and snifting. Not the same thing at all. I mean to say, when they sniffed, and when they snuffle, they, as it were, snuffle." "That's how you can tell. If you ask me—" He passed his hand over the dog's back. Percy uttered another cry. "I know what's the matter with him. A brute of a man kicked him at rehearsal. Do you think he's injured internally?" "It's rheumatism," said Archie. "Jolly old rheumatism. That's all that's the trouble." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "But what can I do?" "Give him a good hot bath, and mind and dry him well. He'll have a good sleep then, and won't have any pain. Then, first thing tomorrow, you want to give him salicylate of soda." "I'll never remember that." "I'll write it down for you. You ought to give him from 10 to 20 grains 3 times a day in an ounce of water, and rub him with any good embrocation." "And he won't die?" "Die? He'll live to be as old as you are. I mean to say—" "I could kiss you," said Miss Silverton emotionally. Archie backed hastily. "No, absolutely not. Nothing like that required, really." "You're a darling." "Yes, I mean no, really. I don't know what to say. What can I say?" "Good night," said Archie. "I wish there was something I could do. If you hadn't been here, I should have gone off my head." A great idea flashed across Archie's brain. "Do you really want to do something?" "Anything." "Then I do wish, like a dear sweet soul, you would pop straight back to New York tomorrow and go on with those rehearsals." Miss Silverton shook her head. "I can't do that." "Oh, righto. But it isn't much to ask, what?" "Not much to ask? I'll never forgive that man for kicking Percy." "Now listen, dear old soul, you've got the story all wrong. As a matter of fact, jolly old Benham told me himself that he has the greatest esteem and respect for Percy, and wouldn't have kicked him for the world. And yet, you know, it was more a sort of push than a kick. You might almost call it a light shove. The fact is, it was beastly dark in the theatre, and he was legging it sideways for some reason or other, no doubt with the best motives, and unfortunately he happened to stub his toe on the poor old bean." "Then why didn't he say so?" "As far as I could make out, you didn't give him a chance." Miss Silverton wavered. "I always hate going back after I've walked out on a show," she said. "It seems so weak." "Not a bit of it. They'll give you 3 hearty cheers and think you're a topper. Besides, you've got to go to New York in any case, to take Percy to the vet, you know, what?" "Of course, how right you always are." Miss Silverton hesitated again. "Would you really be glad if I went back to the show?" "I'd go singing about the hotel. Great pal of mine, Benham, a thoroughly cheery old bean, and very cut up about the whole affair. Besides, think of all the coves thrown out of work, the thingamabobs and the poor what-d'you-call-ems." "Very well." "You'll do it?" "Yes. I say, you really are one of the best. Absolutely like mother made." "That's fine. Well, I think I'll be saying good night." "Good night, and thank you so much." "Oh, no, rather not." Archie moved to the door. "Oh, by the way." "Yes?" "If I were you, I think I should catch the very first train you can to New York. You see, you ought to take Percy to the vet as soon as ever you can." "You really do think of everything," said Miss Silverton. "Yes," said Archie, meditatively. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 9. Washy makes his presence felt. The lobby of the Cosmopolis Hotel was a favorite stamping ground of Mr. Daniel Brewster, its proprietor. He liked to wander about there, keeping a paternal eye on things, rather in the manner of the jolly innkeeper, hereinafter to be referred to as mine host, of the old-fashioned novel. Customers, who hurrying into dinner, tripped over Mr. Brewster, were apt to mistake him for the hotel detective, for his eye was keen and his aspect a trifle austere. But nevertheless, he was being as jolly as an innkeeper as he knew how. His presence in the lobby supplied a personal touch to the Cosmopolis, which other New York hotels lacked, and it undeniably made the girl at the bookstall extraordinarily civil to her clients, which was all to the good. Most of the time Mr. Brewster stood in one spot and just looked thoughtful, but now and again he would wander to the marble slab behind which he kept the desk clerk and run his eye over the register, to see who had booked rooms, like a child examining the stocking on Christmas morning to ascertain what Santa Claus had brought him. As a rule, Mr. Brewster concluded this performance by shoving the book back across the marble slab and resuming his meditations. But one night, in the early spring, he varied this procedure by starting rather violently, turning purple, and uttering an exclamation which was manifestly an exclamation of chagrin. He turned abruptly and cannoned into his son-in-law, Archie Moffam, who, in company with Lucille, his wife, happened to be crossing the lobby at the moment on his way to dine in their suite. Mr. Brewster apologized gruffly, then, recognizing his victim, seemed to regret having done so. "Oh, it's you. Why can't you look where you're going?" he demanded. He had suffered much from his son-in-law. "Frightfully sorry," said Archie amiably. "Never thought you were going to foxtrot backwards all over the fairway." "You mustn't bully Archie," said Lucille severely, attaching herself to her father's back hair and giving it a punitive tug, "because he's an angel and I love him, and you must learn to love him too." "Give your lessons at a reasonable rate," murmured Archie. Mr. Brewster regarded his young relative with a lowering eye. "What's the matter, father darling?" asked Lucille. "You seem upset." "I am upset," Mr. Brewster snorted. "Some people have got a nerve." He glowered forbiddingly at an inoffensive young man in a light overcoat who had just entered, and the young man, though his conscience was quite clear, and Mr. Brewster an entire stranger to him, stopped dead, blushed, and went out again to dine elsewhere. "Some people have got the nerve of an army mule." "Why? What's happened?" "Those darned McCalls have registered here." "No!" "Bit beyond me, this," said Archie, insinuating himself into the conversation. "Deep waters and what not. Who are the McCalls?" "Some people father dislikes," said Lucille, "and they've chosen his hotel to stop at." "But, father dear, you mustn't mind. It's really a compliment. They've come because they know it's the best hotel in New York." "Absolutely," said Archie. "Good accommodation for man and beast. All the comforts of home. Look on the bright side, old bean. No good getting the wind up. Cheerio, old companion." "Don't call me old companion." "Eh, what? Oh, right-ho." Lucille steered her husband out of the danger zone, and they entered the lift. "Poor father," she said as they went to their suite. "It's a shame. They must have done it to annoy him. This man McCall has a place next to some property father bought in Westchester, and he's bringing a lawsuit against father about a bit of land which he claims belongs to him. He might have had the tact to go to another hotel, but after all, I don't suppose it was the poor little fellow's fault. He does whatever his wife tells him to." "We all do that," said Archie, the married man. Lucille eyed him fondly. "Isn't it a shame, precious, that all husbands haven't nice wives like me?" "When I think of you, by Jove," said Archie fervently, "I want to babble, absolutely babble. The more I think of you," he went on, following up a train of thought which was constantly with him, "the more I wonder how you can have a father like... what I mean to say is, I wish I had known your mother. She must have been frightfully attractive." "You mustn't say horrid things about father. One of these days you and father will be the greatest friends. He has only got to understand you." "I'm open for being understood at any time he cares to take a stab at it." "You mustn't mind his being cross just now. It was enough to upset him, poor dear. Oh, I was telling you about the McCalls. Mr. McCall is one of those little meek men, and his wife's one of those big bullying women. It was she who started all the trouble with father. Father and Mr. McCall were very fond of each other till she made him begin the suit. I feel sure she made him come to this hotel just to annoy father. Still, they've probably taken the most expensive suite in the place, which is something." Archie was at the telephone. His mood now was one of quiet peace. Of all the happenings which went to make up existence in New York, he liked best the cozy tete-a-tete dinners with Lucille in their suite, which, owing to their engagements, for Lucille was a popular girl with many friends, occurred all too seldom. "Touching now the question of browsing and sluicing," he said, "I'll be getting them to send along a waiter." "Oh, good gracious!" "What's the matter?" "I just remembered. I promised faithfully I would go and see Jane Murchison today, and I clean forgot. I must rush." "But, light of my soul, we are about to eat. Pop around and see her after dinner." "I can't. She's going to a theatre tonight." "Give her the jolly old miss in bulk, then, for the nonce, and spring round tomorrow." "She's sailing for England tomorrow morning, early. No, I must go and see her now. What a shame. She's sure to make me stop to dinner. I tell you what, order something for me, and if I'm not back in half an hour, start." "Jane Murchison," said Archie, "is a bally nuisance." "Yes, but I've known her since she was 8. "If her parents had any proper feeling," said Archie, "they would have drowned her long before that." He unhooked the receiver and asked despondently to be connected with room service. He thought bitterly of the exigent Jane, whom he recollected dimly as a tall female with teeth. He half thought of going down to the grill room on the chance of finding a friend there, but the waiter was on his way to the room. He decided that he might as well stay where he was. The waiter arrived, booked the order, and departed. Archie had just completed his toilet after a shower bath when a musical clinking without announced the advent of the meal. He opened the door. The waiter was there with a table congested with things under covers, from which escaped a savory and appetizing odor. In spite of his depression, Archie's soul perked up a trifle. Suddenly he became aware that he was not the only person present who was deriving enjoyment from the scent of the meal. Standing beside the waiter and gazing wistfully at the foodstuffs was a long, thin boy of about 16. He was one of those boys who seem all legs and knuckles. He had pale red hair, sandy eyelashes, and a long neck, and his eyes, as he removed them from the table and raised them to Archie's, had a hungry look. He reminded Archie of a half-grown, half-starved hound. "That smells good," said the long boy. He inhaled deeply. "Yes, sir," he continued, as one whose mind is definitely made up. "That smells good." Before Archie could reply, the telephone bell rang. It was Lucille, confirming her prophecy that the pest Jane would insist on her staying to dine. "Jane," said Archie into the telephone, "is a pot of poison. The waiter is here now, setting out a rich banquet, and I shall have to eat 2 of everything by myself." He hung up the receiver, and turning, met the pale eye of the long boy, who had propped himself up in the doorway. "Were you expecting somebody to dinner?" asked the boy. "Why, yes, old friend, I was." "I wish—" "Yes?" "Oh, nothing." The waiter left. The long boy hitched his back more firmly against the doorpost and returned to his original theme. "That surely does smell good." He basked a moment in the aroma. "Yes, sir, I'll tell the world it does." Archie was not an abnormally rapid thinker, but he began at this point to get a clearly defined impression that this lad, if invited, would waive the formalities and consent to join his meal. Indeed, the idea Archie got was that if he were not invited pretty soon, he would invite himself. "Yes," he agreed, "it doesn't smell bad, what?" "It smells good," said the boy. "Oh, doesn't it? Wake me up in the night and ask me if it doesn't." "Poulet in casserole," said Archie. "Golly," said the boy reverently. There was a pause. The situation began to seem to Archie a trifle difficult. He wanted to start his meal, but it began to appear that he must either do so under the penetrating gaze of his new friend, or else eject the latter forcibly. The boy showed no signs of ever wanting to leave the doorway. "You've dined, I suppose, what?" said Archie. "I never dine." "What?" "Not really dine, I mean. I only get vegetables and nuts and things." "Dieting?" "Mother is." "I don't absolutely catch the drift, old bean," said Archie. The boy sniffed with half-closed eyes as a wave of perfume from the poulet in casserole floated past him. He seemed to be anxious to intercept as much of it as possible before it got through the door. "Mother's a food reformer," he vouchsafed. "She lectures on it. She makes Pop and me live on vegetables and nuts and things." Archie was shocked. It was like listening to a tale from the abyss. "My dear old chap, you must suffer agonies, absolute shooting pains." He had no hesitation now. Common humanity pointed out his course. "Would you care to join me in a bite now?" "Would I?" The boy smiled a wan smile. "Would I? Just stop me in the street and ask me." "Come on in then," said Archie, rightly taking this peculiar phrase for a formal acceptance, and close the door. "The fatted calf is getting cold." Archie was not a man with a wide visiting list among people with families, and it was so long since he had seen a growing boy in action at the table that he had forgotten what 16 is capable of doing with a knife and fork when it really squares its elbows, takes a deep breath, and gets going. The spectacle which he witnessed was consequently at first a little unnerving. The long boy's idea of trifling with a meal appeared to be to swallow it whole and reach out for more. He ate like a starving Eskimo. Archie, in the time he had spent in the trenches making the world safe for the working man to strike in, had occasionally been quite peckish, but he sat dazed before this majestic hunger. This was real eating. There was little conversation. The growing boy evidently did not believe in table talk when he could use his mouth for more practical purposes. It was not until the final roll had been devoured to its last crumb that the guest found leisure to address his host. Then he leaned back with a contented sigh. "Mother," said the human python, "says you ought to chew every mouthful 33 times. "Yes, sir, 33 times, he sighed again. "I haven't ever had a meal like that." "All right, was it what? Was it? Call me up on the phone and ask me. Yes, sir. Mother's tipped off those darned waiters to not serve me anything but vegetables and nuts and things, darn it. The mater seems to have drastic ideas about the good old feed bag, what? I'll say she has. Pop hates it as much as me, but he's scared to kick. Mother says vegetables contain all the proteins you want. Mother says if you eat meat, your blood pressure goes all bluey. Do you think it does? Mine seems pretty well in the pink." "She's great on talking," conceded the boy. "She's out tonight somewhere giving a lecture on rational eating to some ginks. I'll have to be slipping up to our suite before she gets back." He rose sluggishly. "That isn't a bit of roll under that napkin, is it?" he asked anxiously. Archie raised the napkin. "No, nothing of that species." "Oh, well," said the boy resignedly, "then I believe I'll be going. Thanks very much for the dinner." "Not a bit, old top. Come again if you're ever trickling round in this direction." The long boy removed himself slowly, loath to leave. At the door he cast an affectionate glance back at the table. "Some meal," he said devoutly. "Considerable meal." Archie lit a cigarette. He felt like a Boy Scout who has done his day's act of kindness. On the following morning it chanced that Archie needed a fresh supply of tobacco. It was his custom, when this happened, to repair to a small shop on 6th Avenue which he had discovered accidentally in the course of his rambles about the great city. His relations with John Blake, the proprietor, were friendly and intimate. The discovery that Mr. Blake was English and had indeed until a few years back maintained an establishment only a dozen doors or so from Archie's London club had served as a bond. Today he found Mr. Blake in a depressed mood. The tobacconist was a hearty, red-faced man who looked like an English sporting publican, the kind of man who wears a fawn-colored topcoat and drives to the Derby in a dog-cart, and usually there seemed to be nothing on his mind except the vagaries of the weather, concerning which he was a great conversationalist. But now moodiness had claimed him for its own. After a short and melancholy good morning, he turned to the task of measuring out tobacco in silence. Archie's sympathetic nature was perturbed. "What's the matter, laddie?" he inquired. "You would seem to be feeling a bit of an onion this bright morning, what, yes, no? I can see it with the naked eye." Mr. Blake grunted sorrowfully. "I've had a knock, Mr. Moffam." "Tell me all, friend of my youth." Mr. Blake, with a jerk of his thumb, indicated a poster which hung on the wall behind the counter. Archie had noticed it as he came in, for it was designed to attract the eye. It was printed in black letters on a yellow ground and ran as follows: Cloverleaf Social and Outing Club. Grand Contest. Pie-Eating Championship of the West Side. Spike O'Dowd, champion, versus Blake's Unknown, for a purse of $50 and side bet. Archie examined this document gravely. It conveyed nothing to him except what he had long suspected, that his sporting-looking friend had sporting blood as well as that kind of exterior. He expressed a kindly hope that the other's unknown would bring home the bacon. Mr. Blake laughed one of those hollow, mirthless laughs. "There ain't any bloomin' unknown," he said bitterly. This man had plainly suffered. Yesterday, yes, but not now. Archie sighed. "In the midst of life, dead?" he inquired delicately. "As good as," replied the stricken tobacconist. He cast aside his artificial restraint and became voluble. Archie was one of those sympathetic souls in whom even strangers readily confided their most intimate troubles. He was to those in travail of spirit very much what catnip is to a cat. "It's 'ard, sir, it's bloomin' 'ard. I've got the event all sewed up in a parcel, and now this young feller me lad has to give me the knock. This lad of mine, sort of cousin he is, comes from London, like you and me, as always 'ad, ever since he landed in this country, a most amazing knack of stowing away grub. 'Ad been a bit underfed these last 2 or 3 years over in the old country, what with food restrictions and all, and he took to the food over 'ere amazing. I'd have backed him against a ruddy ostrich, I'd have backed him against half a dozen ostriches, take 'em on one after the other in the same ring on the same evening, and given him a handicap too. He was a jewel, that boy. I've seen him polish off 4 pounds of steak and mealy potatoes and then look round kind of wolfish, as much to ask when dinner was going to begin. That's the kind of lad he was till this very morning. He would have outswallowed this 'ere O'Dowd without turning a hair, as a relish before his tea. I've got a couple $100 on him, and thought myself lucky to get the odds, and now—" Mr. Blake relapsed into a tortured silence. "But what's the matter with the blighter? Why can't he go over the top? Has he got indigestion?" "Indigestion?" Mr. Blake laughed another of his hollow laughs. "You couldn't give that boy indigestion if you fed him on safety razor blades. Religion's more like what he's got." "Religion? Well, you can call it that. Seems last night, instead of goin' and restin' his mind at a picture palace like I told him to, he sneaked off to some sort of a lecture downtown on 8th Avenue. He said he'd seen a piece about it in the papers, and it was about rational eating, and that kind of attracted him. He sort of thought he might pick up a few hints like. He didn't know what rational eating was, but it sounded to him as if it must be something to do with food, and he just didn't want to miss it. He came in here just now," said Mr. Blake dully, "and he was a changed lad. Scared to death he was. Said the way he'd been going on in the past, it was a wonder he'd got any stomach left. It was a lady that give the lecture, and this boy said it was amazing what she told him about blood pressure and things he didn't even know he had. She showed him pictures, colored pictures of what happens inside the injudicious eater's stomach who doesn't chew his food, and it was like a battlefield. He said he would no more think of eatin' a lot of pie than he would of shootin' himself, and anyhow eatin' pie would be a quicker death. I reasoned with him, Mr. Moffam, with tears in my eyes. I asked him was he going to chuck away fame and wealth just because a woman who didn't know what she was talking about had shown him a lot of faked pictures? But there wasn't any doing anything with him. He gave me the knock and opted down to the street to buy nuts." Mr. Blake moaned. $200 and more gone, Pop, not to talk of the $50 you would have won and me to get 25 of. Archie took his tobacco and walked pensively back to the hotel. He was fond of John Blake and grieved for the trouble that had come upon him. It was odd, he felt, how things seemed to link themselves up together. The woman who had delivered the fateful lecture to injudicious eaters could not be other than the mother of his young guest of last night. An uncomfortable woman, not content with starving her own family. Archie stopped in his tracks. A pedestrian, walking behind him, charged into his back, but Archie paid no attention. He had had one of those sudden, luminous ideas which help a man who does not do much thinking as a rule to restore his average. He stood there for a moment, almost dizzy at the brilliance of his thoughts, then hurried on. Napoleon, he mused as he walked, must have felt rather like this after thinking up a hot one to spring on the enemy. As if destiny were suiting her plans to his, one of the first persons he saw as he entered the lobby of the Cosmopolis was the long boy. He was standing at the bookstall, reading as much of a morning paper as could be read for free under the vigilant eyes of the presiding girl. Both he and she were observing the unwritten rules which govern these affairs, to wit, that you may read without interference as much as can be read without touching the paper. If you touch the paper, you lose, and have to buy. Well, 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 said Archie. Here we are again, what? He prodded the boy amiably in the lower ribs. You're just the chap I was looking for. Got anything on for the time being? The boy said he had no engagements. Then I want you to stagger round with me to a chappie I know on 6th Avenue. It's only a couple blocks away. I think I can do you a bit of good, put you on to something tolerably ripe, if you know what I mean. Trickle along, laddie, you don't need a hat. They found Mr. Blake brooding over his troubles in an empty shop. Cheer up, old thing, said Archie. The relief expedition has arrived. He directed his companion's gaze to the poster. Cast your eye on that. How does that strike you? The long boy scanned the poster. A gleam appeared in his rather dull eye. Well, some people have all the luck, said the long boy feelingly. Would you like to compete, what? The boy smiled a sad smile. Would I? Say? I know, interrupted Archie. Wake you up in the night and ask you. I knew I could rely on you, old thing. He turned to Mr. Blake. Here's the fellow you've been wanting to meet, the finest left and right-hand eater east of the Rockies. He'll fight the good fight for you. Mr. Blake's English training had not been wholly overcome by residence in New York. He still retained a nice eye for the distinctions of class. But this young gentleman's a young gentleman, he urged, doubtfully, yet with hope shining in his eye. He wouldn't do it. Of course he would. Don't be ridic, old thing. Wouldn't do what? Asked the boy. Why, save the old homestead by taking on the champion. Dashed sad case between ourselves. This poor egg's nominee has given him the raspberry at the 11th hour, and only you can save him. And you owe it to him to do something, you know, because it was your jolly old mater's lecture last night that made the nominee quit. You must charge in and take his place. Sort of poetic justice, don't you know, and what not? He turned to Mr. Blake. When is the conflict supposed to start? 2:30? You haven't any important engagement for 2:30, have you? No, mother's lunching at some ladies' club and giving a lecture afterwards. I can slip away. Archie patted his head. Then leg it where glory waits you, old bean. The boy was gazing earnestly at the poster. It seemed to fascinate him. Pie, he said in a hushed voice. The word was like a battle cry. At about 9 o'clock next morning, in a suite at the Hotel Cosmopolis, Mrs. Cora Bates McCall, the eminent lecturer on rational eating, was seated at breakfast with her family. Before her sat Mr. McCall, a little hunted-looking man, the natural peculiarities of whose face were accentuated by a pair of glasses of semicircular shape, like half-moons with the horns turned up. Behind these, Mr. McCall's eyes played a perpetual game of peekaboo, now peering over them, anon ducking down and hiding behind them. He was sipping a cup of anti-caffeine. On his right, toying listlessly with a plate full of cereal, sat his son, Washington. Mrs. McCall herself was eating a slice of health bread and nut butter, for she practiced as well as preached the doctrines which she had striven for so many years to inculcate in an unthinking populace. Her day always began with a light but nutritious breakfast, at which a peculiarly uninviting cereal, which looked and tasted like an old straw hat that had been run through a meat chopper, competed for first place in the dislike of her husband and son with a more than unusually offensive brand of imitation coffee. Mr. McCall was inclined to think that he loathed the imitation coffee rather more than the cereal, but Washington held strong views on the latter's superior ghastliness. Both Washington and his father, however, would have been fair-minded enough to admit that it was a close thing. Mrs. McCall regarded her offspring with grave approval. "I am glad to see, Lindsay," she said to her husband, whose eyes sprang dutifully over the glass fence as he heard his name, "that Washy has recovered his appetite. When he refused his dinner last night, I was afraid that he might be sickening for something, especially as he had had quite a flushed look. You noticed his flushed look?" He did look very flushed, and his breathing was almost stertorous. And when he said that he had no appetite, I am bound to say that I was anxious, but he is evidently perfectly well this morning. You do feel perfectly well this morning, Washy? The heir of the McCalls looked up from his cereal. He was a long, thin boy of about 16, with pale red hair, sandy eyelashes, and a long neck. "Uh-huh," he said. Mrs. McCall nodded. "Surely now you will agree, Lindsay, that a careful and rational diet is what a boy needs. Washy's constitution is superb. He has a remarkable stamina, and I attribute it entirely to my careful supervision of his food. I shudder when I think of the growing boys who are permitted by irresponsible people to devour meat, candy, pie," she broke off. "What is the matter, Washy?" It seemed that the habit of shuddering at the thought of pie ran in the McCall family, for at the mention of the word a kind of internal shimmy had convulsed Washington's lean frame, and over his face there had come an expression that was almost one of pain. He had been reaching out his hand for a slice of health bread, but now he withdrew it rather hurriedly and sat back, breathing hard. "I'm all right," he said huskily. "Pie," proceeded Mrs. McCall in her platform voice. She stopped again abruptly. "Whatever is the matter, Washington? You are making me nervous." "I'm all right." Mrs. McCall had lost the thread of her remarks. Moreover, having now finished her breakfast, she was inclined for a little light reading. One of the subjects allied to the matter of dietary on which she felt deeply was the question of reading at meals. She was of the opinion that the strain on the eye, coinciding with the strain on the digestion, could not fail to give the latter the short end of the contest, and it was a rule at her table that the morning paper should not even be glanced at till the conclusion of the meal. She said that it was upsetting to begin the day by reading the paper, and events were to prove that she was occasionally right. All through breakfast, the New York Chronicle had been lying neatly folded beside her plate. She now opened it, and with a remark about looking for the report of her yesterday's lecture at the Butterfly Club, directed her gaze at the front page, on which she hoped that an editor with the best interests of the public at heart had decided to place her. Mr. McCall, jumping up and down behind his glasses, scrutinized her face closely as she began to read. He always did this on these occasions, for none knew better than he that his comfort for the day depended largely on some unknown reporter whom he had never met. If this unseen individual had done his work properly and as befitted the importance of his subject, Mrs. McCall's mood for the next 12 hours would be as uniformly sunny as it was possible for it to be. But sometimes the fellows scamped their job disgracefully, and once, on a day which lived in Mr. McCall's memory, they had failed to make a report at all. Today, he noted with relief, all seemed to be well. The report actually was on the front page, an honor rarely accorded to his wife's utterances. Moreover, judging from the time it took her to read the thing, she had evidently been reported at length. "Good, my dear," he ventured. "Satisfactory." "Eh?" Mrs. McCall smiled meditatively. "Oh yes, excellent. They have used my photograph too. Not at all badly reproduced." "Splendid," said Mr. McCall. Mrs. McCall gave a sharp shriek, and the paper fluttered from her hand. "My dear," said Mr. McCall with concern. His wife had recovered the paper and was reading with burning eyes. A bright wave of color had flowered over her masterful features. She was breathing as stertuously as ever her son Washington had done on the previous night. "Washington!" A basilisk glare shot across the table and turned the long boy to stone, all except his mouth, which opened feebly. "Washington, is this true?" Washy closed his mouth, then let it slowly open again. "My dear," Mr. McCall's voice was alarmed. "What is it?" His eyes had climbed up over his glasses and remained there. "What is the matter? Is anything wrong?" "Wrong? Read for yourself." Mr. McCall was completely mystified. He could not even formulate a guess at the cause of the trouble. That it appeared to concern his son Washington seemed to be the one solid fact at his disposal, and that only made the matter still more puzzling. Where, Mr. McCall asked himself, did Washington come in? He looked at the paper and received immediate enlightenment. Headlines met his eye. Good stuff in this boy, about a ton of it. Son of Cora Bates McCall, famous food reform lecturer, wins pie-eating championship of West Side. There followed a lyrical outburst. So uplifted had the reporter evidently felt by the importance of his news that he had been unable to confine himself to prose. "My children, if you fail to shine or triumph in your special line, if, let us say, your hopes are bent on some day being president, and folks ignore your proper worth and say you're not a chance on earth, cheer up, for in these stirring days fame may be won in many ways. Consider, when your spirits fall, the case of Washington McCall. Yes, cast your eyes on Washy, please. He looks just like a piece of cheese. He's not a brilliant sort of chap. He has a dull and vacant map. His eyes are blank, his face is red, his ears stick out beside his head. In fact, to end these compliments, he would be dear at 30 cents. Yet fame has welcomed to her hall this selfsame Washington McCall. His mother, Miss Cora Bates, is one who frequently orates upon the proper kind of food which every menu should include. With eloquence the world she weans from chops and steaks and porks and beans, such horrid things she'd like to crush and make us live on milk and mush. But oh, the thing that makes her sigh is when she sees us eating pie. We heard her lecture last July upon the nation's menace, pie. Alas, the hit it made was small with Mr. Washington McCall. For yesterday we took a trip to see the great pie championship, where men with bulging cheeks and eyes consume vast quantities of pies. A fashionable West Side crowd beheld the champion Spike O'Dowd endeavor to defend his throne against an upstart Blake's unknown. He wasn't unknown at all. He was young Washington McCall. We freely own we'd give a leg if we could borrow, steal, or beg the skill old Homer used to show. He wrote the Iliad, you know. Old Homer swung a wicked pin, but we are ordinary men, and cannot even start to dream of doing justice to our theme. The subject of that great repast is too magnificent and vast. We can't describe or even try the way those rivals woofed their pie. Enough to say that, when for hours each had extended all his powers toward the quiet evenfall, O'Dowd succumbed to young McCall. The champion was a willing lad. He gave the public all he had. He was a genuine fighting soul. He'd lots of speed and much control. No yellow streak did he evince. He tackled apple pie in mince. This was the motto on his shield. O'Dowds may burst, they never yield. His eyes began to start and roll. He eased his belt another hole. Poor fellow, with a single glance, one saw that he had not a chance. A python would have had to crawl and own defeat from young McCall. At last, long last, the finish came, his features overcast with shame. O'Dowd, who'd faltered once or twice, declined to eat another slice. He tottered off, and kindly men rallied around with oxygen. But Washy, Cora Bates's son, seemed disappointed it was done. He'd somehow made those present feel he'd barely started on his meal. We asked him, "Aren't you feeling bad?" "Me?" said the lion-hearted lad. "Lead me," he started for the street, "where I can get a bite to eat." Oh, what a lesson does it teach to all of us, that splendid speech. How better can the curtain fall on Master Washington McCall? Mr. McCall read this epic through, then he looked at his son. He first looked at him over his glasses, then through his glasses, then over his glasses again, then through his glasses once more. A curious expression was in his eyes. If such a thing had not been so impossible, one would have said that his gaze had in it something of respect, of admiration, even of reverence. "But how did they find out your name?" he asked at length. Mrs. McCall exclaimed impatiently, "Is that all you have to say?" "No, no, my dear, of course not, quite so, but the point struck me as curious." "Wretched boy," cried Mrs. McCall, "were you insane enough to reveal your name?" Washington wriggled uneasily. Unable to endure the piercing stare of his mother, he had withdrawn to the window and was looking out with his back turned. But even there he could feel her eyes on the back of his neck. "I didn't think it'd matter," he mumbled. "A fellow with tortoise-shell-rimmed specs asked me, so I told him. How was I to know?" His stumbling defense was cut short by the opening of the door. "Hallo, hallo, hallo! What ho, what ho!" Archie was standing in the doorway, beaming ingratiatingly on the family. The apparition of an entire stranger served to divert the lightning of Mrs. McCall's gaze from the unfortunate Washy. Archie, catching it between the eyes, blinked and held on to the wall. He had begun to regret that he had yielded so weakly to Lucille's entreaty that he should look in on the McCalls and use the magnetism of his personality upon them in the hope of inducing them to settle the lawsuit. He wished, too, if the visit had to be paid, that he had postponed it till after lunch, for he was never at his strongest in the morning. But Lucille had urged him to go now and get it over, and here he was. "I think," said Mrs. McCall icily, "that you must have mistaken your room." Archie rallied his shaken forces. "Oh no, rather not. Better introduce myself now, what? My name's Moffam, you know. I'm old Brewster's son-in-law and all that sort of rot, if you know what I mean." He gulped and continued, "I've come about this jolly old lawsuit, don't you know?" Mr. McCall seemed about to speak, but his wife anticipated him. "Mr. Brewster's attorneys are in communication with ours. We do not wish to discuss this matter." Archie took an uninvited seat, eyed the health bread on the breakfast table for a moment with frank curiosity, and resumed his discourse. "No, but I say, you know. I'll tell you what happened. I hate to totter in where I'm not wanted and all that, but my wife made such a point of it. Rightly or wrongly, she regards me as a bit of a hound in the diplomacy line, and she begged me to look you up and see whether we couldn't do something about settling the jolly old thing. I mean to say, you know, the old bird, old Brewster, you know, is considerably perturbed about the affair, hates the thought of being in a poshish where he has either to bite his old pal McCall in the gizzard or be bitten by him, and well, and so forth, don't you know? How about it? He broke off. Great Scott, I say what? So engrossed had he been in his appeal that he had not observed the presence of the pie-eating champion, between whom and himself a large potted plant intervened. But now Washington, hearing the familiar voice, had moved from the window and was confronting him with an accusing stare. "He made me do it," said Washy, with the stern joy of a 16-year-old boy feels when he sees somebody onto whose shoulders he can shift the trouble from his own. "That's the fellow who took me to the place." "What are you talking about, Washington?" "I'm telling you, he got me into the thing." "Do you mean this? Mrs. McCall shuddered. "Are you referring to this pie-eating contest?" "You bet I am." "Is this true?" Mrs. McCall glared stonily at Archie. "Was it you who lured my poor boy into that? "Oh, absolutely. The fact is, don't you know, a dear old pal of mine who runs a tobacco shop on 6th Avenue was rather in the soup. He had backed a chappie against the champion, and the chappie was converted by one of your lectures and swore off pie at the 11th hour. Dashed hard luck on the poor chap, don't you know? And then I got the idea that our little friend here was the one to step in and save the situation, so I broached the matter to him. And I'll tell you one thing," said Archie handsomely, "I don't know what sort of a capacity the original chappie had, but I'll bet he wasn't in your son's class. Your son has to be seen to be believed. Absolutely. You ought to be proud of him." He turned in friendly fashion to Washy. "Rummy we should meet again like this. Never dreamed I should find you here. And by Jove, it's absolutely marvelous how fit you look after yesterday. I had a sort of idea you would be groaning on a jolly old bed of sickness and all that." There was a strange gurgling sound in the background. It resembled something getting up steam, and this, curiously enough, is precisely what it was. The thing that was getting up steam was Mr. Lindsay McCall. The first effect of the Washy revelations on Mr. McCall had been merely to stun him. It was not until the arrival of Archie that he had had leisure to think. But since Archie's entrance he had been thinking rapidly and deeply. For many years, Mr. McCall had been in a state of suppressed revolution. He had smoldered, but he had not dared to blaze. But this startling upheaval of his fellow sufferer, Washy, had acted upon him like a high explosive. There was a strange gleam in his eye, a gleam of determination. He was breathing hard. "Washy!" His voice had lost its deprecating mildness. It was strong and clear. "Yes, Pop?" "How many pies did you eat yesterday?" Washy considered. "A good few." "How many? 20? "More than that. I lost count. A good few." "And you feel as well as ever?" "I feel fine." Mr. McCall dropped his glasses. He glowered for a moment at the breakfast table. His eye took in the health bread, the imitation coffee pot, the cereal, the nut butter. Then, with a swift movement, he seized the cloth, jerked it forcibly, and brought the entire contents rattling and crashing to the floor. "Lindsay!" Mr. McCall met his wife's eye with quiet determination. It was plain that something had happened in the hinterland of Mr. McCall's soul. "Cora," he said resolutely, "I have come to a decision. I've been letting you run things your own way a little too long in this family. I'm going to assert myself. For one thing, I've had all I want of this food reform foolery. Look at Washy. Yesterday that boy seems to have consumed anything from a couple of hundredweight to a ton of pie, and he has thriven on it. Thriven. I don't want to hurt your feelings, Cora, but Washington and I have drunk our last cup of anti-caffeine. If you care to go on with the stuff, that's your lookout, but Washy and I are through. He silenced his wife with a masterful gesture and turned to Archie. And there's another thing. I never liked the idea of that lawsuit, but I let you talk me into it. Now I'm going to do things my way. Mr. Moffam, I'm glad you looked in this morning. I'll do just what you want. Take me to Dan Brewster now, and let's call the thing off and shake hands on it. Are you mad, Lindsay? It was Cora Bates McCall's last shot. Mr. McCall paid no attention to it. He was shaking hands with Archie. I consider you, Mr. Moffam, he said, the most sensible young man I have ever met. Archie blushed modestly. Awfully good of you, old bean, he said. I wonder if you'd mind telling my jolly old father-in-law that. It'll be a bit of news for him. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wodehouse in the Strand, short story collection by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 10. Jeeves in the Springtime. Jeeves, I said, coming away from the window. Sir, said Jeeves. He had been clearing the breakfast things, but at the sound of the young master's voice he cheesed it courteously. It's a topping morning, Jeeves. Decidedly, sir. Spring and all that. Yes, sir. In the spring, Jeeves, a livelier iris gleams upon the burnished dove. So I have been informed, sir. Right-o, then bring me my Huanji, my yellowest shoes, and the old green Homburg. I'm going into the park to do pastoral dances. Very good, sir. I don't know if you know that sort of feeling you get on these days round about the end of April and the beginning of May, when the sky is a light blue with cotton-wool clouds, and there's a bit of a breeze blowing from the west. Kind of uplifted feeling. Romantic, if you know what I mean. I'm not much of a ladies' man, but on this particular morning it seemed to me that what I really wanted was some charming girl to buzz up and ask me to save her from assassins or something. So that it was a bit of an anticlimax when I merely ran into young Bingo Little, looking perfectly foul in a crimson satin tie decorated with horseshoes. "Hallo, Bertie," said Bingo. "My God, man," I gargled. "The cravat! The gent's neckwear! Why? For what reason?" "Oh, the tie?" He blushed. I was given it." He seemed embarrassed, so I dropped the subject. Always the gentleman. We toddled along a bit and sat down on a couple of chairs by the Serpentine. Conversation languished. Bingo was staring straight ahead of him in a glassy sort of manner. "I say, Bertie," he said, after a pause of about an hour and a quarter. "Hello." "Do you like the name Mabel?" "No." "No?" "No." "You don't think there's a kind of music in the word, like the wind rustling gently through the treetops?" "No." He seemed disappointed for a moment, then cheered up. "Of course you wouldn't. You always were a fat-headed worm without any soul, weren't you?" "Just as you say. Who is she? Tell me all." For I realized now that poor old Bingo was going through it once again. Ever since I have known him, and we were at school together, he has been perpetually falling in love with someone, generally in the spring, which seems to act on him like magic. At school he had the finest collection of actresses' photographs of anyone of his time, and at Oxford his romantic nature was a byword. "You'd better come along and meet her at lunch," he said, looking at his watch. "A ripe suggestion," I said. "Where are you meeting her? At the Ritz?" "Near the Ritz." He was geographically accurate. About 50 yards east of the Ritz there is one of those blighted tea and bun shops you see dotted about all over London, and into this, if you'll believe me, young Bingo dived like a homing rabbit, and before I had time to say a word, we were wedged in at a table on the brink of a silent pool of coffee left there by an early luncher. I'm bound to say I couldn't quite follow the development of the scenario. Bingo, while not absolutely rolling in the stuff, has always had a fairish amount of the ready. Apart from what he got from his uncle, old Mortimer Little, you've probably heard of Little's liniment, it limbers up the legs, he ran that till he turned it into a company and retired with a pile. I say, apart from what he got from the above, who gave him a pretty decent allowance, Bingo being his only relative and presumably his heir, I knew that Bingo had finished up the jumping season well on the right side of the ledger, having collected a parcel over the Lincolnshire. Why, then, was he lunching the girl at this god-forsaken eatery? It couldn't be because he was hard up. Just then the waitress arrived. Rather a pretty girl. "Aren't we going to wait?" I started to say to Bingo, thinking it somewhat thick that, in addition to asking a girl to lunch with him in a place like this, he should fling himself on the foodstuffs before she turned up, when I caught sight of his face and stopped. The man was goggling. His entire map was suffused with a rich blush. He looked like the soul's awakening, done in pink. "Hello, Mabel," he said, with a sort of gulp. "Hello," said the girl. "Mabel," said Bingo, "this is Bertie Wooster, a pal of mine." "Pleased to meet you," she said. "Nice morning." "Fine," I said. "You see, I'm wearing the tie," said Bingo. "It suits you beautiful," said the girl. Personally, if anyone had told me that a tie like that suited me, I should have risen and struck them on the mazzard, regardless of their age and sex. But poor old Bingo simply got all flustered with gratification and smirked in the most gruesome manner. "Well, what's it going to be today?" asked the girl, introducing the business touch into the conversation. Bingo studied the menu devoutly. "I'll have a cup of cocoa, cold veal and ham pie, slice of fruit cake, and a macaroon. Same for you, Bertie?" I gazed at the man, revolted. That he could have been a pal of mine all these years and think me capable of insulting the old tum with this sort of stuff cut me to the quick. "Or how about a bit of hot steak pudding with a sparkling limado to wash it down?" said Bingo. You know, the way love can change a fellow is really frightful to contemplate. This chappie before me, who spoke in this absolutely careless way of macaroons and limado, was the man I had seen in happier days telling the head waiter at Claridge's exactly how he wanted the chef to prepare the sole frite au gourmet aux champignons, and saying he would jolly well sling it back if it wasn't just right. Ghastly! Ghastly! A roll and butter and a small coffee seemed the only things on the list that hadn't been specially prepared by the nastier-minded members of the Borgia family for people they had a particular grudge against, so I chose them, and Mabel hopped it. "Well?" said Bingo rapturously. I took it that he wanted my opinion of the female poisoner who had just left us. "Very nice," I said. He seemed dissatisfied. "You don't think she's the most wonderful girl you ever saw?" he said wistfully. "Oh, absolutely," I said, to appease the blighter. "Where did you meet her?" "At a subscription dance at Camberwell." "What on earth were you doing at a subscription dance at Camberwell?" "Your man Jeeves asked me if I would buy a couple of tickets. It was in aid of some charity or other." "Jeeves? I didn't know he went in for that sort of thing." Well, I suppose he has to relax a bit every now and then. Anyway, he was there, swinging a dashed efficient shoe. I hadn't meant to go at first, but I turned up for a lark. Oh, Bertie, think what I might have missed." "What might you have missed?" I asked, the old lemon being slightly clouded. "Mabel, you chump! If I hadn't gone, I shouldn't have met Mabel." "Oh, ah." At this point Bingo fell into a species of trance, and only came out of it to wrap himself round the pie and macaroon. "Bertie," he said, "I want your advice." "Carry on." "At least, not your advice, because that wouldn't be much good to anybody. I mean, you're a pretty consummate old ass, aren't you? Not that I want to hurt your feelings, of course." No, I see that." "What I wish you would do is put the whole thing to that fellow Jeeves of yours and see what he suggests. You've often told me that he has helped other pals of yours out of messes. From what you tell me, he's by way of being the brains of the family." "He's never let me down yet." "Then put my case to him." "What case?" "My problem." "What problem?" "Why, you poor fish, my uncle, of course. What do you think my uncle's going to say to all this? If I sprang it on him cold, he'd tie himself in knots on the hearthrug." "One of these emotional Johnnies, eh?" "Somehow or other his mind has got to be prepared to receive the news. But how?" "Ah." "That's a lot of help, that 'ah.' You see, I'm pretty well dependent on the old boy. If he cut off my allowance, I should be very much in the soup. So you put the whole binge to Jeeves and see if he can't scare up a happy ending somehow. Tell him my future is in his hands, and that, if the wedding bells ring out, he can rely on me even unto half my kingdom. Well, call it 10 quid. Jeeves would exert himself with 10 quid on the horizon, what?" "Undoubtedly," I said. I wasn't in the least surprised at Bingo wanting to lug Jeeves into his private affairs like this. It was the first thing I would have thought of doing myself if I had been in any hole of any description. Most fellows, no doubt, are all for having their valets confine their activities to creasing trousers and what not, without trying to run the home, but it's different with Jeeves. Right from the first day he came to me, I have looked on him as a sort of guide, philosopher, and friend. He is a bird of the ripest intellect, full of bright ideas. If anybody could fix things for poor old Bingo, he could. I stated the case to him that night after dinner. "Jeeves." "Sir?" "Are you busy just now?" "No, sir." "I mean, not doing anything in particular?" "No, sir. It is my practice at this hour to read some improving book, but if you desire my services, this can easily be postponed, or indeed abandoned altogether." "Well, I want your advice. It's about Mr. Little." "Young Mr. Little, sir, or the elder Mr. Little, his uncle, who lives in Pounceby Gardens?" "Jeeves seems to know everything. Most amazing thing. I've been pally with Bingo practically all my life, and yet I didn't remember ever having heard that his uncle lived anywhere in particular." "How did you know he lived in Pounceby Gardens?" I said. "I am on terms of some intimacy with the elder Mr. Little's cook, sir. In fact, there is an understanding." I'm bound to say that this gave me a bit of a start. Somehow I'd never thought of Jeeves going in for that sort of thing. "Do you mean you're engaged?" "It may be said to amount to that, sir." "Well, well." "She is a remarkably excellent cook, sir," said Jeeves, as though he felt called on to give some explanation. "What was it you wished to ask me about Mr. Little?" I sprang the details on him. "And that's how the matter stands, Jeeves," I said. "I think we ought to rally round a trifle and help poor old Bingo put the thing through. Tell me about old Mr. Little. What sort of a chap is he?" "A somewhat curious character, sir. Since retiring from business, he has become a great recluse, and now devotes himself almost entirely to the pleasures of the table." "Greedy hog, you mean?" "I would not perhaps take the liberty of describing him in precisely those terms, sir. He is what is usually called a gourmet, very particular about what he eats, and for that reason sets a high value on Miss Watson's services." "The cook?" "Yes, sir." "Well, it looks to me as though our best plan would be to shoot young Bingo in on him after dinner one night. Melting mood, I mean to say, and all that." "The difficulty is, sir, that at the moment Mr. Little is on a diet, owing to an attack of gout." "Things begin to look wobbly." "No, sir. I fancy that the elder Mr. Little's misfortune may be turned to the younger Mr. Little's advantage. I was speaking only the other day to Mr. Little's valet, and he was telling me that it has become his principal duty to read to Mr. Little in the evenings. If I were in your place, sir, I should send young Mr. Little to read to his uncle." "Nephew's devotion, you mean? Old man touched by kindly action, what?" "Partly that, sir, but I would rely more on young Mr. Little's choice of literature." "That's no good. Jolly old Bingo has a kind face, but when it comes to literature he stops at the Sporting Times." "That difficulty may be overcome. I would be happy to select books for Mr. Little to read. Perhaps I might explain my idea further." "I can't say I quite grasp it yet." "The method which I advocate is what, I believe, the advertisers call direct suggestion, sir, consisting as it does of driving an idea home by constant repetition. You may have had experience of the system." "You mean they keep on telling you that some soap or other is the best, and after a bit you come under the influence and charge round the corner and buy a cake." "Exactly, sir. The same method was the basis of all the most valuable propaganda during the recent war. I see no reason why it should not be adopted to bring about the desired result with regard to the subject's views on class distinctions. If young Mr. Little were to read day after day to his uncle a series of narratives in which marriage with young persons of an inferior social status was held up as both feasible and admirable, I fancy it would prepare the elder Mr. Little's mind for the reception of the information that his nephew wishes to marry a waitress in a tea-shop." "Are there any books of that sort nowadays? The only ones I ever see mentioned in the papers are about married couples who find life grey and can't stick each other at any price." "Yes, sir, there are a great many, neglected by the reviewers, but widely read. You have never encountered All for Love by Rosie M. Banks?" "No." "Nor A Red, Red Summer Rose by the same author?" "No." "I have an aunt, sir, who owns an almost complete set of Rosie M. Banks. I could easily borrow as many volumes as young Mr. Little might require. They make very light, attractive reading." "Well, it's worth trying." "I should certainly recommend the scheme, sir." "All right, then. Toddle round to your aunt's to-morrow and grab a couple of the fruitiest. We can but have a dash at it." "Precisely, sir." Bingo reported 3 days later that Rosie M. Banks was the goods, and beyond a question the stuff to give the troops. Old Little had jibbed somewhat at first at the proposed change of literary diet, he not being much of a lad for fiction, and having stuck hitherto exclusively to the heavier monthly reviews. But Bingo had got Chapter 1 of All for Love past his guard before he knew what was happening, and after that there was nothing to it. Since then they had finished A Red, Red Summer Rose, Madcap Myrtle, and Only a Factory Girl, and were halfway through The Courtship of Lord Strathmorlick. Bingo told me all this in a husky voice over an egg beaten up in sherry. The only blot on the thing, from his point of view, was that it wasn't doing a bit of good to the old vocal cords, which were beginning to show signs of cracking under the strain. He had been looking his symptoms up in a medical dictionary, and he thought he had got clergyman's throat. But against this you had to set the fact that he was making an undoubted hit in the right quarter, and also that after the evening's reading he always stayed on to dinner. And from what he told me, the dinners turned out by Old Little's cook had to be tasted to be believed. There were tears in the old blighter's eyes as he got on to the subject of the clear soup. I suppose to a fellow who for weeks had been tackling macaroons and limeado, it must have been like heaven. Old Little wasn't able to give any practical assistance at these banquets, but Bingo said that he came to the table and had his whack of arrowroot, and sniffed the dishes, and told stories of entrees he had had in the past, and sketched out scenarios of what he was going to do to the bill of fare in the future, when the doctor put him in shape, so I suppose he enjoyed himself too, in a way. Anyhow, things seemed to be buzzing along quite satisfactorily, and Bingo said he had got an idea which, he thought, was going to clinch the thing. He wouldn't tell me what it was, but he said it was a pippin. "We make progress, Jeeves," I said. "That is very satisfactory, sir." Mr. Little tells me that when he came to the big scene in Only a Factory Girl, his uncle gulped like a stricken bull-pup. "Indeed, sir." "Where Lord Claude takes the girl in his arms, you know, and says—" "I am familiar with the passage, sir. It is distinctly moving. It was a great favourite of my aunt's." "I think we're on the right track." "It would seem so, sir." "In fact, this looks like being another of your successes. I've always said, and I always shall say, that for sheer brain, Jeeves, you stand alone. All the other great thinkers of the age are simply in the crowd, watching you go by." "Thank you very much, sir. I endeavour to give satisfaction." About a week after this, Bingo blew in with the news that his uncle's gout had ceased to trouble him, and that on the morrow he would be back at the old stand, working away with knife and fork as before. "And, by the way," said Bingo, "he wants you to lunch with him tomorrow." "Me? Why me? He doesn't know I exist." "Oh, yes, he does. I've told him about you." "What have you told him?" "Oh, various things. Anyhow, he wants to meet you. And take my tip, laddie, you go. I should think lunch tomorrow would be something special." I don't know why it was, but even then it struck me that there was something dashed odd, almost sinister, if you know what I mean, about young Bingo's manner. The old egg had the air of one who has something up his sleeve. "There is more in this than meets the eye," I said. "Why should your uncle ask a fellow to lunch whom he's never seen?" "My dear old fathead, haven't I just said that I've been telling him all about you, that you're my best pal, at school together, and all that sort of thing?" "But even then... And another thing, why are you so dashed keen on my going?" Bingo hesitated for a moment. "Well, I told you I'd got an idea. This is it. I want you to spring the news on him. I haven't the nerve myself." "What? I'm hanged if I do." "And you call yourself a pal of mine." "Yes, I know, but there are limits." "Bertie," said Bingo reproachfully, "I saved your life once." "When?" "Didn't I? It must have been some other fellow then. Well, anyway, we were boys together and all that. You can't let me down." "Oh, all right," I said. "But when you say you haven't nerve enough for any dashed thing in the world, you misjudge yourself. A fellow who—" "Cheerio," said young Bingo. 1:30 tomorrow. Don't be late." I'm bound to say that the more I contemplated the binge, the less I liked it. It was all very well for Bingo to say that I was slated for a magnificent lunch, but what good is the best possible lunch to a fellow if he is slung out into the street on his ear during the soup course? However, the word of a Wooster is his bond and all that sort of rot, so at 1:30 next day I tottered up the steps of number 16 Pounceby Gardens and punched the bell. And half a minute later I was up in the drawing-room, shaking hands with the fattest man I have ever seen in my life. The motto of the little family was evidently variety. Young Bingo is long and thin and hasn't had a superfluous ounce on him since we first met, but the uncle restored the average and a bit over. The hand which grasped mine wrapped it round and enfolded it till I began to wonder if I'd ever get it out without excavating machinery. "Mr. Wooster, I am gratified. I am proud. I am honoured." It seemed to me that young Bingo must have boosted me to some purpose. I said. He stepped back a bit, still hanging on to the good right hand. "You are very young to have accomplished so much." I couldn't follow the train of thought. The family, especially my Aunt Agatha, who has savaged me incessantly from childhood up, have always rather made a point of the fact that mine is a wasted life, and that, since I won the prize at my first school for the best collection of wild flowers made during the summer holidays, I haven't done a damn thing to land me on the nation's scroll of fame. I was wondering if he couldn't have got me mixed up with someone else, when the telephone bell rang outside in the hall, and the maid came in to say that I was wanted. I buzzed down and found it was young Bingo. "Hallo," said young Bingo. "So you've got there? Good man. I knew I could rely on you. I say, old crumpet, did my uncle seem pleased to see you?" "Absolutely all over me. I can't make it out." "Oh, that's all right. I just rang up to explain. The fact is, old man, I know you won't mind, but I told him that you were the author of those books I've been reading to him." "What?" "Yes, I said that Rosie M. Banks was your pen name, and you didn't want it generally known because you were a modest, retiring sort of chap. He'll listen to you now. Absolutely hang on your words. A brightish idea, what? I doubt if Jeeves in person could have thought up a better one than that. Well, pitch it strong, old lad, and keep steadily before you the fact that I must have my allowance raised. I can't possibly marry on what I've got now. If this film is to end with the slow fade-out on the embrace, at least double is indicated. Well, that's that. Cheerio." And he rang off. At that moment the gong sounded, and the genial host came tumbling downstairs like the delivery of a ton of coals. I always look back to that lunch with a sort of aching regret. It was the lunch of a lifetime, and I wasn't in a fit state to appreciate it. Subconsciously, if you know what I mean, I could see it was pretty special, but I had got the wind up to such a frightful extent over the ghastly situation in which young Bingo had landed me that its deeper meaning never really penetrated. Most of the time I might have been eating sawdust for all the good it did me. Old Little struck the literary note right from the start. "My nephew has probably told you that I have been making a close study of your books of late," he began. "Yes, he did mention it. How did you like the bally things?" He gazed reverently at me. "Mr. Wooster, I am not ashamed to say that the tears came into my eyes as I listened to them. It amazes me that a man as young as you can have been able to plumb human nature so surely to its depths, to play with so unerring a hand on the quivering heartstrings of your reader, to write novels so true, so human, so moving, so vital." "Oh, it's just a knack," I said. The good old Persp was bedewing my forehead by this time in a pretty lavish manner. I don't know when I've been so rattled. "Do you find the room a trifle warm?" "Oh, no, rather not. Just right." "Then it's the pepper. If my cook has a fault, which I am not prepared to admit, it is that she is inclined to stress the pepper a trifle in her made dishes. By the way, do you like her cooking?" I was so relieved that we had got off the subject of my literary output that I shouted approval in a ringing baritone. "I am delighted to hear it, Mr. Wooster. I may be prejudiced, but to my mind that woman is a genius." "Absolutely," I said. "She has been with me 7 years, and in all that time I have not known her guilty of a single lapse from the highest standard. Except once, in the winter of 1917, when a purist might have condemned a certain mayonnaise of hers as lacking in creaminess. But one must make allowances. There had been several air raids about that time, and no doubt the poor woman was shaken. But nothing is perfect in this world, Mr. Wooster, and I have had my cross to bear. For 7 years I have lived in constant apprehension lest some evilly disposed person might lure her from my employment. To my certain knowledge, she has received offers, lucrative offers, to accept service elsewhere. You may judge of my dismay, Mr. Wooster, when only this morning the bolt fell. She gave notice. Good Lord! Your consternation does credit, if I may say so, to the heart of the author of A Red, Red Summer Rose. But I am thankful to say the worst has not happened. The matter has been adjusted. Jane is not leaving me. Good egg. Good egg indeed, though the expression is not familiar to me. I do not remember having come across it in your books. And speaking of your books, may I say that what has impressed me about them even more than the moving poignancy of the actual narrative is your philosophy of life. If there were more men like you, Mr. Wooster, London would be a better place. This was the dead opposite to my Aunt Agatha's philosophy of life, she having always rather given me to understand that it is the presence of chappies like me that makes London more or less of a plague spot. But I let it go. Let me tell you, Mr. Wooster, that I appreciate your splendid defiance of the outworn fetishes of a purblind social system. I appreciate it. You are big enough to see that rank is but the guinea stamp, and that, in the magnificent words of Lord Bletchmore in Only a Factory Girl, be her origin ne'er so humble, a good woman is the equal of the finest lady on earth. I sat up. I say, do you think that? I do, Mr. Wooster. I am ashamed to say that there was a time when I was like other men, a slave to the idiotic convention which we call class distinction. But since I read your books... I might have known it. Jeeves had done it again. You think it's all right for a chappie in what you might call a certain social position to marry a girl of what you might describe as the lower classes? Most assuredly I do, Mr. Wooster. I took a deep breath and slipped him the good news. Young Bingo, your nephew, you know, wants to marry a waitress, I said. I honour him for it, said old Little. You don't object? On the contrary. I took another deep breath and shifted to the sordid side of the business. I hope you won't think I'm butting in, don't you know, I said. But, well, how about it? I fear I do not quite follow you. Well, I mean to say, his allowance and all that. The money you're good enough to give him. He was rather hoping that you might see your way to jerking up the total a bit. Old Little shook his head regretfully. I fear that can hardly be managed. You see, a man in my position is compelled to save every penny. I will gladly continue my nephew's existing allowance, but beyond that I cannot go. It would not be fair to my wife. What? But you're not married? Not yet, but I propose to enter upon that holy state almost immediately. The lady who for years has cooked so well for me honoured me by accepting my hand this very morning. A cold gleam of triumph came into his eye. Now let 'em try to get her away from me, he muttered defiantly. Young Mr. Little has been trying frequently during the afternoon to reach you on the telephone, sir, said Jeeves that night when I got home. I'll bet he has, I said. I had sent poor old Bingo an outline of the situation by messenger boy shortly after lunch. He seemed a trifle agitated. I don't wonder, Jeeves, I said. Brace up and bite the bullet. I'm afraid I've bad news for you. Sir? That scheme of yours, reading those books to old Mr. Little and all that, has blown out a fuse. They did not soften him? They did. That's the whole bally trouble. Jeeves, I'm sorry to say that fiancée of yours, Miss Watson, you know, the cook, you know, well, the long and the short of it is that she's chosen riches instead of honest worth, if you know what I mean. Sir? She's handed you the mitten and gone and got engaged to old Mr. Little. "Indeed, sir." "You don't seem much upset." "The fact is, sir, I had anticipated some such outcome." I stared at him. "Then what on earth did you suggest the scheme for?" "To tell you the truth, sir, I was not wholly averse from a severance of my relations with Miss Watson. In fact, I greatly desired it. I respect Miss Watson exceedingly, but I have seen for a long time that we were not suited. Now, the other young person with whom I have an understanding—" "Great Scott, Jeeves! There isn't another?" "Yes, sir." "How long has this been going on?" "For some weeks, sir. I was greatly attracted by her when I first met her at a subscription dance at Camberwell." "My sainted aunt! Not—" Jeeves inclined his head gravely. "Yes, sir. By an odd coincidence, it is the same young person that young Mr. Little— I have placed the cigarettes on the small table. Good night, sir." End of Chapter 10. Read by Kara Shallenberg. www.kray.org on Wednesday, October 23rd, 2013, in San Diego, California.
Chapter 11 of Wodehouse in the Strand, Short Story Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by P.J. Morgan. Wodehouse in the Strand, Short Story Collection, by Pelham Grenville Wodehouse. Chapter 11. Aunt Agatha Takes the Count. "Jeeves," I said, "we've backed a winner." "Sir?" "Coming to this place, I mean. Here we are in a topping hotel, with fine weather, good cooking, golf, bathing, gambling of every variety, and my Aunt Agatha miles away on the other side of the English Channel. I ask you, what could be sweeter? I had to leg it, if you remember, with considerable speed from London, because my Aunt Agatha was on my track with a hatchet as the result of the breaking off of my engagement to Honoria Glossop. The thing hadn't been my fault, but I couldn't have convinced Aunt Agatha of that if I'd argued for a week. So it had seemed to me that the judicious course to pursue was to buzz briskly off while the buzzing was good. I was standing now at the window of the extremely decent suite which I had taken at the Hotel Splendide at Roville on the French coast, and as I looked down at the people popping to and fro in the sunshine, and reflected that in about a quarter of an hour I was due to lunch with a girl who was the exact opposite of Honoria Glossop in every way, I felt dashed uplifted. Gay, genial, happy-go-lucky, and devil-may-care, if you know what I mean. I had met this girl, Aileen Hemingway, her name was, for the first time on the train coming from Paris. She was going to Roville to wait there for a brother who was due to arrive from England. I had helped her with her baggage, got into conversation, had a bite of dinner with her in the restaurant car, and the result was we had become remarkably chummy. I'm a bit apt, as a rule, to give the modern girl a miss, but there was something different about Aileen Hemingway. I turned round, humming a blithe melody, and Jeeves shied like a startled mustang. I had rather been expecting some such display of emotion on the man's part, for I was trying out a fairly fruity cummerbund that morning, one of those silk contrivances, you know, which you tie round your waist, something on the order of a sash, only more substantial. I had seen it in a shop the day before, and hadn't been able to resist it, but I had known all along that there might be trouble with Jeeves. It was a pretty brightish scarlet. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said in a sort of hushed voice. "You are surely not proposing to appear in public in that thing?" "What, Cuthbert the cummerbund?" I said in a careless, debonair way, passing it off. "Rather." "I should not advise it, sir. Really, I shouldn't." "Why not?" "The effect, sir, is loud in the extreme." I tackled the blighter squarely. I mean to say, nobody knows better than I do that Jeeves is a mastermind and all that, but, dash it, a fellow must call his soul his own. You can't be a serf to your valet. You know, the trouble with you, Jeeves, I said, is that you're what's the word I want? Too bally insular. You can't realise that you aren't in Piccadilly all the time. In a place like this, simply dripping with the gaiety and joie de vivre of France, a bit of colour and a touch of the poetic is expected of you. Why, last night at the casino I saw a chappie in a full evening suit of yellow velvet. Nevertheless, sir, Jeeves, I said firmly, my mind is made up. I'm in a foreign country, it's a corking day, God's in his heaven and all's right with the world, and this cummerbund seems to me to be called for. Very good, sir, said Jeeves, coldly. Dashed upsetting, this sort of thing. If there's one thing that gives me the pip, it's unpleasantness in the home, and I could see that relations were going to be pretty fairly strained for a while. I suppose the old brow must have been a bit furrowed or something, for Aileen Hemingway spotted that things were wrong directly we sat down to lunch. You seem depressed, Mr. Wooster, she said. Have you been losing money at the casino? No, I said. As a matter of fact, I won quite a goodish sum last night. But something is the matter. What is it? Well, to tell you the truth, I said, I've just had rather a painful scene with my man, and it's shaken me a bit. He doesn't like this cummerbund. Why, I've just been admiring it. I think it's very becoming. No, really? It has rather a Spanish effect. Exactly what I thought myself. Extraordinary, you should have said that. A touch of the Hidalgo, what? Sort of Vincente y Blasco, what's-his-name stuff. The jolly old Hidalgo off to the bullfight, what? Yes, or a corsair of the Spanish Main. Absolutely. I say, you know, you have bucked me up. It's a rummy thing about you, how sympathetic you are, I mean. The ordinary girl you meet today is all bobbed hair and gaspers, but you... I was about to continue in this strain when somebody halted at our table, and the girl jumped up. Sidney! She cried. The chappie who had anchored in our midst was a small round cove, with a face rather like a sheep. He wore pince-nez, his expression was benevolent, and he had on one of those collars which button at the back. A parson, in fact. Well, my dear, he said, beaming pretty freely, here I am at last. Are you very tired? Not at all. A most enjoyable journey, in which tedium was rendered impossible by the beauty of the scenery through which we passed, and the entertaining conversation of my fellow travellers. But may I be presented to this gentleman? He said, peering at me through the pince-nez. This is Mr. Wooster, said the girl, who was very kind to me coming from Paris. Mr. Wooster, this is my brother. We shook hands, and the brother went off to get a wash. Sidney is such a dear, said the girl. I know you'll like him. Seems a topper. I do hope he will enjoy his stay here. It's so seldom he gets a holiday. His vicar overworks him dreadfully. Vicars are the devil, what? I wonder if you will be able to spare any time to show him round the place. I can see he's taken such a fancy to you. But of course it would be a bother, I suppose, so rather not. Only too delighted. For half a second I thought of patting her hand. Then I felt I'd better wait a bit. I'll do anything, absolutely anything. It's awfully kind of you. For you, I said, I would... At this point the brother returned, and the conversation became what you might call general. After lunch I fairly curvetted back to my suite, with a most extraordinary braced sensation going all over me like a rash. Jeeves, I said, you were all wrong about that cummerbund. It went like a breeze from the start. Indeed, sir. Made an absolutely outstanding hit. The lady I was lunching with admired it. Her brother admired it. The waiter looked as if he admired it. Well, anything happened since I left? Yes, sir. Mrs. Gregson has arrived at the hotel. A chappie I know who went shooting, and was potted by one of his brother sportsmen in mistake for a rabbit, once told me that it was several seconds before he realized that he had contributed to the day's bag. For about 1/10 of a minute everything seemed quite okay, and then suddenly he got it. It was just the same with me. It took about 5 seconds for this fearful bit of news to sink in. What? I yelled. Aunt Agatha here? Yes, sir. Well, she can't be. I have seen her, sir, But how did she get here? The express from Paris has just arrived, sir. But, I mean, how the dickens did she know I was here? You left a forwarding address at the flat for your correspondence, sir. No doubt Mrs. Gregson obtained it from the hall porter. But I told the chump not to give it away to a soul. That would hardly baffle a lady of Mrs. Gregson's forceful personality, sir. Jeeves, I'm in the soup. Yes, sir. Right up to the hocks. Yes, sir. What shall I do? I fear I have nothing to suggest, sir. I eyed the man narrowly. Dashed aloof his manner was. I saw what was the matter, of course. He was still brooding over that cummerbund. I shall go for a walk, Jeeves, I said. Yes, sir. A good long walk. Very good, sir. And if anybody asks for me, tell him you don't know when I'll be back. To people who don't know my Aunt Agatha, I find it extraordinarily difficult to explain why it is that she has always put the wind up me to such a frightful extent. I mean, I'm not dependent on her financially or anything like that. It's simply personality, I've come to the conclusion. You see, all through my childhood and when I was a kid at school, she was always able to turn me inside out with a single glance, and I haven't come out from under the fluence yet. We run to height a bit in our family, and there's about 5'9" of Aunt Agatha, topped off with a beaky nose, an eagle eye, and a lot of grey hair, and the general effect is pretty formidable. Her arrival in Rowville at this juncture had made things more than a bit complicated for me. What to do? Leg it quick before she could get hold of me would no doubt have been the advice most fellows would have given me. But the situation wasn't as simple as that. I was in much the same position as the cat on the garden wall who, when on the point of becoming matey with the cat next door, observes the boot-jack sailing through the air. If he stays where he is, he gets it in the neck. If he biffs, he has to start all over again where he left off. I didn't like the prospect of being collared by Aunt Agatha, but on the other hand I simply barred the notion of leaving Rowville by the night train and parting from Aileen Hemingway. Absolutely a man's crossroads, if you know what I mean. I prowled about the neighbourhood all the afternoon and evening. Then I had a bit of dinner at a quiet restaurant in the town and trickled cautiously back to the hotel. Jeeves was popping about in the suite. "There is a note for you, sir," he said, "on the mantelpiece." The blighter's manner was still so cold and unchummy that I bit the bullet and had a dash at being airy. "A note, eh?" "Yes, sir. Mrs. Gregson's maid brought it shortly after you had left." "Tra-la-la," I said. "Precisely, sir." I opened the note. "She wants me to look in on her after dinner sometime." "Yes, sir." "Jeeves," I said, "mix me a stiffish brandy and soda." "Yes, sir." "Stiffish, Jeeves. Not too much soda, but splash the brandy about a bit." "Very good, sir." He shimmied off into the background to collect the materials, and just at that moment there was a knock at the door. I'm bound to say it was a shock. My heart stood still, and I bit my tongue. "Come in," I bleated. But it wasn't Aunt Agatha after all. It was Aileen Hemingway, looking rather rattled, and her brother, looking like a sheep with a secret sorrow. "Oh, Mr. Wooster," said the girl, in a sort of gasping way. "Oh, what ho?" I said. "Won't you come in? Take a seat or two." "I don't know how to begin." "Eh?" I said. "Is anything up?" "Poor Sidney, it was my fault. I ought never to have let him go there alone." At this point the brother, who had been standing by wrapped in the silence, gave a little cough, like a sheep caught in the mist on a mountain top. "The fact is, Mr. Wooster," he said, "I have been gambling at the casino." "Oh," I said, "did you click?" He sighed heavily. "If you mean, was I successful, I must answer in the negative. I rashly persisted in the view that the colour red, having appeared no fewer than 7 times in succession, must inevitably at no distant date give place to black. I was in error. I lost my little all, Mr. Wooster." "Tough luck," I said. I left the casino and returned to the hotel. There I encountered one of my parishioners, a Colonel Musgrave, who chanced to be holiday-making over here. I induced him to cash me a cheque for £100 on my bank in London." "Well, that was all to the good, what?" I said, hoping to induce the poor egg to look on the bright side. "I mean, bit of luck finding someone to slip it into, first crack out of the box." "On the contrary, Mr. Wooster, it did but make matters worse. I burn with shame as I make the confession, but I went back to the casino and lost the entire sum." "I say," I said, "you are having a night out." "And," concluded the chappie, "the most lamentable feature of the whole affair is that I have no funds in the bank to meet the cheque when presented." I'm free to confess that I gazed at him with no little interest and admiration. Never in my life before had I encountered a curate so genuinely all to the mustard. Little as he might look like one of the lads of the village, he certainly appeared to be the real Tabasco. "Colonel Musgrave," he went on, gulping somewhat, "is not a man who would be likely to overlook the matter. He is a hard man. He will expose me to my vicar. My vicar is a hard man. I shall be ruined if Colonel Musgrave presents that cheque, and he leaves for England tonight." "Mr. Wooster," the girl burst out, won't you help us? Oh, do say you will. We must have the money to get back that cheque from Colonel Musgrave before 9 o'clock. He leaves on the 9:20. I was at my wits' end what to do when I remembered how kind you had always been, and how you had told me at lunch that you had won some money at the casino last night. Mr. Wooster, will you lend it to us and take these as security?" And before I knew what she was doing, she had dived into her bag, produced a case, and opened it. "My pearls," she said. "I don't know what they are worth. They were a present from my poor father, but I know they must be worth ever so much more than the amount we want." Dashed embarrassing. Made me feel like a pawnbroker. More than a touch of popping the watch about the whole business. "No, I say really," I protested, the haughty old spirit of the Woosters kicking like a mule at the idea. "There's no need of any security, you know, or any rot of that kind. I mean to say, among pals, you know what? Only too glad the money'll come in useful." And I fished it out and pushed it across. The brother shook his head. "Mr. Wooster," he said, "we appreciate your generosity, your beautiful, heartening confidence in us, but we cannot permit this." "What Sydney means," said the girl, "is that you really don't know anything about us, when you come to think of it. You mustn't risk lending all this money without any security at all to two people who, after all, are almost strangers." "Oh, don't say that." "I do say it. If I hadn't thought that you would be quite businesslike about this, I would never have dared to come to you. If you will just give me a receipt as a matter of form—" "Oh, well—" I wrote out the receipt and handed it over, feeling more or less of an arse. "Here you are," I said. The girl took the piece of paper, shoved it in her bag, grabbed the money, and slipped it to her brother Sydney, and then, before I knew what was happening, she had darted at me, kissed me, and legged it from the room. I don't know when I've been so rattled. The whole thing was so dashed sudden and unexpected. Through a sort of mist I could see that Jeeves had appeared from the background and was helping the brother on with his coat. And then the brother came up to me and grasped my hand. "I cannot thank you sufficiently, Mr. Wooster. Oh, right-ho. You have saved my good name. Good name in man or woman, dear my lord," he said, massaging the fin with some fervour, "is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse steals trash. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him and makes me poor indeed. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Good night, Mr. Wooster." "Good night, old thing," I said. "Your brandy and soda, sir?" said Jeeves as the door shut. I blinked at him. "Oh, there you are." "Yes, sir." "Rather a sad affair, Jeeves." "Yes, sir." "Lucky I happen to have all that money handy." "Well, yes, sir." "You speak as though you didn't think much of it." "It is not my place to criticise your action, sir, but I will venture to say that I think you behaved a little rashly." "What, lending that money?" "Yes, sir. These fashionable French watering places are notoriously infested by dishonest characters." This was a bit too thick. Now look here, Jeeves, I said. I can stand a lot, but when it comes to your casting whatever the word is, on the sweetest girl in the world and a bird in holy orders. Perhaps I am over-suspicious, sir, but I have seen a great deal of these resorts. When I was in the employment of Lord Frederick Ranelagh, shortly before I entered your service, his lordship was very neatly swindled by a criminal known, I believe, by the sobriquet of Soapy Sid, who scraped acquaintance with us in Monte Carlo with the assistance of a female accomplice. I have never forgotten the circumstance. I don't want to butt in on your reminiscences, Jeeves, I said coldly. But you're talking through your hat. How can there have been anything fishy about this business? They've left me the pearls, haven't they? Very well, then, think before you speak. You had better be tooling down to the desk now, and having these things shoved in the hotel safe. I picked up the case and opened it. Oh, great Scott! The bally thing was empty! Oh, my lord, I said, staring. Don't tell me there's been dirty work at the crossroads after all. Precisely, sir. It was in exactly the same manner that Lord Frederick was swindled on the occasion to which I have alluded. While his female accomplice was gratefully embracing his lordship, Soapy Sid substituted a duplicate case for the one containing the pearls and went off with the jewels, the money, and the receipt. On the strength of the receipt he subsequently demanded from his lordship the return of the pearls, and his lordship, not being able to produce them, was obliged to pay a heavy sum in compensation. It is a simple but effective ruse. I felt as if the bottom had dropped out of things with a jerk. I mean to say, Aileen Hemingway, you know. What I mean is, if love hadn't actually awakened in my heart, there's no doubt it was having a jolly good stab at it, and the thing was only a question of days. And all the time, well, I mean, dash it, you know. Soapy Sid. Sidney! Brother Sidney! Why, by Jove, Jeeves, do you think that parson was Soapy Sid? Yes, sir. But it seems so extraordinary. Why, his collar buttoned at the back. I mean, he would have deceived a bishop. Do you really think he was Soapy Sid? Yes, sir. I recognized him directly he came into the room. I stared at the blighter. You recognized him? Yes, sir. Then, dash it all, I said, deeply moved. I think you might have told me. I thought it would save disturbance and unpleasantness if I merely abstracted the case from the man's pocket as I assisted him with his coat, sir. Here it is. He laid another case on the table beside the dud one, and by Jove, you couldn't tell them apart. I opened it, and there were the good old pearls, as merry and bright as Dammit, smiling up at me. I gazed feebly at the man. I was feeling a bit overwrought. Jeeves, I said, you're an absolute genius. Yes, sir. Relief was surging over me in great chunks by now. I'd almost forgotten that a woman had toyed with my heart and thrown it away like a worn-out tube of toothpaste and all that sort of thing. What seemed to me the important item was the fact that, thanks to Jeeves, I was not going to be called on to cough up several £1,000. It looks to me as though you had saved the old home. I mean, even a chappie endowed with the immortal rind of dear old Sid is hardly likely to have the nerve to come back and retrieve these little chaps. I should imagine not, sir. Well, then. Oh, I say, you don't think they are just paste or anything like that? No, sir. These are genuine pearls, and extremely valuable. Well, then, dash it, I'm on velvet. Absolutely reclining on the good old plush. I may be down £100, but I'm up a jolly good string of pearls. Am I right or wrong? Hardly that, sir. I think that you will have to restore the pearls. What? To Sid? Not while I have my physique. No, sir. To their rightful owner. But who is their rightful owner? Mrs. Gregson, sir. What? How do you know? It was all over the hotel an hour ago that Mrs. Gregson's pearls had been abstracted. The man Sid travelled from Paris in the same train as Mrs. Gregson, and no doubt marked them down. I was speaking to Mrs. Gregson's maid shortly before you came in, and she informed me that the manager of the hotel is now in Mrs. Gregson's suite. And having a devil of a time, what? So I should be disposed to imagine, sir. The situation was beginning to unfold before me. I'll go and give them back to her, eh? It'll put me one up, what? If I might make the suggestion, sir, I think it would strengthen your position if you were to effect to discover the pearls in Mrs. Gregson's suite, say in a bureau drawer. I don't see why. I think I am right, sir. Well, I stand on you. If you say so, I'll be popping, what? The sooner the better, sir. Long before I reached Aunt Agatha's lair, I could tell that the hunt was up. Divers chappies in hotel uniform and not a few chambermaids of sorts were hanging about in the corridor, and through the panels I could hear a mixed assortment of voices, with Aunt Agatha's topping the lot. I knocked, but no one took any notice, so I trickled in. Among those present I noticed a chambermaid in hysterics, Aunt Agatha with her hair bristling, and a whiskered cove who looked like a bandit, as no doubt he was, being the proprietor of the hotel. "Oh, hello," I said. "I got your note, Aunt Agatha." She waved me away, no welcoming smile for Bertram. "Oh, don't bother me now," she snapped, looking at me as if I were more or less the last straw. "Something up?" Yes, I've lost my pearls." Pearls, I said. "No, really, dashed annoying. Where did you see them last?" "What does it matter where I saw them last? They have been stolen." Here Wilfred the Whisker King, who seemed to have been taking a rest between rounds, stepped into the ring again, and began to talk rapidly in French. Cut to the quick he seemed. The chambermaid whooped in the corner. "Sure you've looked everywhere?" I asked. "Of course I've looked everywhere." "Well, you know, I've often lost a collar stud, and do try not to be so maddening, Bertie. I have enough to bear without your imbecilities. Oh, be quiet, be quiet." She shouted in the sort of voice used by sergeant majors and those who call the cattle home across the sands of Dee. And such was the magnetism of what Jeeves called her forceful personality that Wilfred subsided as though he'd run into a wall. The chambermaid continued to go strong. "I say," I said, "I think there's something the matter with this girl. Isn't she crying or something?" "She stole my pearls, I am convinced of it." This started the whisker specialist off again, and I left them at it and wandered off on a tour round the room. I slipped the pearls out of the case and decanted them into a drawer. By the time I'd done this and had leisure to observe the free-for-all once more, Aunt Agatha had reached the frozen Grand Dam stage, and was putting the last of the bandits through it in the voice she usually reserves for snubbing waiters in restaurants. "I tell you, my good man, for the 100th time, that I have searched thoroughly everywhere. Why you should imagine that I have overlooked so elementary—" "I say," I said, "don't want to interrupt you and all that sort of thing, but aren't these the little chaps?" I pulled them out of the drawer and held them up. "These look like pearls, what?" I don't know when I've had a more juicy moment. It was one of those occasions about which I shall prattle to my grandchildren, if I ever have any, which at the moment of going to press seems more or less of 100 to 1 shot. Aunt Agatha simply deflated before my eyes. It reminded me of when I once saw some chappies letting the gas out of a balloon. Where, she gurgled. "In this drawer. They'd slid under some paper." "Oh," said Aunt Agatha, and there was a bit of a silence. I dug out my entire stock of manly courage, breathed a short prayer, and let her have it right in the thorax. "I must say, Aunt Agatha, dash it," I said crisply, "I think you have been a little hasty, what? I mean to say, giving this poor man here so much anxiety and worry, and generally biting him in the gizzard. You've been very, very unjust to this poor man." Yes, chipped in the poor man. "And this unfortunate girl, what about her? Where does she get off? You've accused her of pinching the things on absolutely no evidence. I think she would be jolly well advised to bring an action for whatever it is, and soak you for substantial damages." Mais oui, c'est trop fort," shouted the bandit chief, backing me up like a good un. And the chambermaid looked up inquiringly, as if the sun was breaking through the clouds. "I shall recompense her," said Aunt Agatha, feebly. "If you take my tip, you jolly well will, and that eftsoons or right speedily. She's got a cast-iron case, and if I were her, I wouldn't take a cent under 20 quid. But what gives me the pip most is the way you've abused this poor man here and tried to give his hotel a bad name." "Yes, by damn, it's too bad," cried the whiskered marvel. "You careless old woman, you give my hotel bad names, would you, or wasn't it? Tomorrow you leave my hotel." And more to the same effect, all good ripe stuff. And presently, having said his say, he withdrew, taking the chambermaid with him, the latter with a crisp tenor clutched in a vice-like grip. I suppose she and the bandit split it outside. A French hotel manager wouldn't be likely to let real money wander away from him without counting himself in on the division. I turned to Aunt Agatha, whose demeanour was now rather like that of one who, picking daisies on the railway, has just got the down express in the small of the back. "There was something you wished to speak to me about?" I said. "No, no. Go away, go away. You said in your note, yes, never mind. Please go away, Bertie, I wish to be alone." "Oh, right-ho," I said. "Right-ho, right-ho." And back to the good old suite. 10 o'clock, a clear night, and all's well, Jeeves, I said, breezing in. "I am gratified to hear it, sir. If 20 quid would be any use to you, Jeeves—" "I'm much obliged, sir." There was a pause, and then, well, it was a wrench, but I did it. I unstripped the cummerbund and handed it over. "Do you wish me to press this, sir?" I gave the thing one last longing look. It had been very dear to me. "No," I said. "Take it away. Give it to the deserving poor. I shall never wear it again." "Thank you very much, sir," said Jeeves. End of chapter 11. Recording by P.J. Morgan. Find me online at listentopj.com.